yeah.
War campaign.
Oh yeah, no, that's just the war campaign assholes. They do that kind of thing.
I'm sorry, keep replaying that, man. There we go. That is that is the official tee-hee, the tee-hee sound as you lie at a public testimony, at public hearing, public order emergency commission.
Was that Diane Deans? That sounded like Diane Deans.
It sounded like her. I don't know if it was her for sure. Allegedly, it was her, but it's not necessarily her. Hail the chat, hail brother. We got Bond Pearl in the house. We got Billy D, hail brother. We got Anonymous, Coffee Bean 77, Kim, Sandra Martin, Jackson O'Neill, Dan Marshall, all the way from the UK, fighting for freedom in the UK, hail brother. Get well soon. Get well soon. We got Woodcrafter. He says, good morning, brethren. Bomb Pearl, your little children are beautiful. Thank you so much. How are you doing? You all right?
Good.
Did you have a shower?
Not yet.
Are you going to shower?
Yes. I just woke up, though.
Okay, babe. We got a big hail Yahoo, says Jan Emily. Hail the child, says Anonymous. Hail child. Tinful Hot Nick in the house. We is here. Jojo, Georgian Bay. Right on. Good morning, little one, says Kim. Spreading the freedom love, says Dice.
I'm just waiting till Grandma gets out of the shower.
Okay, good boy, good, fantastic. What about you? Tell me, why did I took you? Remember we went to the Freedom Convoy? Do you remember? What do you remember from the Freedom Convoy?
We got hot chocolate, hot dogs, no burgers.
What was it like? What was the impressions that you had?
Oh, there were lots of people.
Okay. Did you ever feel scared?
No.
What do you mean, No?
No.
Did you go on the bouncy castle?
Yeah,
How was it?
good.
Yeah? What was it like?
It was a crowd of people on it.
Okay. Crowd of people, and?
And it was like obstacles all around.
Obstacles.
Yeah.
You mean all the fun things to do?
Oh no, like so in the whole structure, the bounty structure, there was like ovals that you have to jump on. That you have to jump.
You're still talking
over.
about the bouncy castle?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's saying there was obstacles inside the bouncy castle.
Yeah, that's fine. You're a good kid. All right, go. Let me do this, all right? All right, love you, babe. This weekend we're going to have to spend some time. Your dad's too much of an internet nerd. All right. All right, kiddo. We got, let me see, Anonymous says, it was like brown snow, really. Darcy Klein, most honest testimony we will hear all day. Extremist bouncy. No, the kids, I said too much it like, and he's still talking about the bouncy castle. It's like, all right. Oh, you're obstacles?
Yeah. You're like, did you feel scared? He's like, he kind of chuckled a little bit, like, that's a dumb question. Why would I feel scared? The convoy was awesome.
Yeah, right?
Come on.
Oh, man. And, you know, Marco Mendicino yesterday, he was at a, Mendacious Marco, he was at a event. Hold on a second here. I taped it. Well, I cut it. I mean, let me see what I did over here. We got the...
Did Marco say something?
Yeah, he sure did.
Did he say something mendacious?
He always does. We're on a couple other platforms as well. We're on the China platform right over here. If you want to check us out over there, if you're on that one, we're on that one, and then we are also on Odyssey, and then we're on BitChute and Rumble as well. But let's click on this one. I think this one's ready to watch. Let's watch this. I threw this up a few minutes ago.
What you've seen, I think what you're seeing and what was occurring at the time was the effort of people to work around the clock. From the government's point of view, we wanted to be sure that police had all of the tools that were necessary to restore public order. And after 3 weeks, we took the decision because it was necessary and it worked. And we'll have more. But you know, look, the government did everything that it needed to do.
Pen. You don't remember that? Looney Tunes back in the day? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, right. Porky Pig, right? That's all, folks. Right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Is this
right?
Porky Pig?
That's what he sounds like,
this
man.
Is him.
Right, hold on. We'll do it again. Hold on. You can hear it.
What you've seen, I think what you're seeing and what was occurring at the time was the effort of people to work around the clock. From the government's point of view, we wanted to be sure that police had all of the tools that were necessary to restore public order. And after 3 weeks, we took the decision because it was necessary and it worked. And we'll have more. But you know, look, the government did everything that it needed to do to restore public safety. To be fair, I think you saw some of those efforts at the city level fracture as a result of the fragmented nature of the illegal blockades. But again, going back to why it is that we invoked because it was necessary. We invoked because people's lives were being completely upended. And it had a very direct impact on the ability to go to work, the ability, if you're a family, to take your kids to daycare, to get essential healthcare treatment, including, as we heard from some testimony, access to chemotherapy for people who needed to get that treatment in life or death situations. And that protracted interruption was going on for a matter of weeks. So it was a necessary decision, and it worked, and we used it in a very targeted way.
Yeah.
Which is very direct.
So he goes. So just those 3 points he makes here.
Ability to go to work.
Ability to go to work.
The ability, if you're a family, to take your kids to daycare.
Ability to take your kids to daycare.
To get essential healthcare treatment, including.
To get essential health care treatment, including,
as we heard from some testimony, access to chemotherapy for people who
kids couldn't get chemo. There it is. That's mental Marco. Hibbity chemo.
Right? Wow. No treatment for you.
Incredible. Totally incredible. And you know what? We've been listening to all this testimony. Oh, you can hear a kid right there screaming. But I haven't heard anything like that. That was a scream. I can tell the difference in screams. That was a scream of excitement and fun. Not one of, oh my.
Happy morning scream.
Yeah, exactly. That's the baby. The targeted way. Yeah, exactly, says Broken Record. The targeted way where you just roll in and just roll in on everybody. It is incredible, says Anonymous. Foreigner says, lol, we unfortunately have children in Parliament, says Louise Goenlock. Hilda Morrison, lol, did everything except meeting with the truckers a legal protest. It was a legal protest. The truckers stopped no one from doing anything. He lies. Any other blame excuse. And this is what I actually like about the this inquiry, right? The Public Order Emergency Commission that we're covering every day. Because you're seeing some things are coming out. And if nothing else, it is exposing completely. Right now we're getting the video clips, which is seeing is believing for people. You got to remember, that's how people operate. It's one thing if you find a redacted text, or you find some iMessages in the screenshot. But when you hear them, and you hear people like the the emergency manager for any emergency in Ottawa City, the city emergency manager, his name was Kim Ayotte. Kim Ayotte. And when he says...
Woman's name,
yeah,
but bald like a man.
Right? But when he says... all emergency lanes were open. Repeatedly, he says that. Well, that just shows, that gives truth to their lie. And that's the reason that we are doing this. Because, look, I'm not thinking you're going to get Trudeau over here and all of a sudden there's going to be a vote of no confidence. It could happen, right? So this is the thing. Politicians are cowards, generally speaking. Generally speaking, they're cowards and they're going to do political moves that they think is going to benefit them. I'm sorry for the unfair characterization if you've always aspired to be a politician, but that is my personal opinion. What do you think, Pat?
Yeah, no, same. I don't trust any politicians on any level, just generally speaking, unless they can prove to me that, their heart is in the right spot.
Yeah, exactly. And then the thing is, you got to do what you're saying. It's really easy just to say a bunch of stuff to get elected. A lot of people are good at that. Again, I'll remind people that Trudeau, when he ran in 2015, talked a lot about and promised electoral reform, right, to change the way that representation would work in this country. So because a lot of people are very upset, especially in the West, because they're not getting representation, they feel. All right, let me see here. We got Alex Diaz. Trudeau is in Club Biden. If there ain't no training wheels, ooh, I'm going to read that one. I hear you, brother. I ain't reading that one. We got Mr. Peach.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, I'm not here. All right. That's for like a private discussion when I'm drinking. We'll drink together and then we'll talk about that. We got Mr. Peach. The eyes are the window to the soul. We got Nova. F's sake, Ro, I just quit smoking my pipe last year and now I want it back. Yeah, I still like the raw, raw corn cobs, on, what's the word?
That's a manly pipe right there, I must say. Very manly.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It's a good pipe. I just like it because the air goes through really well. I've been smoking a pipe since 2012. Let me see here. We got Freedom Free Canada. Hello and good morning from Windsor. Okay, so what do I have over here open? Public Order Emergency Commission. If you don't know, the documents that they're showing up, they've uploaded. And I think they've uploaded everything that they're actually going to be using. When they say, could you please open up COM 000000152? And then there's there's a nerd on the other end. And he clicks this button. And then he goes, boom, view PDF. And then he goes, scroll down, more, down.
He goes, oh no, did you say 4 zeros or 04? No. And then they stop for like 5 minutes and get their shit together.
He goes, actually, he goes, no, can you scroll back up? Yeah.
We're gonna need to take another break.
That's what they do. Okay, so I'm just saying to you because the link is right here. I'm gonna drop the link. Okay, Pull that link. I'll put it in the. I'm gonna edit the description here right now. Let's see. Here we go. All the documents. I'll say public order. Let me just mute for a second here.
We have Terrell Nexus in the chat says rats with suits on. I think that's an apt description of what we've been seeing. Ottawa earned a new name yesterday. Ratawa is what people are calling it now after all the internal, what was it described as, insurrections within the police forces that Ms. Deans was describing.
Oh yeah, that was within council, within city council. Right?
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, within City Council. We got James G. Sorry I'm late. Good morning from Embrun, Ontario. Right on, Embrun. Fantastic, man. That's very close to me. It's about 40 minutes, 30 minutes maybe. Hail, he says. Hail, honor, accountability, integrity, and loyalty. That's what we say here at the War Campaign, for a return to those old values that so many of these people who are at this commission need to remind themselves of, or at least attempt to live up to. Bad parenting is why we have these people in power who are so lacking in any kind of character. And then he says those 3 slashes to signify diagolon, and then he says, hope we get more straight shooters like Superintendent Morris today. Hell, brother. Yeah. Actually, diagolon was mentioned yesterday, as well as a French group, Farfada. Yeah. Let's see.
Are they another cool meme group like
I don't think
like Diagolon, or
I don't think they're meme.
Are they actual extremists?
No, they're not. They're actually he made it clear yesterday. Now, don't quote me. I gotta rewatch that specific clip. We got to cut it. I don't know where you get the time to cut everything and to stream and to go through all this stuff as well. We need a couple more of us, man. We need a few more of us. That's what we need.
Right?
Yeah. So all the way down, you can see here all the documents are in there. So this is pretty neat because, I mean, there's just, first of all, I'd like to be able to download everything. I'm a computer guy. I'd like to be able to download everything with one single click, pull everything down. Of course, I can probably, write a script or get someone to write a script or whatever to do this. I'm just looking at this here. Yeah, you see this? All these PDFs. You can probably pull them all out here. But there you go. Why do I have to do this? Can you just give me a download link? They don't make it easy to get that transparency that they like to talk about. They really don't they don't make it easy to do that. They really don't. And it goes on. Oh, check this out. You got videos in here too.
A lot of redactions.
Yeah, this is cool. Com 00000000741.
Sleepy Ottawa. Sleepy Ottawa. Mighty, mighty Ottawa. Mighty, mighty Ottawa.
Okay, this is when these nerds come out of Reddit and they're like, we're going to take back our shetty. I'm telling you, that's it. We've had enough of these freedom paraphernalia wearing, freedom flag waving extremists. This is that's what this is right here. We got Mr. Peach's War Campaign on the anti-hates list. Yeah, well, we were talking about this, because of our background, because we're from Comic Book World, right? If you haven't already, check out buyvestige.com. Take a look at our comics so that you can help support us, keep us doing what we're doing. We came from the comic book world because the world is a comic book at this point. It's so nutty, so fantastic. So here we are, and we're thinking, hey, the War Campaign name, people are going to misunderstand. But we're like, that's just who we are. We've been doing this for years. We're not going to now, oh no. Right? I got comic books sitting over here from like 3 years ago. You know what I mean? Just, there you go. Actually, that one's not from 3 years ago, but this one over here is. Look at that. And, boobies. Boobies alert.
Oh.
I hope that doesn't microaggress you to see bazungas in the morning. But there you go. So let's continue. That's what these guys did. They came down, right, to Billings Bridge, and they called it the Battle of Billings Bridge. We're going to take back our shitty.
Hey, ho, ho! Hey, hey, ho, ho! Boys gotta go! Boys gotta go!
And then it's just images, like a slideshow. That's a crap video, man.
truck off. You guys just need to truck off right now.
They're so convincing with their, wearing their masks outside, putting a lot of faith in your judgment.
End the occupation, Bob. Bob.
Wait, I couldn't tell what they're yelling. Their masks are in the way. You take off your diaper.
You want to
maybe
try
I
to
can
figure?
tell.
Okay, here, try to figure it out. Here.
Sleepy Ottawa. Sleepy Ottawa. Mighty, mighty Ottawa. Mighty, mighty Ottawa.
We're not sleepy Ottawa. We're mighty Rottawa, is what he just said, I think.
All I hear is good day, folks. That's all, folks.
Imagine chanting while wearing a mask outside. I mean, well, check this out. Chat messages. Ooh, chat messages. Let's see here. Oh, Kim Ayotte.
Thanks, Beth.
That's Kim Ayotte. He's the emergency manager in Ottawa for emergency services. He's the one who testified 2 days ago, very specifically on today's day 6, day 5, day 4. On day 4, the emergency lanes were kept open at all times, which contradicts what Mental Marco Mendicino, what I like to call mendacious Mendicino, says, that people couldn't get through. And he said very specifically, emergency vehicles could get through at all times. Kim Ayotte. Okay, Penn, do you want to be Kim or do you want to be Beth?
Increase it a little bit, and I'll be Beth, no problem.
Okay, perfect. All right. Oops, what did I just do there? Okay, here you go. Can you see it from here?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to be in this act. I'm going to be a little bit Journey. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So the background here. Okay. Now I'm not saying this is the case at all, but for this dramatic reading, I've got the hots for Beth. Thanks, Beth. There was some indication yesterday that they would be doing another media avail today and tomorrow. Have you heard anything, Angel?
Like the truckers or the police?
Police, like we did yesterday. And that I might be needed as well. And I might need you here, too.
Gistain mentioned that yesterday she was not aware of any media avails, but I find the environment changes. I'll check.
No worries, babe. Thanks.
No media avails today. Only exception is if something changes, goes awry. But right now, all signs are that vast majority are peaceful. We got good intel from armed priors saying that they hosted 100 vehicles last night and that it went smoothly. We're hoping that's the norm.
Okay, babe. Thanks. For intel only, fire responded to a high-angle body retrieval at the Delta Hotel this morning, shortly after 5 a.m. Crews believe that the person fell off a balcony. Unconfirmed reports are that the person was related to the protest. I'm an important guy.
That is unfortunate and sad. Like, we're seeing that there are these second-order risks occurring. At Empire last night, the risk wasn't the truckers at all. All the crowds who came with them came to wish them well. And we're standing on the road in the dark, often wearing dark clothing with no reflective stickers. Like, so very risky.
Did you say black clothing in the darkness? Put on the bat sign. I'm coming through to clear a path for the emergency vehicles, Beth.
We have freedom paraphernalia, and quite frankly, like, I'm getting a little triggered right now just thinking about it. Hot dog vendor at back of truck. Camera 39, bank in Wellington.
Did you say camera 39? I'm on it, babe. Hot dogs.
Oh, boy.
I went by to check out the hot dogs. At least they were wearing masks. Stay safe, Beth. I'm worried about you, babe.
Like, yeah, but we're getting lots of indications that business owners have been yelled at and verbally harassed by members of the convoy. We checked with the police, but the advice to the BIA remains the same. I'm working with PIMR to put a few lines on that in your email to counselors. Please hold my hand. Did you see Kelly's chat? Like, I'm worried about the lone wolf.
Sorry. Oh.
There might be a lone wolf.
Yes.
And you can't tell, you know why? Because he's dressed in sheep's clothing.
We just opened this at random. What is this? This is what I mean. There's
we
so
could
much.
do this all day.
Oh man. There's so much material here. We just opened this at random. There it is. This is OTT 000100640.0001.pdf. Okay. All right, read that last line one more time. I'm going to get back into character, man.
Okay. Did you see Kelly's chat? Like, I'm so worried about lone wolf.
Yes. I sure did, Meth. Don't worry. I'm on it, but though there's certainly potential for several lone wolves today.
Oh!
Just for your information, Beth, I just sent this text to DC Trish Ferguson. Good morning, Trish. I know this is going to be a busy day for us, and I don't want to send you for frivolous requests like getting me some hot coffee. But the Mayor Watson, you know, he's a mafioso. He's worried. There's a lot of cars parked at the cenotaph, and he says it's very disrespectful, and he's wondering if they could be moved.
Like, police and bylaw noticed that this morning NCRCC was coordinating removal, but good to escalate. The convoy coming from Quebec, someone apparently put nails across the highway, and a bunch of the vehicles are now pulled over with flats.
That worries me. That kind of counter-protest can fan the flames. Get my...
No, that's me.
Oh,
worries me. That worries me. Like, that kind of counter-protest can fan the flames is...
Get my Batmobile. We're going in. That's it right there, man. Oh, check it out. There's a picture of a Confederate flag hanging off this truck. A couple
Look
vehicles.
at this. Look at my picture.
Jeez.
I did this.
That's it. Look, again, here's their intel from Twitter. David Aiken, Twitter. Right? That's their intel, by the way. Everything's set, clear text, over SMS. That's how the government's run. That's your hard tax dollars at work. Totally secure messaging system. Yeah.
Right? They're like, so yesterday they're like, you know, was there any examples of extremism? And the guy was like, well, there were some Twitter posts that I saw. And like that's the extent of their, you know, their evidence is what people were saying on Twitter. It's like, oh my God.
That was literally that was just at random. Those are the documents. There's stacks of documents. So if you're interested, check those out. Or off the Public Works Emergency Commission page. Actually, I got to sit there, man, and go through this stuff. There is so much here. I'm going to have to contact some of my nerd crew, get and talk to them, be like, yo, we got to get
find like a really good one, and we'll do like a 2-3 minute video just reading it and parroting it, kind of like what we did there.
Right? This is the stuff we used to do. Yeah, we used to do all this kind of stuff in the comic book world. But now politics are like comics. You know what I mean? They're just so zany and crazy.
Same thing, really. Like, you know, fantastical, ridiculous, out of this world.
Right? We got Major Ruckus. 11 out of 12 people don't use Twitter. Exactly. We got Brock Midnight. This conversation looks like a code, Lone Wolf. It's not saying a lone wolf, just Lone Wolf. Oh, interesting. Okay. We got Old Stock Canuck, David Aiken, Intel. Protest free! That's it, man. We got Matt Hayes, Comics Invictus, Make Mexico Great Again. Hell, brother. We got Anonymous, I'm glad this government doesn't represent me. Canadian citizen Lone Wolf Law, too many Little Red Riding Hoods. Exactly. This is just nuts, man. I mean, phew. I actually feel like reading more, but let's listen to who's coming on. I think we got two. Hold on a second. Let me check my intel box. Give me a second here. Okay. Where is it now? What do we have today? Probably we got, but I don't know, they changed things, but we probably got Patricia Ferguson, okay, Ottawa Police Service, and Carson Party, OPP. So let me take a look over here. Let's look these people up. Patricia Ferguson, let's take a second to look that up. Patricia Ferguson, Ottawa Police, the Snowsuit Fund. Should we do this? Should we just do a quick search through this and find out who she is? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not, right? I don't really want to click on the global video. I can't stand these people. Okay. Is this her right here? Oh, Judy Trin. Oh, no, Judy!
Not Judy Trin.
Oh, it is her. It is her. Is that correct? Yeah, Trish. Oh, it's Trish. Oh, that's who they keep calling Trish. Of course.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Patricia.
Oh, no. They found like the one, well, not the one, but like a heavy, you know, social justice-y police officer S. All right, Judy Trin.
Is that who's going to be on the stand today?
If you don't know who Judy Trin is, she spent a long time at CBC. I think she's at CTV now. Many years. She is I consider her to be one of those anti-white people. She's heavily anti-white, and you can watch the footage, and I can show that to you. It's right here. If you type in,
you called her out across the street from Tupac, downtown Ottawa, a month or two ago on one of our streams. I remember.
That's right, exactly.
Nice little conversation.
Yeah, this is. Hold on a second here. Journalism under siege. Listen to what she says. All right, so after the. Hold on, let me just pour it through myself. Here we go. The Ottawa convoy.
It's interesting that some comments online say that there is no diversity in this panel, right? But look at this panel.
Look at this panel. They're so diverse.
It's very diverse. But they would say no diversity. I mean, it is a protest of predominantly white Canadians, white people demonstrating, and
that's you, Pan. White Canadians.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, I'm not a Canadian, but I was going to say, you know, these beautiful people sitting up here, and then, you know, she turns it into some sort of racial issue, and now I'm questioning her beauty.
Privilege that brings. The individuals who have been held responsible or accountable so far, Ottawa's first black police chief, Ottawa's first woman police board chair.
Everything is about your identity, straight away. Just jump right into it. It doesn't matter about what happened, why did it happen, what people did, what the Emergency Act, forget about all that. Let's just jump straight into race.
I mean, that should just scream out to you that there is something wrong.
There is something wrong, and subscribe.
A degree because they were predominantly white to
subscribe. Thank you so much.
This protest was allowed to grow in scale to a degree because they were predominantly white individuals.
Who white? Everybody's who white? All right, so that's Judy Trin. Now you know. If you didn't know, now you know. CBC
Order
now.
a lot.
And this is Judy Trin putting Patricia Ferguson. Let's watch that for a second.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La Commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour.
This is not going to be good, Patricia Ferguson.
Today we have
Here we go.
A new witness.
We do.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
It's Frank Au, Senior Counsel for the Commission. Our next witness is Deputy Chief Ferguson.
Sorry, Commissioner. if I could interject, there's an echo here that's quite distracting. I don't know if there's a difficulty with the sound system.
Okay. I'm not sure. There is a bit of an echo. Okay.
Let me know if you want me to turn the volume up on them.
Is that better? Okay.
Deputy Chief Ferguson, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'd like to swear in the Bible, please.
Please take the Bible in your right hand. For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Tricia Ferguson, Patricia Ferguson.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
Morning.
Good morning, Deputy Chief.
Good morning. It's actually Acting Deputy Chief.
Acting Deputy Chief. We met in the summer when you attended an interview with the Commission.
Yes, I recall.
And after that interview, we prepared a summary for you to review.
Yes.
And I understand that you've adopted the contents of that summary.
Yes, I have.
Is there any corrections that you'd like to make to that summary?
No, none.
Commissioner, would that be the evidence then? Now, I'll just call you Deputy Chief for short.
Just for the record, maybe do the number.
Yes, it's WTS 6 zeros and 23. Now, Deputy Chief, during the Freedom Convoy protest back in January and February, you were the executive responsible for community policing.
That's correct.
And in that role, you supervised the Specialized Policing Directorate.
Yes, I did.
And that directorate includes the Special Events Unit, which was responsible for planning before the arrival of the convoy.
That's correct.
And just to get a sense of the top executive level at the Ottawa Police Service, at the top there was the former Chief Slowly.
Yes.
And then he was assisted by 2 deputy chiefs.
That's right.
You were one of those?
Yes.
And the other, who was the other deputy chief?
Deputy Chief Stephen Bell.
And he's now the interim chief of the Ottawa Police Service.
Yes, he is.
What portfolio was he responsible for back in January last winter?
We refer to it as the 3 I's: information, intelligence, and investigations.
So whereas you had strategic oversight over planning as part of the community policing, Deputy Chief had strategic oversight over intelligence.
That's right.
Now, you've told us during our interview that you first learned about the Freedom Convoy, the fact that they were traveling to Ottawa during the week of January 17th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And yesterday, the Commission heard evidence that the OPP started sharing intelligence reports related to the Freedom Convoy with the OPS as early as January 13th.
That's my understanding.
So I want to explore with you the extent to which that intelligence was shared within the OPS.
So the initial sharing of that report went to our intelligence section, or our intelligence superintendent. And I should lay the groundwork in that in January of 2022, so January 3rd, a number of our senior officers changed portfolios. So the person who received that was Superintendent Rob Drummond. However, he had moved portfolios at that point in time. I do know it was shared with him, with our special events section, and with former Chief Slowly.
And when did you first learn about those hand-in reports?
I believe the first one that I was privy to and actually received was on the 27th of January.
Okay.
the 28th of January in and around then. So after the convoy was well underway.
Can I call up the document number OPS 3014479? If we go to page 26. Now, Deputy Chief, so this is your note. There's some reference, I believe, to February the 1st. So during the interview we had in the summer, I believe you said that the first time you learned about Project Hendon was after the arrival of the convoy. Do you recall that?
So I would have received it on the 27th or 28th, but those were hectic times, so I can't say for sure that I actually saw the report at that point in time. I just know that that's when it landed in my email inbox. So my recollection was, as I mentioned when I spoke to you in the summertime, I had not been aware that this project was underway with the OPP.
Okay. And if you received the report as of the 27th, what did you do with it since you first learned about it?
I don't recall. I expect I probably would have seen it at some point in time in my inbox, but it was a chaotic time, so many things were going on.
Now, you had your team started planning for Project Hendon, started planning for the arrival of the convoy sometime before the 27th. Do you know the extent to which they were privy to those intelligence information?
The special events planning team, I can't say. I believe that our intelligence, some of our intelligence officers would have seen it prior to the convoy arriving, but I don't know the exact date of that. And my role was really at a strategic level, so the plans were being developed, and they're developed with intelligence, open source information, police liaison team information.
Tell us about the usual process for the OPS in planning for a major event like these convoy protests. What's the expectations in terms of information sharing as between the intelligence unit and the planning unit?
It's generally fairly smooth. I would say that the bulk of the information for demonstrations prior to the convoy was not intelligence-based, it was information. And so it was, open source, whether that is, for an example, if we have a concert coming into town, the special events unit will look at what kind of, music it is, what kind of crowd it draws. They will speak to places where that band has played before, and they will develop a plan that is, commensurate with what they've seen in other places. And so for the convoy, they did their usual, where they looked to, determine as much as they could, reached out to other police services where the convoy was traveling through, getting information from them, trying to get an assessment or an idea of numbers that we were looking at, and what kind of behavior they were engaging in along the way in their cities. And up until that point, we were hearing that, they were cooperative, they were providing lanes of traffic across the prairies. And so our special events team was alive to those issues and continued to gather that right up until the day they came into town.
Now, yesterday we heard from Superintendent Morris that the intelligence that was available strongly suggested a long-term event, meaning weeks, not days or a weekend. Did your planning team take that into account?
I believe what our planning team did was assessed all of the information that they had, and perhaps there was some information saying that some factions of it would be staying for longer. I think what they did was they developed a plan commensurate to the experience that we've had for over 2.5 decades in this city, as far as I know, on what demonstrations generally look like, how long they last, and the type of behavior we see. And so I believe they planned taking into account all of that information and developed a plan that we had.
Now, were there not signs that this protest was going to be different in the days or weeks leading up to the arrival?
I believe what was fluctuating for us was the numbers, the actual volume of trucks, and the money that they were collecting. I think towards the last few days, we were seeing that there was a big spike in the GoFundMe money being raised. So that was different than most of the demonstrations that we see. Did that tell us specifically that they were planning on staying for a long time and that when they got here they would engage in the behavior that they did? It did not. And I think what we've learned is that there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and false information surrounding this group. And so they were trying to assess as best they could, but they relied generally on the experience that that seasoned planning team had.
Now let's take a look at some of the documents that we know were available to your team. First of all, the initial plan that was developed by the OPS, that was written by Staff Sergeant Kevin Kennedy, right?
Yes.
And it was then approved by Inspector Lucas.
That's right.
And they both reported to you, right?
They reported to Superintendent Rayom and then to me, yes.
Right. They reported to you through Superintendent
Yes.
Rayom. So if we could call up, please, OPS 402878. So Deputy Chief, I'm showing you an email from Sergeant Sean Kay to Staff Sergeant Kennedy, dated January the 21st. It was forwarded to you at the top. As you can see, if we go down to the bottom to page 4. At the top of page 4, you see that it's written there that the goal of the convoy is to remain in Ottawa until the restrictions are repealed.
Yes.
Right? And there's no expectation at the time that those restrictions would be repealed anytime soon.
No.
So didn't that suggest to your team that it was going to be a long-term event, not a weekend event?
I think it suggested there was the potential for that. There were no guarantees, I don't think, in the information that we had or the intelligence even to say that it was going to be here for the amount of time it was.
All right, let's call up another document, OPS 402932. I expect this will be an email dated January the 24th from Sergeant Louis Cavallo, and it was forwarded to you. If we go to page 1 near the bottom, sorry, page 1, maybe we go up. Oh, sorry, I find it. I'm looking for the reference where it says different groups now getting on board. Let's scroll down again. Oh, there, that's right. Do you see the cursor here? Different groups now getting on board, such as the farmers and right-wing extremists calling for major disruptions.
I do see that.
And what does that suggest to you?
So it suggests that there's interest in this. A lot of times some of the information that we will look at are things like, you know, if there's a Facebook Live group and we'll see that a whole lot of people like an event. And we have used that to sort of assess our level of staffing needed for an event, but it doesn't always translate to actual numbers. And so when they say getting on board, that could be a number of different things. That could be that they are contributing to it. That could be that they are supporting them. That could be that they're standing on a highway overpass, you know, honking horns in regard to that.
Now, the Commission heard evidence last Friday from a businesswoman, Ms. Carrier. She's a layperson, and she said it was clear to her that the trucks wouldn't be traveling all this way to Ottawa from the west to stay a day for a short protest. It was obvious to her. She didn't have access to any police intelligence. Why wouldn't it be obvious to someone who's trained to analyze this kind of events?
Well, I think we're trained to analyze a lot of information. And so that was part of the information that formed the planning that was going on. But as I said, with this campaign, there was a lot of information coming at us from different sources. Some sources are more reliable than others. And I think even the Hendon reports left it quite open that this could be, a prolonged event, but then in another sentence indicated that they were expecting they would be leaving town by the end of the weekend or by the middle of the following week. So when we addressed the community, preparing them for this, we said a prolonged event. And for us, the experience in that was over the 3 days, of the weekend. So did we err in our assessment of this? Clearly we did.
Well, in addition to the Hendon reports, there were also other sources of information being provided to the city and to the OPS corroborating those intelligence reports, such as the email from the Hotel Association suggesting that people were booking somewhere upwards of 30 days to stay in the hotels. Lots of people doing that. Why wouldn't that strongly suggest an event beyond the weekend?
Well, we did work to track down some of those sources of information, and we were getting misinformation, I said, and disinformation. And I think that was one of those things that they weighed in assessment. We followed up with Steve Ball of the Hotel Association to determine just how many rooms had been booked. And over the course of the convoy, that piece of information came up on a number of occasions. And the reality was that our hotels were not able to be booked to capacity because they did not have the staff. We were still in the 6th wave of COVID, and they were working at very limited capacity at that point in time.
Now, the truck started to arrive on Friday, the 28th, right? And you gave an immediate briefing on that day at 11 a.m. So let's go to OPS 403851. So you see, Deputy Chief, that these are your speaking notes?
Yes.
So if we go down a little bit, you said, over the last few days, our team has been finalizing operational plans in anticipation of the demonstrations. Planning has involved coordination with our policing and intelligence partners at all levels of government. And the Ottawa Police would like to thank them, and so on. Information gathered continues to indicate this will be a large and significant event that is expected to last through the weekend. There's no mention that there was any expectation it would go beyond the weekend.
There was none.
Why was that?
As I said, we weighed the information intelligence we had, and that was the plan that was developed based on what our best assessment of that was.
Wouldn't it have been helpful to notify the public, the business owners and the residents, that at the very least there was a strong possibility of the event going beyond the weekend?
Yes, it may well have been helpful.
Now, you agree that the planning was premised entirely on the assumption that this was going to be a 2-day event, right?
Yes.
Commissioner, may I just raise one issue? I appreciate that the Commission Council has control of the presentation of the evidence in the hearing. And also that given the number of parties, each of us has a limited time with each of the witnesses called. May I ask through you that the witnesses, and this is a good example, be taken to the parts of the record that might balance the premise of some of the questions that we have heard so far. And I've raised that because with this witness, we have 25 minutes. I know my friends have, some of them have less, maybe some have more. It's not possible for us in the limited time that we have to put each of the pieces of information that might, for example, put into context the questions that my friend Mr. Au has raised so far about the premise of his question, a strong possibility that it was going to be longer. Well, there's evidence that it was going to be a weekend. And we could draw it out, but I would be grateful if I could raise through you that the Commission's time with the witnesses be perhaps more balanced in presenting the information that in this case Deputy Chief Ferguson had at the time, rather than counting on her to remember all of it. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think that certainly you're correct in terms of the commission is to bring out the evidence either way and to bring all of the facts to the public eye. And to the degree there is material that goes the other way, I'm sure the Commission Council will refer to it. And if they don't, I'm sure you will, but I can assure you our objective in this hearing is to provide the public with all of the information, pro and con, of course, as you point out. And can't guarantee we're always 100% correct in what we do. We do the best we can. And of course, you also know that there is always enough cross-examination time to equal the amount of time commission takes. So in total, we hope that all of the different perspectives are brought out. And yesterday, I think, was a good example where there was some very useful, I thought, information brought out by the various parties participating. So I certainly am grateful for the contribution of all the parties. So your question is noted, your concern is noted, and I'm sure Council will take it into account.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Now, when you spoke to us in August, you mentioned that the OPS had standard plans that it used for parades and other major events like Canada Day, right?
Yes.
Now, the initial plan for the Freedom Convoy, and by the way, the document number is OPP 404262. We don't need to call it up right now, but just for the record, that's the plan I'm referring to, the January 28th, 29th plan. Do you agree that that initial plan was largely a boilerplate plan that followed the standard template?
Yeah, I believe the components of the plan were the standard components that we employ. So yes.
And according to this initial plan, the convoy vehicles would enter downtown Ottawa, and the plan was to stack those vehicles along Wellington between Kent and Elgin. Am I right?
I believe we had 4 areas where we were going to be stacking vehicles, but yes, that was one of them.
Now, was this plan then, this traffic component, was it premised on this being a 2-day event?
Yes, it was.
And so here's something perhaps you can help me understand, because we heard from Councillor McHale on Friday that even for an event like Canada Day, there would be road closures in the downtown core and barriers set up to control the mass of vehicles that might otherwise cause a problem. So why wasn't this done here?
Well, I believe we had officers in who were, our traffic unit was leading the trucks to where they were supposed to be. So I believe that was, barriers and road closures impede our ability to get around. And so I think that was what they were doing, was that once the vehicles were in place, and we've had a number where people have stayed for 2 days on Wellington, and that is, it's obviously the place where they want to be. That's the whole point of their protesting the federal government. And so that was what happened in this case. And in terms of road closures and barriers, I'm not sure that would have been helpful. If people were wanting to leave, the barriers would have impeded them from being able to do that.
Was any consideration given to, for example, taking the trucks somewhere beyond downtown and have transportation arranged so that people could protest downtown, so the people could be there?
Yes, there was. In fact, the area designated, I noticed Coventry Road, I can't remember the full name of the baseball park, but that was an area that was designated as somewhere where they could go. And in fact, some people did carpool from there and come downtown.
But I guess the intent of my question was to move all of the trucks away from the downtown, not just some of them.
I think realistically, a number of them really wanted to be in front of Parliament Hill. If we could have done that, if we had gotten cooperation, that certainly would have been our goal. But there was we didn't know the size of the convoy, how many trucks we were dealing at, and how big an area we had to to work with. So we did our best, I think, to keep them out of residential areas, and that was why, you know, parkways were chosen, Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, in order to make sure that, you know, we could afford losing that road for the weekend and limit the disruption for Ottawa citizens. That was the intent.
Now, in hindsight, what would you have done differently in this planning phase?
I suppose we would have given more credibility to the information and intelligence telling us that there was a faction that were planning on staying for a much longer period of time.
All right. Now, so far we've been talking about the OPS planning before the convoy's arrival. I'm going to turn now to the OPS response after they've arrived.
Okay.
But before I do that, I want to ask you some basic questions about what's known as the incident command system.
Okay.
Now, I understand that in responding to incidents, including protests and demonstrations, the police sometimes use a model called incident command system.
That's correct.
And within the system, the role you played back in January, February, was the role of a strategic commander.
That's
correct? Now, there are 3 different levels to the command.
Yes.
Strategic, operational, and tactical.
Yes.
What does the strategic command do?
So strategic really informs the goals of what it is we're trying to achieve. So in this case, you know, to safely, you know, manage this event, and ultimately once they had arrived and, you know, not left, our goal became to encourage them to leave. And so that's the strategic level, and that really is what you know, where I was sitting at. The event commander, who was Superintendent Rayom.
Sorry, before we get to the next level,
Sure.
we're going to talk about the operational, right? So before we leave the strategic,
yes.
So just to clarify, you'd be setting the strategic objective, and would you be also responsible for appointing the operational commander?
Yes.
So once the objective is set and you've appointed an operational commander, is there some expectation that you'll give autonomy to the operational commander?
Absolutely, that's the only way it works.
And why is that important?
Well, because they're the ones who have, you know, much more connection with what is happening in the different areas. And so they are much more aware of, you know, from the ground what is going on, and they're able to take in that information, measure it against what they know what's going on in another area, and be able to make a decision in an event. I'm not always privy to those.
And would it also be the role of the strategic commander to ensure that the operational commander had the requisite resources to see to the end of the situation?
Absolutely.
Okay, now let's talk about the operational commander, the next level down. What does that involve?
Okay, so that would be the event commander, and that is somebody who takes in, as I alluded to a little bit already, the information that's coming at him. He's got a variety of different people who are reporting to him and providing him with updates, and he is really sort of the quarterback, I guess, if you will, making sure that resources are being sent to the right places in order to assist achieving our goals here in this. And then we would move to the tactical level.
So is it the responsibility of the operational commander to develop a suitable plan to address the incident?
I think he assigns that task to his team to do that, and ultimately he's the final approver of the plan.
And depending on the severity of the incident, perhaps the operational commander is sometimes called an incident commander, sometimes a critical incident commander, and I guess with the OPS, they're also called the event commander, right?
Yes, yes.
And your role as the strategic commander is also known as the major incident commander.
That's right.
All right. Now, you mentioned that the operational commander may get other people to help them.
Yes.
Would these be like subject matter experts in specialized policing areas?
Yes, and he would work at his level, so with other superintendents, so let's say the intelligence superintendent or the investigation superintendent, to make sure that they are feeding into that their people are involved in the plan, in the aftermath, in carrying out whatever needs to be done at the time, the tasks.
And some of these specialized areas that I expect we'll hear about include the public order unit.
That's correct.
And the police liaison team.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the next. Actually, before we leave this, we're going to be hearing from Inspector Lucas and Superintendent Bernier next week. Would they be operational commanders?
So Inspector Lucas was the incident commander, and Superintendent Bernier was the event commander.
And they would both be at the operational command level, right?
No, Superintendent Bernier was at the, operational. And I believe that Inspector Lucas was more in the, you're right, sorry, he would be in that operational phase. And the tactical one is more the POU, PLT, traffic.
Right.
Yep.
So they would both be reporting to you back in January, February?
Yes, they would.
So finally, the tactical level, what does that involve?
So that involves the specific units, and their tasks are very focused on, as I said, the traffic unit. They came up with their plan on how to, and this one was very much a traffic related incident or event. But we also had our public order teams, our police liaison teams, we had intelligence teams, we had investigations, we had our communications team, we had logistics, staffing. And as the event grows, you build out the pieces that you need. Finance, for example, HR was involved. We were swearing in other officers from other jurisdictions. So as that progressed and grew, so did our table.
Would it be fair to say that the tactical level of command is responsible for executing the plan that is developed by the operational commander?
Yes, it would.
Let's talk about the two specialized units that I put to you before. The PLT, or Police Liaison Unit. What are they?
So that's a group of specially trained officers who, when we have demonstrations, before, during, and after, they're engaged in reaching out to organizers to build rapport with them, to find out what it is that the group is trying to achieve, to work with them to help facilitate what they are looking to achieve in town. And so, part of that is if a group would like to, have a march down Albert Street at 8 o'clock in the morning, we might try and speak with them and say, maybe, how about we did it at 10 o'clock, that might be. So those types of conversations happen. They look to, as I said, build rapport and relationships with the people who are involved so that when they get here, that relationship is already established and they can have conversations with them about what is acceptable behavior by the people of their group, where, their charter of rights end and perhaps criminal charges could be, or, disobedience and civil disobedience type of things will occur. And in the event that something is going on during the event where there may be an agitator or an antagonizer, then they would speak to that person that they already had the relationship with and let them know what the consequences are, or that this behavior is problematic and we'd like for that to cease, in so much as it really is about negotiating and trying to change behavior through conversation.
So if disruptive behaviors occur during an event, would it be the role of the PLT to engage in order to try to de-escalate the situation?
Yes, it would.
What about the Public Order Unit, or POU?
So Public Order Unit, we refer to them, you might see in some of the documents, as ESU, Emergency Services Unit. They have a twofold sort of, when we have a missing person, they will go out and search an area. They're trained in those types of things. Again, we have about 100 officers, both sworn and civilian, mostly sworn, who are trained in being able to, whether it's crowd control, crowd management, those types of things. And so they are the ones who ultimately we saw take the streets on that weekend that moved forward with moving people out of the streets. So if you think of it in the way of a triangle, the incident commander is at the top of the triangle, and on both opposite corners you have the ability to use force should your PLT and negotiations break down.
Right. So in responding to the Freedom Convoy after they've arrived, was this the model that the OPS used to address the incident?
Yes, to a certain extent. I think we failed in certain areas regarding PLT, and I think they struggled as a result. But that was what we were hoping. And you saw one of those, Louis Carvalho was on our PLT team. He was a sergeant there, and he was working also with going out to businesses and letting them know and doing that engagement piece as well. So not just with the convoy organizers, but with the areas that they believe are going to be impacted and affected ahead of time.
Right. So with that background, let's start talking about how the OPS responded to the Freedom Convoy. And now we know that they arrived the weekend of the 28th, and the incident was not resolved until about 3.5 weeks later.
Yes.
So let's break down the time period, and let's talk first about the first week after they arrived. So let's say from January 28th to, which is a Friday, to February the 4th. Okay.
Okay.
Now during that period. Well, first tell us what happened on the first weekend.
So as they arrived into town, we were monitoring numbers where was safe. Safety obviously is always our first priority, and so we were monitoring that with that lens for sure, and we were starting to see, they were pulling into the areas that they were sent to or steered to. And then we started to see it was I would qualify it as a bit of a party atmosphere, sort of festival-like. People were very excited to be there. Myself and Deputy Bell walked around in the downtown core and saw some of the people that were there. And it wasn't those first few days not as, I would say, as disruptive as it got to be. When the weekend came and went and Monday morning arrived and they were still in our streets, at that point in time, Ottawa Police was in a situation of, okay, we've got to pivot. We have to reassess what we've got here. We have to evolve our plan. So began starting to, strategize and brainstorm as to what actions could be taken, what did we have available to us. I know that, at the command level, we had considered an injunction with the city. We had spoken to other policing partners. A lot of those things were going on at all levels. So at the strategic, the operational, and the tactical level, I know our members were fully engaged in those types of behaviors to try and come up with what our next plan we knew we needed to evolve and move into another stage, really. So it was reorienting ourselves to the situation that we had at hand.
Now, during that first weekend, when did you first realize that this may last longer than a weekend?
I think really as Sunday progressed, we expected that a number of people would be heading back to, their home cities. And I knew that there were some people from out west. We were seeing the Alberta plates. We were seeing, Saskatchewan. But we expected that, we had an influx of pedestrians that came over from Quebec side. I think we had some expectations that those folks who were in the surrounding areas would retreat back to their homes. And I think, really Sunday night carried on. We had been talking about a demobilization plan up until that point, and clearly that was not the plan that was going to be required.
Let me take you to a document dated the 31st, which would be the Monday, OPS 404976. This will be an email from Robin Milbank. Who's Robin?
Robin is my executive assistant.
Okay. I expect this email will is a kind of minutes for an executive briefing at 8 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. We were briefing twice a day, and Robin was taking notes from those briefings.
Right. So if you take a look at the second bullet, you see a reference to staffing is number one risk. Priority is working on plan. Can you explain what that refers to? Why was staffing the number one risk?
The state of the Ottawa Police at this stage was one of very poor staffing. We had been in that state for, I would say, a number of years. Prior to becoming the Deputy of Community Policing, my position was the Superintendent of Frontline. And so it was a challenge every day to make sure that we had all the shifts covered. The pandemic, obviously, like any other workforce, had a large impact on our people. We had some high sick levels. At this point in time, we were in the 6th wave of COVID. And so what we had done to try and mitigate that was, and it had been quite successful in the early days of the pandemic, was to establish a reserve staffing. So a group of officers who would be healthy at home, should we have an outbreak where we have an entire platoon taken out, we are able to upstaff. Another measure that we took was to limit we have 6 platoons generally. We cut it down to 4 platoons. So if you think of 30 people per platoon, when we divided one in half, then we had 45 members on each platoon to up our numbers a little bit to try and mitigate that. And that was going into the convoy. We were already, I would describe us as being on our knees and having run a marathon for the last 2.5 years. And it felt like they'd moved the finish line 100 yards or another mile and given us 200 pounds to carry to get to the end. So staffing was, I would say, our number one Achilles heel in all of this. And so all of these people who had worked for the week leading up to the convoy, over the weekend, and long hours, our frontline members were working 12-hour shifts. When the convoy came and we were trying to manage staffing and clear posts, some of them were working up to 15 hours. And they were exhausted. So we needed to make sure that our people had time off. And so that, I believe, is what we're speaking about, is that it's a risk for us to be able to staff all of this.
Now, did staffing become the number one risk overnight because there was no contingency plan within the initial plan?
I think that's part of it. I think we had some extra resources for the weekend. We had some additional public order units from other services that had come into town, but they all had to get back as well. So our contingency plan really was for the weekend into Monday morning, and staffing, I believe that really is what they're referring to there.
So to the extent there was any contingency planning, it only covered up to perhaps Monday at noon.
Yep, I think that's fair.
Now, that bullet also talks about priority is working on plan. So I assume this refers to some kind of a new plan?
Yes, or evolving the plan that we have, depending on what the planners determine. If they're saying it's an entirely new, we're starting from scratch with a new position now with the situation we have on hand.
So what's the vision now for the new plan? What was that going to look like?
Well, I think ultimately we wanted to move the truckers out of the downtown core and to limit the impact on our residents, and always to keep in mind public safety and our officers' safety as well.
All right. If we scroll down a little bit, go down. Okay. Do you see the bullet, the third bullet from the bottom? Says no longer a protest, but an occupation now. Need to move away from the operational plan and reset. New plan needed to go forward. Now, whose view was it that this is no longer a protest, but an occupation?
I believe this was Chief Slowly.
And what makes it an occupation as opposed to a protest?
I think at this point, because they weren't leaving, they had, expressed that they wanted to protest. Protesting, generally is a limited window, as in our experience. And so the fact that they were now no longer leaving, and the behavior that they were engaging in, I think was what really upped that temperature to making it an occupation. That they were settling in, they were starting to put up tents and, really begin to entrench themselves.
Now, at around this time, Superintendent Abrams of the OPP was also in Ottawa. He'll actually be testifying this afternoon after you. And we expect that he may say that the OPS was struggling to develop a new plan, that Chief Slowly would give inconsistent directions, and there was much confusion. What's your perspective on this?
I think those are fair statements. We struggled because we didn't have people who were strictly planners. Our planners were also people who were site commanders on the ground, who were trying to manage things at the very tactical level. And so I think to say we were struggling is fair and accurate. I think we did on that Monday morning, you can see the conversation in this, we're trying to get our heads wrapped around what we were looking at. And in terms of former Chief Slowly providing direction and, direction, he definitely was, of what he wanted to see happen.
So who was the event commander, the operational level commander at this time?
So at this point in time, it remained Superintendent Rayom, and I was the major event commander.
And in terms of developing a plan to resolve the incident, would it be on Superintendent Rayom? Would that be his job to develop a plan?
Yes, yeah.
What would have been your role at that time?
In making sure that they were aware of what the strategic goals were ultimately to have, this resolved safely as possible, but for these trucks to be removed from our streets.
Why then would the former chief be giving directions?
I think you'd have to ask Chief Slowly, but I think, from a human perspective, I would say that this was not what he was expecting, and his reaction was one out of concern, out of stress, and out of pressure at this point in time.
All right. So let's take a look at what happened a few days later. On the 4th of February, can we call up OPS 30-14454, please? And I want to go to page 52. So, Deputy Chief, these are scribed notes or minutes taken at meetings that involve the former Chief Slowly. So I want to scroll down to the part where it says last Friday. This is page 52, yeah. So Deputy Chief, do you see last Friday's operational plan is not valid? If so, then we need to update it. Now, help me understand here, because as of the 31st, there was a recognition that you needed a new plan. But here we are on February the 4th, 3 days later, and we're still talking about last Friday's plan not being valid. Was there no new plan yet by the 4th?
We did not have a new plan by the 4th. We had, as I said, our planners, I think, were working on developing it, but they were also dealing with a number of the live issues, putting out fires, as it were, within their area. And again, staffing, I think, for those folks was as limited as it was everywhere else in the organization. So I'm not sure whose notes these are.
These are
scribe notes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's fair to say that we did not have another plan developed by that 4th.
Okay, so if we go back in time to the day before, February the 3rd, and I want to show you the document, OPS 30-14484. So this looks like an email that the former chief sent to himself with respect to a meeting that he had with you and Deputy Chief Bell. So if we go down to page 3, go down, keep going. Keep going. Okay, do you see the part where he says, I advise that I cannot approve a recommended course of action without being briefed on all other
reasonable courses of action. So the context was a discussion of POU plans. What's your recollection as to the former chief's role in terms of approving actions?
So it was generally felt, and because of statements like this, that he was the final approver of plans. And that became the sentiment for everybody who was producing those plans, that they needed to have them approved by former Chief Slowly.
Now, are these not operational or tactical decisions involving the POU?
They are.
But at that time, is your understanding that he was directing decisions at this level of command?
Yeah, he was directing a staff sergeant.
And did you feel any need to intervene and perhaps speak up and say, hey, we have the incident command model here to run. Each one has their role within the model. Did you do anything like that?
We did speak to him about not directing operations and reminded him of what role he played in it on a number of occasions throughout this time, because there were a few incidents where he would engage with constables, or he would, engage with the event commander outside of the chain of command. I think you see in this email or notes to himself, I was working with Staff Sergeant Stoll and the group to try and get a plan and indicated that we would like to see them. And the former chief wanted him to present to him. He wanted to see specifically a public order plan. And a public order plan, it just forms part of the larger plan, but he was fixated on this one.
Okay. So as of February the 4th, there was no plan. Let's move to the next week, roughly from February the 5th, which was a Friday, to February the 10th, which is a Thursday. Can we have the document OPS 407355, please? So this is an email from the former chief to you, Deputy Chief, and I'll give you a moment to look at it. Can we slowly scroll down? So this seems to be about a meeting that he was having with the command team at 8 a.m., and he set out some priorities. So for example, here, you see 3 general priorities listed: search, contain, and enforce. The second being, close everything, in brackets, roads, bridges, highway, off-ramps, as early and as long as possible. The third priority being to shut down a number of things: shut down the funds, the fundraising, shut down the fuel, shut down the fund. The bouncy castles and so on. So these are the general priorities, and then some specific priorities with respect to locations are set out, and we see 4 here. There's the Confederation Park being one. The Rideau, we've heard some evidence about the Rideau-Sussex intersection. I assume that's what this is referring to.
Yes.
Wellington, is that the Wellington?
Yes.
Okay. And then SJAM is Sir John A. Macdonald Highway.
That's right.
Yeah. Do you recall the substance of this meeting?
Yes, I do.
Now, was this an outline for a new operation plan?
It certainly seemed that way.
So who set these priorities?
This would be former Chief Slowly.
So it is not the operational commander setting these priorities or developing a plan?
No, it isn't.
And was this outline developed into a fully operational plan?
We took portions of this. The surge, contain, and enforce had been announced the day before, and that was something that he wanted us to be doing in the neighborhoods that were most affected. And he talked about flooding the areas and having a cop on every corner, which in concept is a good idea to try and address some of that stuff, but in practical reality, we did not have the staffing to do that. he had some good ideas, but to implement them was very difficult given the numbers that we had. So some of these things did form what we call the concept of operation plan, which I believe we had dated on the 9th of February.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes these meetings, we have multiple accounts. So here we see the former chief's notes to himself, basically.
Yes.
But you also recorded this in your notes, right? So I want to show you the document OPS 144.
If I might interrupt just for a second, sorry to my friend, but I just wanted to let you know that Deputy Chief actually has a hard copy of her notes in front of her. So I just wanted to let you know of that. And also, in case there's a specific page you could turn her to, she could actually turn it up in her notebook.
Very good. I think it would still be helpful for everyone else so that we can look at the same document at the same time. I only, unfortunately, recorded the electronic record page number. So this is your notes, the document number being OPS 14479. And I want to take you to page 43, which is the electronic record number.
Okay.
Okay, so we see that you recorded the meeting starting at around 8 or 8:06. If we scroll down a little bit, I'm looking for the part where it says need to turn the corner. There we have it. Need to turn the corner. Perhaps you can read it to us.
Sure. Need to turn the corner today, not changing the operational plan. Need to implement the hell out of that plan for the next 72 hours. Plan we have is excellent. Nothing has changed with Commander's intent or mission.
Okay, let's stop there. So this is the chief saying that the plan is excellent, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you agree that it was an excellent plan?
I don't think we had a plan at that point in time.
Now, we expect to hear from Superintendent Bernier next week. As you've described, he was the event commander later on. I think he was appointed on around February the 10th. And I expect that he may tell us that the OPS lacked an overall plan with all of the supporting components to end the protests when he took over the operational command as of the 10th. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Now, we saw in the previous document, the February 5th email from the former chief, that one of the priorities was to shut down fuel, right? So I want to take you to what's been referred to in some of the evidence, the so-called Coventry incident. Now, that happened on February the 6th, right? Yes. So I guess things are happening according to the outline of the plan on the 5th, to shut down fuel, and then on the 6th, we saw actions shutting down fuel. Tell us what happened on the 6th.
So on the 6th, I should maybe let you know that the incident commander at this point in time, the event commander was Superintendent Patterson.
Okay, so there was a switch.
There was a switch. He began on the 6th of February.
Sorry, maybe we should go back, because you mentioned that the first event commander was Superintendent Riom.
That's right.
And how long did he serve in that role?
He served until the evening of the 4th, so the Friday evening.
Why so short?
Well, he was the de facto event commander because this took place in his specialized policing event. But he did not necessarily have the skills and capacity to manage the initial event. But then as it got more protracted, first of all, I think he needed some time, some rest days. But Superintendent Dunlop was ultimately engaged in working with one of the groups, POU and PLT. He also had some, I felt reasonable experience and skills to come in at this stage in our operation. And so I had approached him to take on that role.
So when did Superintendent Dunlop take over?
So the overnight from the 4th into the 5th, so the Friday into the Saturday morning.
And how long did he serve in that role?
Until the evening of the 5th.
Why so short?
Former Chief Slowly did not believe that he was the right person for the job. He gave us myself and Deputy Bell, who both were part of the decision-making into who would be the best person at this stage of the operation. But former Chief Slowly had, I would say it's fair to say, a past history with Superintendent Dunlop, and whether it was a trust factor or whether it was because Superintendent Dunlop had, I think, challenged him on a few issues that he didn't feel he was right for the position in that stage. And he made it very clear to me that he didn't approve of that decision, and he was going to hold me accountable for whatever the results were of that.
Now, you told us earlier that according to the incident command model, it's supposed to be the strategic commander, who was you at the time, to appoint the operational commander. How did you feel about the chief stepping in and essentially moving the operational commander that you chose?
I wasn't happy with it, but I recognized it was an untenable situation for Superintendent Dunlop to be in. And so with further conversation with DC Bell, we determined that it would be more fair to have another person step in. And so that's when Superintendent Patterson was selected.
And when did he step in?
He stepped in on the morning of the 6th.
Who chose him?
It was a conversation with former Chief Slowly, and I could tell he approved of him as an incident or as an event commander. And so it was I would say a conciliatory conversation, and that's ultimately, it was my decision. That's where we went.
Okay, so back to the Coventry incident. Yes. February 6th, this is when Mark Patterson had assumed the role of the event commander. Tell us what happened on that day.
So as the event commander, he determined he was going to start getting some wins, I guess would be the showing some action and showing some, movement on the part of the police. And so he determined as you see, former Chief Slowly was very much about let's interdict fuel, let's do what we can to stop the supply going to them. And so we knew that Coventry Road was the site where it was sort of a camp for them. They came back and they had a tent where they ate. They were pretty well established there. I believe there were saunas and things set up. And they had a fuel truck there. So we were aware, and I believe our PLT team had been working with people on that site to engage, to establish a rapport and a relationship. And Superintendent Patterson set up to do what we would call an action and engage the public order team and wanted them to go in and seize the fuel and stop the source of fuel. So that's what took place on the evening of the 6th.
Now, when you spoke of engagement by the PLT team earlier, are you referring only to the PLT team from the OPS?
No, I should have clarified that. The OPP PLT team was assisting our team throughout, both as being a backup, if you will, or an increase in numbers, but also as being sort of sounding boards and guidance. They had a lot of experience in dealing with longer-term protests.
Specifically with respect to the Coventry location, what was the PLT team's objective at that time?
I think they were trying to reason with the organizers, and there's always a give and take with the PLT approach. So if we can agree with something, that you get something, we get something, that was what they were trying to establish, I believe, without being in the weeds of that. But that was the relationship they were working on.
They were looking for small wins for everybody.
Yes.
And now you spoke earlier about this command triangle with the operational commander at the top of the triangle and then the two sides being the PLT or negotiation and the other one being the kind of enforcement actions on. What is how are those two sides in the bottom supposed to work together?
In concert with each other. I mean, I think what has to happen is that the PLT team needs to be given the time to actually affect some change, and they need to be given the room to do so and the authority to make decisions. And that, I believe, was not happening. That's not in concert. That's the incident commander, the event commander. The public order team understands that they have a role to play, and so oftentimes they will be waiting in the wings until they're given the, go ahead, we've done everything we can, we have cleared as much as we can, and now these people have been advised that they're no longer welcome, and if they don't leave, that they will be arrested, that type of thing.
Right. So because when you described the role of the PLT earlier, you talked about how they were the first point of contact. They were supposed to engage and de-escalate and to show the protesters what the lawful limits are, right?
That's right.
So is the idea then that they will make contact and then see if, it can be successfully de-escalated before hard actions is enforced?
Yes, I think in the Coventry example, there were some things that were concerning in that there was fuel on site. The fire department they have a house right across the street. They were seeing some things that they were worried about for safety reasons for the people involved there. So I think that's the approach that they took, was that we're concerned about some of these things, and we want to make sure that you're all safe, and it's upsetting the residents in the area. Right. So those types of conversations, but they take a while to happen, and it requires patience on the part of the event commander.
And how important was it then that these two arms, the PLT and the POU kind of, the enforcement part, that they coordinate a coherent strategy in terms of the timing? Because you said you need to time it so that there's sufficient time for the protesters to cooperate, right?
Yeah, it's very important.
And what happened in this case?
Well, I believe in this case, and I am not 100%, I think Inspector Lucas could probably provide you with more details, but Superintendent Patterson requested that the public order team arrive at the location at Coventry, and I believe there was some back and forth that they did not feel that was that should have happened when it did. They felt that PLT should have been given more time, and ultimately Superintendent Patterson was very frustrated by that they were not engaging in when he wanted them there. I do believe that they did eventually attend, but the resulting action was that it really damaged the relationship with our PLT team, with the OPP PLT team, and with the event commander. That was a fractured situation after that.
And just so we understand, when the enforcement action started, was the PLT team even notified that this was going to happen?
No, they were not.
So were they caught in surprise?
Entirely off guard.
As much as the protesters?
Yes.
And when you spoke of a sense of betrayal, what do you mean?
I think they had been experiencing frustration that whole week in terms of being able to negotiate with the convoy organizers. They had established fairly reasonable relationships and open lines of communication. And there was some back and forth leading up to this event, and they were not empowered to make decisions, to be able to get those quick wins. One example was porta potties, that the organizers had asked for those to be delivered into the red zone, and the direction from the event commander was, we're not giving them 1 inch. So they will have to. They'll have to try and come up. It was basically a win-lose scenario. If you leave, we'll let you go. That was sort of where they were given direction, that there was nothing beyond that for a period of time. And I think they were really frustrated by that. And I think the OPP team were frustrated as well. And there was some, I received emails saying that they're going to walk. They've had enough, that type of thing.
Now, before this unfortunate incident happened, the PLT team actually had some success earlier that week, right, with the Confederation Park.
That's right.
Tell us about the Confederation Park.
So Confederation Park is a location that happens to be right across the street from City Hall. And we were getting information, I can't recall the exact date, but that people were setting up in Confederation Park, and they had actually set up a food preparation area, like a little kitchen in a hut, and they had propane, and they were really, setting up for being there for a while. And so this caused, obviously, the mayor and a number of people concerned that this was going on. They were concerned for the safety of having, fuel and those types of things. So our PLT team went in to speak to the people who had set up in there, and they engaged them in conversation and started to try and get some movement there. It took several days, and much to the frustration, I think, of former Chief Slowly as well as a number of city officials. But we were able to, we brought in Algonquin elder because they had indicated that they were from the Algonquin nation, and that they, this was a means to try and engage in conversation and get to where a middle ground that we could. Ultimately, they were able to talk people to leaving that area on their own and cleared the park and were able to secure it.
So the Confederation Park was one example where the search, contain, and enforce proved unnecessary because the PLT team did its work.
That's right.
Now, I want to take you to back to your notes, which relates to the Coventry incident. So we're back to OPS 30-14479, page 55. So, Deputy Chief, if you want to look at your hard copy, I'll be taking you to the time at around 17:18. So 5:18 p.m.
I actually don't have my hard copies in front of me. I left them with,
okay.
with a colleague. But
well, then we're
so
all on the same page,
okay.
Same electronic page.
Very good.
So page 55. Now, do you see conversation with Deputy Chief Bell regarding the operation at Coventry Road? And then if we go down, weighing all options,
yes,
including state of emergency, advise we may lose OPP, PLT if we do actions.
That's right.
So that's what you were just describing to us.
Yes.
Right? And if we go further down, the next page, 56, please. I want to take you to the part that says, PLT is pissed. OPP has left. Set up back. Could you read it to us? Is it set up?
Yeah, set us back days or a week on PL, or a week. Our PLT is demoralized and Marin is very upset. Patterson was not there.
Okay, set us back days or week on PLT. What do you mean by that?
Any ground that they had gained, any relationship that they had made at that point in time had been damaged significantly, and it would take them days or weeks to reestablish that rapport.
The person who is very upset, who was that?
That was Inspector Marin, who was working with Staff Sergeant Stoll and the public order team.
And what do you mean when you said Patterson was not there?
That he was not at the scene, I don't believe.
At the time when
At
the
the time,
enforcement
yeah.
action
Yes.
happened.
Yeah.
I see. Now, we've spoken to Inspector Lucas summer, and he said that the Coventry operation was an example of the OPS prioritizing a quick win on enforcement without an overall plan that integrated the role of the PLT in operational decisions. What's your view on that?
That's exactly my view on that.
Now, I want to ask you about the former chief's Slowly's attitude towards negotiating with protesters. I want to take you to the document. I believe these are minutes of meetings involving him. So OPS 30-14479. Oh, it's the same, at page 63. I want to take you to the part where he seems to have asked a question. So he would the question, why negotiate with unlawful protesters? Do you see that?
I don't.
Right. Okay. So sorry. So it's Chief has said he does not know why we would negotiate with unlawful protesters. Do you remember this kind of sentiment being expressed by the former chief?
I do.
What can you tell us more?
So I don't think that the chief, I know he had some former public order experience, but I don't think he had used PLT as much as we were, experienced here in Ottawa. We have had people trained on this for a number of years, and it has served us incredibly well in a lot of demonstrations, and really taken the temperature down and been able to get us, longer term wins, but wins where people walk away safely, where they feel like they were heard and that their goal was met. And that is part of it, because we want to make sure that, we're not creating a situation that they will be coming back again. So our PLT, I knew had that capacity. I was familiar with the program. I was involved. I was a superintendent when we had a previous demonstration that shut down a major intersection not long before this. And we used the PLT quite successfully in that. But after that event, they came to me and said, we need more people. We need a little bit more importance placed on this, because it really is an amazing tool. And so they convinced me, and they said they were, would like to get more people trained, and I approved that, and that did happen. And I'm glad we did have a number for this protracted event, so we were able to rely on them. It also creates great goodwill with other police services. And so in this case, the OPP stepping in to assist us in this bolstered our numbers that we were definitely needing. And it means that you have to be able to work in an integrated manner. I don't believe Chief Slowly was familiar with the framework. There is a national framework that has been developed on police response to demonstrations. And this is born out of a lot of Indigenous, protracted Indigenous demonstrations. And the OPP obviously have had a number of experiences with that. So what they brought to the table was very valuable to our team. And I believe, as you cited Inspector Lucas's assessment of Chief Slowly, and I think Superintendent Patterson as well was on that page, was that we were needing to demonstrate to the community that we were taking actions. And I understand the pressure and stress that they both felt. I felt it as well. But I also felt that we were going to be judged on this, and here we are all these months later, on our coming out of this with as few people hurt as possible, as much goodwill as possible, that we haven't burnt any bridges with our community, with other policing agencies, and with anyone really. So I felt that taking a longer term approach and potentially getting a bigger win at the end was the way to go. And I was receiving information that crowds, generally 80% of people are law abiding and they want to follow laws. And if you give them the opportunity to have a win, they will often go on their own. And so those were some of the things that I felt we needed to give that a really good try. And I don't believe Chief Slowly at this stage in it was feeling the same way about it.
But surely we can understand the pressure that the chief was under. We heard from the residents last week that they were feeling abandoned, basically, by the police. They felt helpless and very frustrated. Is it fair to say then that within the OPS there was disagreement as to the most appropriate way to approach the situation and to resolve it?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Yes, thank you for that suggestion. I believe this is February 6th, but let's scroll up so we don't have to guess. Let's keep going up. Oh, February 8th. There we have it. Thank you. Okay, so now on February 8th, the same day that as this meeting, a new development happened, and that's the arrival of the integrated planning group led by the OPP chief superintendent Party and the RCMP superintendent Liu, right?
That's correct.
Tell us what that was all about.
So at the time, it was actually only in reviewing and preparing for this that I realized how they came about. At the time, I was not sure what the genesis of them arriving was. But my understanding is it was some non-OPS leaders, police leaders, who had determined that Ottawa needed help and assessed that they could come in and assist us in providing a plan. We had been asking for resources. Chief Slowly had been going to a variety of services, mostly with the RCMP and the OPP, requesting assistance in the way of police resources. And I think what they were trying to, this group was trying to determine how many people we needed and what was the ultimate goal and what was the plan. And we struggled a little bit with coming up with a plan per se. So I mentioned earlier the concept of operations. That was part of what we were working on there to provide them those services to say, this is what we are hoping to do and this is how we would like to do it in broad strokes, not without like a full plan. And so this team, I was made aware of them. I was spoken to. Carson Party reached out to me by phone and said he was coming into town and that they were here to assist and in helping us to, work out the details of our plan.
Now, I understand that there was a meeting, the first meeting between the OPS and the Integrated Planning Group happened on the 8th.
That's right.
At around 5:35 p.m., right?
Yes.
You've told us about this strategic concept of operations. Was that something that you came up with?
Yes, along with some of the points that you saw the chief,
right.
Suggest on the 5th. And so this was, a loose, I would say, framework that we come up with.
Okay, I want to show you a one-page document and see if that's the document that you were referring to. Okay. OPP 50774. Not OPS, OPP. Okay, can we go down? Oh, I see. Do we have the picture? Page 77, please. Is there a way for us to rotate the view? No? Okay. All right. Now, I want to, it may be a little challenging, but let's see if we can read the mission statement. So it's near the top. The Ottawa Police Service is in a collaborative approach with other police agencies, federal, provincial, and city partners. Sorry, missing the last word on this.
So I think help is on the way, Commissioner.
Can we try the rotation button on the top?
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's doing anything. Okay. So federal, provincial, and city partners, community organizations.
I'm sorry, I wonder if I could interrupt for a second. I don't know about the witness, but I can tell you it's nearly impossible to read from where I'm sitting. It may be the case that this document exists in some other format elsewhere in the record. I don't know if we could take a minute to try to find it. I just don't want to be unfair to the witness.
Of course.
Okay, so do you want to take a short break, or?
Why don't we do that?
Okay, well, we can take our morning break, 15 minutes, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. Okay?
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
We're going to take our short break to just rotate this image.
Lol, bro. Rotation malfunctions.
I know. 15 minutes of rotation.
We kind of predicted that, like before the show. We were talking about like how they were just disorganized, and it would take 5 minutes for them to, pull up a link. Well, here it's going to take 15 minutes to rotate a picture. So here we are. This is your system at work, Canada.
It's a PDF, right? So, I mean, you need a PDF tool to rotate it correctly, but I mean, I got one of your PDF reader writer.
They do not have that tool. They don't have it yet. They're going to have to download it, I think.
Yeah, man. Yeah, let me see over here. You can probably hear my kid playing with the dog out there. We got Slurpee25 says, Lama, I'll rotate it for 50K. Yeah. Like me in the 90s, says Bozena, right? In the 90s, when it was hard to rotate a PDF. Bozena, man, what an angel. Truly. Truly an angel. We got Ricky Bobby, homie. PDF can't compute beyond skill and pay grade. Puff Puff passes. Babs is just tobacco. We got Sky Queen, poorly prepared presentation. Old Stock Canuck, how many government employees does it take to rotate a document?
Exactly. I mean... If nothing else comes out of this, no good, at least we're going to get some memes.
Right. I like when he was, first of all, I don't know where they dug this guy up, Franco, number one. I don't know where they dug this guy up. He's a senior counsel. I've never seen him before. And this is what's bugging me. I'm trying to look for all the names of the people, right, who are presenting, who are the actual counsel, and I can't see them very easily. They're not making it clear who is going to be presenting. The information does not, and I'm doing a lot of searches, going through their stuff, and maybe it's there, and I missed it completely, but I cannot find what they are doing, like the names of the people. It's not really organized.
A little obfuscation, I think they say.
Well, that's it, man. I mean, you go through here. I was looking through some of this stuff. Of course, we were covering that. Should we do that? Should we read a little bit over here? So, by the way, I did find Trish's text messages. So this is between her and that was Trish Ferguson. Okay, you know what? You want to be Trish? I'll be Kim. Pan?
Sure. Which color is Trish? Okay, so Trish is the gray there. Okay.
Right, exactly. So, hi, Trish. This is Kim Ayot. I'm, as you know, General Emergency Manager for the City of Ottawa. I've got the ear of Jim Watson. How you doing, babe?
Hello, Kim. Thank you. Please let me know if you need anything further in the way of information. I could use a drink after that. Upside down smiley face.
Welcome to my world, babe. Counselors are always challenging. I appreciated the update last night. Also, reach out if you're not getting the action needed from any of the city partners.
Thank you. As you can see, I need some action. I see you are on the 3 o'clock with Mary. You'll be sick of me by day's end. As for counselors, I need to work on my poker face.
Tell me about it, babe. Pam, no mind. Pam, no mind. You did very well. Very well.
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. From a cagey veteran like yourself.
Will you or your staff be attending the BIA meeting tomorrow morning with McFlurry? I'm thinking of respectfully declining. That guy is such a pussy.
I am sending a superintendent. I don't know. A subbed. I am glad to hear you, as my initial reaction was, are you kidding? Winky face.
That was my reaction as well. What a pussy! I'll let you know what I decide to do, but I'm likely just going to send one of my peons.
Like, thanks. And then she does the, that symbol that, some people say that's a far right symbol, that hand gesture.
That's right. All right, Jan 28th, so things are heating up. All that occurred on Jan 26th. Jan 28th, the weekend is here. Things are not looking good. Here we go.
Good morning, Kim. All good at your end of the street?
For your information, protesters are starting to camp out in the City Hall parking garage. P.S. I never heard of that. They're also sending out the word that this is the cheapest parking in downtown. We've been reading their Facebook. Security is very concerned and recommend that we close the parking this weekend to the public. They're working on the plan now, and I have approved the action. Sorry, wrong window, babe. That was meant for someone else. Not terrible that you got it, lol. I'm an important guy. I just want to see you, seeing me work hard. Yeah, all good so far. Thanks for checking in. Maybe we can get that drink later.
Like, I was thinking that was an awfully quick response as you were waiting for my text. Laughing emoji. Good to know. In any case, I would have approved that plan too. T.
Hold on, let me play the T. Let me play the T. Here it comes. Here we go.
Oh my god, dude. For those that don't know, that is not my laugh. That's a soundboy of our buddy Johnny Boy, who is a mod here in the chat. So if you see Johnny Boy in the chat, give him a big hail.
Great job at the media avail. Counselor McCrybaby Flurry reached out to my team as I would not take his call. Don't talk to that pussy. From my staff, Flurry says he met with BIAs, cried to the police this morning, and it did not go well. They did not instill confidence. They're asking for proactive presence in the Bauer Market in Rito, but the police ain't gonna hold his dick. Also, it's unclear to them how businesses would be kept up to date if things escalate. No point of contact for business leaders. Like if Rito Center needs to shut down, they're asking for road closures and they're being denied because we're just not going to support it. Just letting you know.
Like, thanks. I'm hearing some rumblings about that.
If you got some time and you want to talk to that pussy, 5 minutes with him, he may stop crying. He's doing my head in. I can give you his number. No pressure, babe, but I cannot talk to him myself.
Yes, thank you. Got it. And I'm gonna call McFlurry right now. I'm gonna call him. Ring, ring, ring. Oh yeah, I just talked to him. He got back to me, and no, he hasn't stopped crying yet.
Hey Trish, it's the 29th, Saturday morning. I'm just drinking my coffee. How you doing, babe? I know it's gonna be a busy day for all of us, and I don't want to send you any frivolous requests like talking to that pussy yet. But the mayor, you know him. Mayor Watson's upset. There's several cars parked at the cenotaph, and he's saying to me, he's telling me it's disrespectful, and he wants them removed now, babe. I'm now understanding that the NCRCC is coordinating removal. That's National Capital Region Catastrophic Response Team or something like that.
Good morning. Sorry, we were having our command briefing at 10, and this came up a number of times. We've towed 3 cars from Cenotaph so far this morning, and are now tweeting it out. We're tweeting it. I am asking for military police if they can have someone there to prevent it. Please bring the military.
Just checking in, babe. How you doing? Let me know if you need anything, including a back rub.
Thanks, Kim. Do you have any resources around Rideau Center? perchance?
What do you need, babe? Was that a pocket doll, or do you just want to chat?
Oh.
All right, Sunday, January 30th. The first Sunday. Good morning, Trish. I think your service is doing a great job. Is there a plan for trucks on the QED, or are you just leaving it as is for now? What are you guys even doing?
Like, hiya, Kim. Thank you and good morning. I'm guessing you are like getting grief from Councilor McKinney. They, them. I believe our plan is to leave them for now and assess during the day. INSP Ambaculo is liaising with her.
Oh, yeah. Mabaklo from Africa. Thanks for the info, Trish. It's great. We got an African liaising. Appreciate that, brother. I'll let your team deal with her. I am not talking to that crazy bee either, McKinney.
Hiya, Kim. Like, just checking in. How's your world?
I'm good, babe. I'm being truthful with counselors. Bunch of pussies, crybabies, and lunatics, even if they don't want to hear about it. Emergency lanes have been kept open the entire way through. Keep crying about them. But like I testified, they've been kept open the entire time. Thanks for checking in, by the way. How you doing?
Like, a good plan. I told McFlurry, who is still crying, the same. We're just struggling to keep a lid on it. We're like better today than yesterday, for sure, though. Much better posture for us today. Like some tired cops, though.
I can imagine. I didn't have time to take a dump this morning. Neither have most of the forces. Most of the force here is totally constipated. Did Peter slowly tell you or invite you to the 11 a.m. tomorrow?
Just checked, and it's like already in my calendar.
Perfect. I think it's just a check-in to see where we're at.
Good move. Like, tomorrow will be interesting if we have a big group refusing to leave.
I agree. I see that some are leaving already, but that doesn't mean a bunch won't decide to stay.
Yep, like the hardcore racists will be there. They're gonna be checked into the hotels. They had 475 bigoted hotel rooms booked for tonight throughout the city. Not all demo, but most.
Thanks. Let me know when you can chat. Not urgent. I'm just horny. Right.
Oh. Just casual chatting. I like the part where he like didn't mean to send her the message. He's like, oh, yeah. Probably really shouldn't have given you that information, but you know.
All right, here we
It's
go.
amazing.
Hey Trish, it's the 4th. Any progress at Confederation Park? I'm still not seeing any police presence, but protester activity has certainly increased.
Well, 55. They were going in. Can you like see them there now?
Thanks. Another great job cleaning out that vermin.
Oh, thank goodness we got rid of the bigots.
Hey, babe, it's the 9th of February. I'm in one of these crazy city council meetings again. These lunatics are doing my head in, and they are killing me. They want an update on the protest. Is anyone available?
Oh, sorry, Kim. Like, just seeing this now?
No worries, no worries. We're in touch with the chief.
Like, phew!
Order à l'autre.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. So during the break, we managed to resolve the technical issue. The document that I read out the document number of previously was an OPP document, but there is a duplicate provided by the OPS, and the document number is OPS 408518. And so we're now showing the OPS version of the same document, and this one is easier to read. So if I could take you, Deputy Chief, to the mission statement. This is the strategic concept of operation that you've developed. And the mission statement says, the Ottawa Police Service, in a collaborative approach with other police agencies, federal, provincial, and city partners, community organizations, and the event organizers will provide a safe and secure environment in the city of Ottawa during the Freedom Convoy 2022 event. The primary goal is to end the protests peacefully. This may be achieved through proactive engagements by all officers, including police liaison teams, facilitating communication, de-escalation, and negotiation as means to achieve a peaceful resolution. So there is an inclusion of the engagement process and specifically the police liaison team here. With that in mind, I want to take you to now. So before the break, we were talking about this meeting, initial meeting with the integrated planning group at 5:35 p.m., right, on February 8th.
Yes.
And was it at that meeting that you presented this strategic concept of operations?
I'm not sure if it was this document per se, but I believe we had the same points established.
Now, about 2 hours after this meeting, at 7:30 p.m. the same day, there was a command team meeting. I want to take you to the minutes of that meeting. This is OPS 30-14454 at page 124. So you see a reference of something the former chief said. He said, people came to assess my readiness and if we are ready to receive their resources. If we go down further, the chief said, enforcement is where we need to be. We need to show teeth, and that the officers, it seems to be an incomplete sentence in the notes. But do you recall this command team briefing?
Can you refresh my memory as the time of this? Was
7:30 p.m.
Yes, then I do remember that.
Can you tell us the nature of what was discussed at this meeting?
So the chief wanted it was a meeting after the meeting to determine what my perception of what was taking place here. And as I was the only one who actually was physically at the location with the other partners, everyone else called in on the phone. I believe I had a scribe with me who took notes for me. So the chief was late to join the call for a very good reason, but was unable to hear the initial part of it. And I think he was disappointed that we weren't able to be on Teams. It was an RCMP facility. So there were a few things about it. I think he was frustrated about it, and he wanted to know what my perception of, their position and more of sort of a strategic, what do you think they're looking for from us in order to give us resources.
What did you tell him?
My sense is that they were here to help, and I shared that with him. I knew some of the Carson party, for one, was somebody who I'd worked on a committee with before. I knew him to be a very genuine, good man, and I felt that they were here in response to the fact that we needed some help, and that's what they were doing without reservation.
Mm-hmm. And how would you describe the former chief's perspective on this?
He seemed to be suspicious of why they were here. Why couldn't they just give us the resources that we were asking for? I think he was feeling tested, and we all were being tested, I think, to a certain degree. Where is our plan? What is our goal? What's the impact we're trying to achieve? So they were asking some pointed questions.
Mm-hmm. Now, if we go to the next day, February 9th, early that morning at around 7:10 a.m., there was another briefing involving the chief, you, and I believe perhaps Deputy Chief Bell as well. And I want to show you the document OPS 3014479. So this is perhaps your notes.
Okay.
I know it's page 66 of the electronic record. So do you see at around 7:10 a.m., there was a reference to the chief briefing the team.
Yes.
And at the top, Mission Hydra. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
Tell us what that means.
I wasn't familiar with what Hydra was. I guess it's a mythological Greek figure. But he spoke about it, this thing having many heads. And so, we needed to, as I wrote here, cut off and cauterize the heads. So as we were able to take control of a situation, then we held that position. I think that's what he was referring to as cauterizing. It was a term that I've not used in event planning before.
So just to help us understand, what did you understand the many heads to be an analogy of?
So I think this was his 7 points strategy. And I think each of them was one of the means that we would be able to use to bring this to an end.
I see. Carry on.
Okay. So he had called us all in there, I think in response to the meeting of the night before and my assessment of things that I don't know that he necessarily agreed with, or I might not have instilled the confidence that he was hoping to hear. So he set out to all of us to meet and then to actually put this plan into some form of a visual documentation, which you saw. That was one of our very adept planners, who was our project manager, who was able to come up with that visual that you saw that we shared with them, with each of the different points and how we were going to go about affecting those actions.
Now, you made a note about, like in the middle of the page, very aggressive posture, language throughout the whole briefing and mission statement. What's the next sentence?
Asked if anyone needed clarifications.
So what do you mean by very aggressive posture?
So he was very much at this point in time, I would say, frustrated by where we were at so many days into it. And I think he was, I would say, having challenges not allowing that to show. And so he had us all in a room, made sure that everybody came in at 7 o'clock and that we were all going to be part of this meeting and all hands on deck. We were going to get this written up, and here's what it's going to look like.
Now, the plan that this Mission Hydra, the plan that the former chief wanted to carry out, we have a document that I believe is the one he referred to, and I want to show it to you to confirm it. Okay. Can we call up OPP 301889, please? It's a plan that's also been referred to by various witnesses as 3.0. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
What does that refer to, 3.0?
Generally what happens is plans develop and you have versions of them, and for everybody's sake of ease, when you are sending a plan around for people to see, you put the most recent version of it. So I think that's what the 3.0, and I think we dropped the Hydra. I don't think that was necessarily a plan name we wanted to go with. So I think this is what replaced that.
Okay, so are you able to confirm then that this is the plan that the former chief wanted, that the one that he spoke to you about on that morning at 7:10?
I believe so. If we could just scroll up beyond maybe the first page or two. Yes, that looks to be correct.
Okay. Now, if we can go to page 6, I believe that's where the mission statement is. This is a shorter mission statement compared to the strategic concepts of operations, a document that you had provided the day before. And This one simply says to end the unlawful elements of the Ottawa truck demonstration and restore safe and open neighborhoods and businesses. There's no reference to the engagement process or to PLT. Tell us about any discussions you may have had with the chief on that point.
So coming from the world that I had before my experience as an incident commander, when we are engaging in any event, we will give our, if you say, commander's intent or mission of what we are trying to achieve. And it always begins with, my training has indicated, it always begins with to safely negotiate the unlawful elements of the, and carry on. And you start with that really focus on negotiation as a starting point. I think my recollection of that meeting was he and I had some arguments, I will say. We had a discussion, we had a disagreement on that, and ultimately he said it was understood that we were going to be negotiating, and he did not want it to be in the mission statement. So this mission statement is what was put in the end.
Right. So I want to go back now to the to your notes. OPS 3014479 at page 66, because there's some subsequent notes that I want to ask you to clarify. So do you see at 7:20, Chief laid out his plan, omitted negotiations, and when I brought it up, he reacted angrily, saying, we're not negotiating. It's better that you read it.
Sure, then said it's implicit. I advised our CIC mission statements always have explicitly stated in the mission statement. If it doesn't reduce the size of the footprint, that is not a good negotiation.
So that was the exchange?
Yes.
And that was at 7:10 a.m. And then later that morning at 9:15 a.m., there was another meeting with the chief had with you and Deputy Chief Bell. This is at the next page, page 67. Okay, that's okay. Sorry, go up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, go down a little bit. Do you see the part where the chief said, anyone, I'll let you read it?
Sure. Anyone who undermines the operational plan, he will crush them. And I wrote in brackets that he said it twice, and I noticed that his chin was twitching. I was kind of aghast at the comment, and that anyone who executes the plan will be supported. Takeaway was, don't bother arguing with anything that Patterson offers. Chief and he are in communication, and whoever gets in their way will be crushed.
What did you understand the chief to convey by those comments?
That this was the plan we were going ahead with, and that he didn't want to hear any further dissenting positions on it. This was where we were going.
Now, if we go down further, okay. Could you read to us? Talked about the plan.
Talked about the plan for briefing the embedded cell, I think that was of planners and commanders, and he spoke of a type of conspiracy that is happening at provincial and federal levels, that this team is being handled by their political masters, and promoted the idea that they're not really here to help.
So before you carry on, the cell or the team, is that the integrated planning group that just came to Ottawa?
Yes, it is.
The one that you met with the day before?
Yes, and that we were planning to meet with that same day around noon with this plan.
Okay. So do you remember this conversation?
Very well.
What did you understand him to mean by political masters and so on?
I believe he thought that this was all very politically influenced. And I will, say at the outset, I was 5 or 6 weeks into being an acting deputy chief at this point in time, and did not have the same view, but I have not lived the same number of years that Chief Slowly had in that realm. And so I felt they were simply cops coming to help cops, and he had a different view from, I guess, his experience and the conversations that he was having at that point in time.
Right. Now, so these are your notes, right?
Yes.
But this meeting is also being recorded as a form of minutes by other people.
Yes.
So I want to take you to another record. This will be OPS 30-14454. And I want to take you to page 130, please. If we go down a bit. Keep going. Okay, so there's a reference, Tom C., OPP. Is that the Commissioner Carrick of the OPP?
Yes, I believe that's who he
Is assessing if we are worthy of getting the additional asked resources. And there's a note that Trish is you, right?
That's right.
That you said, I want us to limit politics. And the chief said, last week, we didn't have an incident command. Everyone was running around with confusion. Now we know our roles as of noon. Does that, none of us did our jobs last week in what our teams needed. We need to stay focused and stick to the plan. And then we have the minutes recording you saying they're here to help. Not sure why we're
That's forcing them
to arrive here. And the chief said last night was amateur hour. Do you recall this?
I do.
Can you give us the context and what you remember was exchanged?
Yeah. So that morning, the chief had said, when we were sitting in that briefing room, that they will be coming down to 474 Elgin, and we will be presenting our plan there. There was probably 5 or 6 of them, and we had a full team ourselves. And I suggested that perhaps a better option was to go out to where they were set up. They'd come in from out of town. Some of them didn't know Ottawa, but they were already out at the one of the RCMP stations, and that we could go out there, present. There was plenty of room. I had just been there the night before. It was set up. And the chief said something to the effect of, this is a strategy. This is I don't expect you to understand, but this is our house, and we're going to do this in our house. So I felt that was a bit of a power move that I didn't think was necessary in the circumstances, because I really did feel that they were here to help. And why are we inconveniencing them? The chief referred to it as, he shouldn't have to drive out to the boonies to go and, I think he called it Farhaven, to go for this meeting. So that was what that conversation was. And then when he talks about last night being amateur hour, that's what I was alluding to in that we couldn't get the computer set up, we couldn't get Teams going. It was, different agencies, different key fobs and that type of thing. So that's where his frustration was on that.
Right. So you mentioned that you were going to meet with the group again that day. And I believe that meeting took place at 12:10 p.m. Am I right?
Yes, that sounds right. So
if I could take you back to your notes now, OPS 30-14454 at page 136. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not your notes. It's the same document. I apologize. So we just go down a few pages to page 138. If we go down further. Okay, I want to ask you about this. So we're now at the meeting with the Integrated Planning Group, and the chief asked this question. We can add the information that was provided by the RCMP, but we haven't agreed not to proceed with our plan for tonight.
Yes.
Do you remember this?
Yes.
What was that about?
That was the plan for an actions on at Rideau and Sussex. That Superintendent Patterson had proposed and was working towards executing.
Okay. Tell us about Rideau Sussex. The Commission has heard some evidence about why that intersection might be problematic.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we just establish the date of this meeting, please?
It is February the 9th.
Yes.
At around 12:10 p.m.
So Rideau and Sussex, from the start of the arrival of the convoy, was a contentious and volatile, I would describe it, intersection. The people who were there, the protesters or the people who were there were, they seemed to be operating mostly on their own. They were known to us as the Farfadas. I believe they were a group that was originally mostly from Quebec, from the Quebec area. I'm not sure exactly where. And they were, I would say, the ones that they were antagonistic over the course of the convoy. You know, when people were trying to leave, they were the ones, I would say, intimidating people, saying, hold the line, you're not going anywhere, those types of things. And because of the location where they were, that was a major intersection that we were trying to gain back. And their presence there certainly contributed to the Rideau Centre being closed, which was obviously one of our major businesses in the city and was suffering as a result. And we were trying to open that intersection up to be able to get, you know, there's obviously access to Quebec that comes with that and the Byward Market.
And what was the plan that was discussed at that meeting?
So they were planning on, and it wasn't so much, actually I think it was discussed at this meeting, Superintendent Patterson presented his plan after I gave a presentation on our concept of operations. And he described how he planned on taking that intersection. And it was involving public order units. A number of troops, or a number of sections as they're called, were going to be employed in taking the area, making arrests, and then holding that area consequently.
Now, we're going to hear from Superintendent Abrams later today, as I said, and we expect him to, he may say that he was quite critical of this OPS plan. He thought it unsafe. And he thought also in that discussion that Superintendent Patterson might have misrepresented the PLT involvement. What is your perspective on that?
I would agree with that. I believe he told the team, or the people at that meeting, that they were engaged when Superintendent Abrams specifically asked him, are they aware, have they been engaged to this point, and have they exhausted all other measures? And I believe Superintendent Patterson's response was yes, they had.
Right. So that meeting between the OPS command team and the Integrated Planning Group took place at around noon. And then at 1:40 p.m., the OPS command team had a debriefing. You remember that?
Vaguely.
So if we go down to the next page, 139. So do you see OPS debrief from meeting with the OPP RCMP meeting? And it recorded the chief as saying, as far as I consider, keep going. Nothing has changed until I hear something different coming from the RCMP and OPP. So I just want to be clear here because at that meeting, right, at the meeting with the Integrated Planning Group, there were at least two things being discussed. One was the degree of integration. There was the OPS Plan 3.0, and I understand that the RCMP and Chief Party, they were also starting to prepare a kind of plan to support what the OPS had.
Yes, they were.
Right, so there were those two plans, and then there was the Rideau-Sussex discussion at the same time. So just to be clear, when the chief said here, as far as I consider keep going, do you recall the context? Was he referring to the integration issue, or was he referring to the Rideau-Sussex issue?
I'm actually not sure that I was at this meeting. These are, I believe, our legal services notes. So I don't know that I was there and heard that.
Okay.
So it may not be fair for me to comment on what it is that he was saying. If on the face of it, it looks to me like he's talking about that action that we were planning.
Okay. All right. Now, moving on to the next day, February 10th at 11 a.m. Now I can take you back to your notes, and that is OPS 3014479. If we go to page 75, please. So do you see the first bullet? Patterson said the OPP want to make sure this stays in Ottawa and had no interest in resolving this. They only want to negotiate and not do any actions on. And then the next line says, I disagreed.
Yes.
Tell us about that exchange.
So this was in relation to the actions on at Rideau and Sussex. And this was our daily briefing, so there was a number of people on that call. And this was, Superintendent Patterson had not got the plan approved, and it had not been carried out in the overnight hours as they were hoping. And so he was updating the team as to what happened and his perception of what the OPP's, I guess, ultimate goals were. And at the same time, there were things happening across the province.
Now, when we spoke about this day during our interview back in the summer, you said February 10th was probably the worst day in your professional career.
That's correct.
Why was that?
So this meeting, this was, as you were showing here, this is a series of discussions that I'm having with both the event commander who's reporting to me and former Chief Slowly about the approach that I felt we needed to be taking. And as the major event commander, I was trying to drive in that direction. And was continually getting pushback. Some of it very public and some of it, behind closed doors. And this was a meeting when we got to this point, Superintendent Patterson was also very frustrated, and he was, presenting his point to the group. And so there was a comment made during this meeting where he, in my estimation, maligned one of our most seasoned critical incident commanders on the decision that he made not to approve this plan. And he chalked it up to him not being involved and not knowing enough, and that's why he didn't approve it. And so at the end of the call, once we did all the checks that we did on these briefings, go through communications, through, what's the update, how many people on the Hill, those types of things. Once that was completed, I had asked for a number of people to stay on the call. So, our corporate communication folks would have dropped off and some of the other players. But the chief was on, Superintendent Patterson was on. I don't know all of the people who remained on the call, but our legal, Christiane was on that call as well. And I started by saying I want to clarify the role of the incident commander in this case. It was Superintendent Burnett, who had not approved the plan that Patterson put forward for actions at Rideau and Sussex. And he had his reasons for it, and a lot of them related to safety of our members. And it was involving POU teams from other police services who had also expressed their concern about the safety of this action to Superintendent Burnett. And so I wanted to clarify that and to say that I didn't believe that these types of actions were going to, that they were a good move at this point in time. If we had said we were going to negotiate, which is what we agreed to with the OPP just yesterday when we presented, or was yesterday when we presented that plan, then that's what we had to commit to. And I didn't feel we were doing that, and I felt we were doing a disservice to everybody involved, and not to mention, putting pressure on and putting our members at risk. They had been swarmed by protesters at this location before. We knew they had that potential, and so this, of all of them, was probably the most dangerous of all the intersections that we would take on. So I expressed that, and then you probably see conversation back and forth between myself and Superintendent Patterson, and the chief weighed in. And then at one point in the meeting, Superintendent Patterson asked here, and you see in my notes, if Christiane Huneau, who is our legal, our lawyer, was on the call, and she said, I'm here, and he said, I want this for the notes. And then he made, I would say, an attack on my integrity on behavior that he felt that I was engaging in that was unethical. And at that point in time, I, indicated that I didn't think that no one said anything. So I said, I don't, I think this is going to really be difficult for me to move forward in this position. I feel like I'm a fly in the ointment that's going on right now, and that I'm fighting on two fronts, and that I wasn't willing to do that anymore. So I said to the chief at that point, if you need to remove me in order to be able to go ahead and carry out your plans, you're going to have to do that, but I fundamentally disagree with the way we were going, and that I couldn't put our members at risk in that way. So that was pretty much the end of the conversation, and the meeting ended at that point.
And what decision did the former chief make after that?
He came to see me, and we discussed the situation. And in his defense, he didn't know me very well. He didn't know my history. He's come to the organization as an outsider. But I assured him that the behavior I was being accused of was not, in fact, what was happening. And it involved, myself and my husband colluding. My husband at the point was working with the PLT team, and that I was getting, information that I shouldn't have been having at that point was really the accusation. And so I suggested to the chief that if he really believes in the direction that he is suggesting, then I'm not the person to be the commander of this event. And so he said he would think about it. And at the end of our conversation, he ultimately said, I will keep you as the event commander, but you must promise me that you are going to take some days off, that you need a couple of days rest.
Not event commander, strategic commander.
Strategic commander, yes. And at that point in time, I had been working a number of days in a row. It felt a little bit like I had gotten emotional, and he walked into my office right at the tail end of that meeting, and I was frustrated and I was angry. So it felt a little bit like he was saying, you need to go home and get some rest. He was probably right, but I was a little bit frustrated by that, and I'm frustrated in hearing that it sounds like I was sent home because I was on the wrong side of things. As Chair Deans said yesterday, that was not the case. I think it was out of concern for, for where I was at. Certainly I was angry, frustrated, and upset. And he said, Deputy Bell will take over for a couple of days, go home, get some rest, because I need you healthy for the long run.
Right. So you did take some rest?
I did.
On the 11th and the 12th?
That's right.
and then you came back on the 13th.
Yes.
Now, when the chief made the decision to remove Superintendent Patterson, who stepped in?
So at that point in time, it was Superintendent Bernier who was requested to come in.
Were you involved in that decision?
I was. The chief and I discussed it as to what options we had, and Superintendent Bernier was ultimately the decision at that stage.
Why was he selected?
He has lots of experience in the public order world, but also in planning and in specialized events, that type of thing. He has been, incident commander, event commander, and has worked in that world quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Now, before we get to your return on the 13th, I want to show you another document. It is one that I've shown you before during our interview. If I could call up the document number OPP 404283. If we can just look at the whole first page, can we do that? So this appears to be a draft document prepared by the Integrated Planning Group. And these are the services involved, right? The RCMP, OPP, TPS is Toronto Police, YRP, York Regional Police, and what's PRP?
Peel Regional Police.
All right. So this document is a draft dated February the 10th. Can we go back to the title, please? SMEAC proposal. What is that?
SMEAC is a term that's used in both military and policing, and it's basically situation, mission, execution, and the C can stand for command or communication. But
now, if we go to section 3.1 of this draft proposal, it appears that the group was trying to get a sense of where things were at as of that time on February the 10th. It seems to be an assessment of the current situation that the OPS had to confront with. And these are, well, we see the list. Can we go down the list? I don't mean scrolling down, but I mean, Deputy Chief, can you tell us, look at each bullet and tell us your perspective on whether this list accurately reflected the state that the OPS found itself in as of the 10th of February?
So not intelligence-led. I think that's fairly accurate. We were not really relying on the intelligence to formulate the actions and the things that we were doing.
Does that include the pre-planning phase, or are you referring strictly to the February 10th?
I'm thinking just of the state that we were in the 9th, 10th, when I'm assuming this was drafted up.
Okay, yeah.
Participants have the initiative. This was, in fact, something that was becoming, we were becoming aware of this. There were retired police and military members in the protest, and they knew a number of our, police tactics, and they had a chief of security, and they were really, keeping themselves in those types of, I guess, command. So I think that is true. Reactive, tactical, aggressive, and taking risks. I would agree with that. Some of the actions that they were seeing us doing, whether that was the interdiction of fuel, those types of things that the chief was hoping for us to make some headway there.
Would that include the Rideau Sussex POU action?
Yes, it would. Poor communications, no communication strategy. I think that's fair. There were some good communications, and I shouldn't paint everybody with that brush, but certainly I know that our intelligence folks who were working with OPP members and that there was communication going on there, and some people were more effective at it than others, but I think it's a fair assessment step. Unclear and vague command and control. I think we had a system in place, but we had players who were jumping up or jumping down our incident command structure. Unqualified trained leadership. We had lost a lot of our subject matter experts in the 4 or 5 years leading up to this. We used to be really, really strong, and our response to, when I think of what happened here in 2014, the shooting on Parliament Hill, we were subject matter experts, and we had leaders in that area, and a lot of that had gone with retirement. And because we hadn't had any big events, with COVID, with no presidential visits, none of those things, we hadn't flexed those muscles. And so this was obviously unprecedented in terms of its size and the type of thing we were dealing with. So I don't know whether unqualified is fair. I would think there's some people in that chain who would say that they very much are qualified, but I think from an OPP or somebody looking in maybe would see that. No or poor partner collaboration. I would agree.
What does that refer to?
Well, I believe at the strategic level, the relationship was strained, and whether that was chief to chief or chief with some of the city partners, some of the political people who needed to be involved. We did have, I would say, good collaboration. Kim Ayotte and I spoke fairly regularly in terms of, what are your people seeing, and what are you experiencing? How can we support? How can we help? Those types of conversations were going on fairly regularly. But at certain levels, we were not seeing that same level of collaboration. Focused on local issue only, I believe that that statement that Superintendent Patterson made was right. And I also recall former Chief Slowly saying, I don't care about what's going on elsewhere. Ottawa is where I need to, have my focus. And, from his perspective, I could understand that. But we did know that when we took actions here, it had ripple effects across the country. These were very connected, reactive people. Only maintenance and not resolution. And I believe that OPS focus, that was our focus, and a lot of that had to do with simply the realities of our staffing situation. The boots on the ground are officers who were at posts and who were taking on those roles, and I think fairly accurate to say low morale. They were frustrated. Some of them were left out for hours in the cold without the ability for them to be freed up or provided meals. Lack of leadership, confidence in command, no clear direction. I think we did hear some of that, especially from the PLT folks. Physical and, I'm assuming that's mentally exhausted, poor decision making. I'm not sure what the longer is referring to, but I think obviously we were not our best selves at that moment, and maybe weren't making the best decisions. And the information sharing is incomplete and unknown command structure, and the operational plan not being signed off.
Okay, let's take that a bit further. Information sharing, incomplete, and unknown command structure. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, we use different command structures than the OPP and the RCMP. And so I think they were looking to see us following true models. They vary slightly, but I do think at points we were not following the command structure. And I believe that, as I alluded to before, we had people who were jumping chains and maybe getting down into areas they didn't need to be to try and speed things up, I think is probably the...
And in terms of information sharing, did you see that as an issue between OPS and external agencies, or was that an issue within the OPS itself?
I don't think I experienced that myself, that there was a lack of information sharing internally, but I'm assuming if they are... No, I can't make that assumption. I don't know what they're referring to specifically.
Do you recall when we interviewed you back in the summer, you described some challenges to us in terms of this sharing of intelligence within the OPS?
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
So our intelligence unit gets all sorts of information, obviously, and they go through it, and there is an analysis piece that takes place with the information, the intelligence that they get, and they will determine often who that relates to. And sometimes it's one of those things that is a nice to know, and we will hang on to that and do up a report, and sometimes it's something that needs to be actioned by somebody. And I think we were still relying, at this point in time, we have since evolved, but we were relying on them being the keepers of that information and it being shared on a need-to-know basis. And, you know, up until this point, the major things that they were looking into were organized crime and were, you know, national security threats. Not so, I mean, that was obviously the purview of the RCMP, but those types of things. And so they would share information like, you know, the latest ITAC threat and some of those pieces of information as needed. But it was really a hierarchy, and if you were not in that level, then you didn't necessarily receive that information.
Do you think those barriers that existed back in around January, February, impeded the degree of integration of the planning and the intelligence in preparing OPS for the arrival of the convoy?
I think it's fair to say it may have had an impact on it. I think what we were missing was that bridge between intelligence and special events to operationalize the information that they had, and we were lacking there.
Mm-hmm. Now, and the point about lack of leadership, looking back, what do you think you could have done differently to provide more leadership?
It's a good question. I think to convey to the people who reported to me that we are moving forward in this direction, to express my trust in them, maybe a little bit more vocally, to let them know that, you know, they were the subject matter experts. They had all the, you know, the information that they needed, and we needed to come up with a plan. I think, again, a lot of the issues were staffing, and so tried to rotate people to provide them with a rest, to provide them with the, you know, the ability to breathe and focus on what they needed to. And maybe I needed to be more task driven in terms of, you know, we need this plan and I need it by so and such a time, those types of things. Yeah.
Now, I've asked you about your leadership, but what about when you look around, do you see other leadership issues around those around you?
Yeah, I think policing in general attracts a certain type of person to it, and I think there's a lot of very strong characters. And one of the things that I felt we maybe could have done better was listening to each other and communicating better and being a little more cohesive as a command team. And I think in moments of stress and crisis, people are not their best selves and maybe rely on behaviors that are not helpful in the moment, and, you know, just show kind of the cracks that are coming through. And it was an incredibly long, exhausting period of time for the Ottawa Police, and I think many of our members are bruised as a result, if I can say that, and are still, you know, in that stage. So it had a big toll, and obviously what took place, you know, in the top job and with the council, city council, showed just how difficult it was for everyone, not just OPS, but for, you know, the community as well.
Right. Now, we spoke a bit about Superintendent Bernier, who assumed the role of event commander as of the 10th. Yes. So he would have been reporting to you when you returned on the 13th, right?
That's right, yes.
How did you find him as a leader, as the operation commander?
Superintendent Bernier is very intense, as you will likely get to know him. And he got right in, dug in, and started to work on developing his plans. One of the parts of the conversation I do recall was he said, I will accept this role, because he needed some time to think about it. I think he understood this was a very big job. And he said, with the understanding that I have a liaison between myself and strategic command. And so he identified somebody who, you know, he trusted, who would be able to feed information to us in the strategic sort of command level. And he wanted to be unfettered. He wanted to be able to execute the command or execute the plan as he saw fit, and that it was in his hands. It was very much I got this.
Speaking of unfettered, does that go back to what you said earlier about the importance of having autonomy for an operational commander?
Absolutely.
And who became that liaison person?
Superintendent Rob Drummond.
Okay. And you said Superintendent Bernier insisted on the autonomy as well as the liaison. Why was the liaison so important?
I think you'll have to ask him that, but my sense is that he didn't want to be sucked into lots of meetings. He wanted to be able to work on the plan. And traditionally, up until this point, we had had a lot of meetings where the event commander is actually being taken away from the tasks of doing the job to talking about plans and this type of thing. And I think that he felt that was not a good use of his time. And I think he just wanted that flow of information to go through one person.
Well, Superintendent Bernier will testify next week, and I expect he will tell us that one of the early decisions he made was to appoint OPP Superintendent Springer as his deputy.
Yes.
Did you know about that?
I did. In my first conversation with Superintendent Bernier, I said, what do you need? What do you think you need to accomplish this? And he said, I'm going to need sort of a backup, I guess, if you will. And I said, who do you want? Build your team, tell me who you want, and I will do what I can to make sure that those resources are afforded to you. So he identified Dave Springer, who I knew as well, and said, can you see if he will do it? And speaking with, at the time, Inspector Springer, he agreed. I had a phone conversation with him. He just said, can you please, give my boss a call to make sure that they're okay with it, which I did. And he joined the team at that point in time.
Right. Tell us about the degree of integration in the days after your return. So you took 2 days off,
yes,
and you came back on the 13th. What did you find when you come back?
So by that point in time, people had their sleeves rolled up. They were all working at one location, all at, sort of that level of the Superintendent Bernier, Chief Superintendent Carson Party, Chief Superintendent Phil Liu was also on the team. There was a room full of planners who they had brought in. There were experts in our traffic, in public order. Everybody was working at the same location. And I believe at that point in time, I might be wrong on the date exactly, but Superintendent Bernier was beginning to set up what he called his integrated table. And so each of the units that were needed to be involved, that were in an incident command structure, had a spot at the table, and that could have been an OPP officer, it could have been an RCMP officer, it could have been Ottawa Police.
Right. So I understand from interviewing Superintendent Bernier that a plan that he worked on with the integrated planning group was signed off as between him and the other members of the group. But it appears there might be some confusion around that time just as to what extent additional review or approval may or may not have been required from strategic level commanders, including yourself or the former chief. So I want to take you to an email change and see if you can help us clarify some of those confusion. Could we call up document OPP 401547, please? So if we go down to the very bottom, to the beginning of the email chain, So, Deputy Chief, you see that this email began with the former chief sending you an email. Is a request. He said, "Please send me the latest version of the operations plan that I approved on Wednesday, February the 9th." Now, which operations plan did you understand him to be referring to?
I believe this was the 3.0.
The 3.0. And then he also asked, also, please advise if the plan has received all official approvals, signatures, etc., as there seems to be some concerns about this from the RCMP. Tell us about this.
So I'm not sure if this was at the chief's level, whether it was Commissioner Lucky or where the concerns were coming from within the RCMP. But we did have Chief Superintendent or Superintendent Phil Liu from the RCMP involved in our plan at that point in time. I do know that in Ottawa, there's the national policing side, and then there is the operational policing side for the RCMP, and so I don't know if there was a disconnect there in terms of that communication. But Superintendent Liu had been working on the plan. The plan was moving forward and had been built out from what we had supplied of the 3.0. That's what they had been working on from that date forward, from the 9th of February to the 13th on these plans. And Superintendent Bernier was receiving these plans, reviewing them, and then approving them.
So in this one email, he seems to be referring to two different plans.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we go further up, we see your reply at 5:58. Now, by the way, in between the request and your reply, did you speak to anyone that you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. So let's take a look at your reply. Good evening, Chief. In checking with Rob Bernier, he finally had a chance to review the plan from the integrated planning team and has sent it back with his comments. He would prefer that it be completed and signed off, and will then share the plan as he is the final approver of it. As for 3.0, Ottawa Truck Demo 22, February 9th, 22, it looks like you attach that 3.0 plan. So were you responding to both requests and trying to, I'll let you tell us what you were trying to do.
It would appear I'm talking about two different plans. And I don't believe I had seen the integrated plan, not before Superintendent Bernier had signed off on that. So I think what I'm saying is he's had a chance to review the plans. It's a large document, lots of pages involved in details, and Superintendent Bernier wanted to go over all of them. And he's obviously done a first review and sent it back with his comments to the people who were developing the plan. And he's saying he would prefer that he's had a chance to really make sure that it is tight and he's happy with it before sharing the plan. As he is the final approver, and I was making that point to say that it is up to him to approve the plan.
Up to?
Up to Superintendent Bernier to approve the plan.
Okay. You said in checking with Rob Bernier. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, so I suspect I had a conversation with him, probably over the phone, about where things were at and what was going on.
Okay. So if we go further up, this is the former chief replying to your response. He said, "Thank you for the clarification. I was not aware of this delay as I had approved the plan last Wednesday." Now, this is February 13th. And when he said, "I had approved the plan last Wednesday," would that have been the 9th?
Yes.
I appreciate and support the need for, I appreciate and support the need for Acting Superintendent Bernier to make adjustments to the plan that he inherited. What did you understand the chief to be saying here? Adjustments in the plan that he inherited.
That he was simply building out the 3.0 plan. I think that's what the chief was assuming.
So were you left with the impression that, like, what did you understand? Like, because we started with you explaining that there were two plans. What did you understand the chief to mean when he said this?
I think the chief was looking for what the plan was, and that it was based on that plan that we had presented to the integrated.
The 3.0.
Yes.
So he appeared to suggest that there were adjustments made to the 3.0.
Yes, when what I think Superintendent Bernier was doing was tasking the planners with, give me a full, robust plan, which we eventually see is the demobilization plan that we worked off of.
So while Superintendent Bernier was asking for action on the integrated planning group plan, he wanted to have it move ahead. The former chief was asking about the 3.0.
I believe that's what's going on here, yes.
And then he said, that said, please ensure that the plan is fully signed off as the earliest possible opportunity, as this is a priority need expressed by our integrated partners. The plan in this third paragraph or fourth paragraph, to ensure that it's fully signed off, what did you understand which plan he was referring to now? The 3.0 or the integrated group plan?
I believe it was the integrated work plan, the one that Superintendent Bernier was working on, and that, as I had alluded to, Superintendent Bernier wanted to, he'd made some comments, he'd sent it back, and when it came back to him in the way he wanted it, he would sign off on and approve that plan.
So help me understand here, were there simultaneous work being done on two plans as of the 13th?
I don't believe so. I think the chief was under the impression that 3.0 was being worked on, but it was not. It was concluded, and I believe that's what I sent him, was the final document with his signature on it that was from the Wednesday prior. And what I knew was that Superintendent Bernier was working very hard, tasking his people to come up with plans, traffic plan, public order plan, PLT plan, all of the plans that form his ultimate demobilization plan.
Now, when you were responding to the chief's request on this day, have you seen the integrated group plan yet?
No, I have not.
Right. So his last paragraph to you, as such, please communicate via email to the OPP and RCMP the reason for the delay in the approval ID, the current plan, along with the timeline that they will receive the approved plan. Copy Christiane and I on these emails. Christiane is the lawyer, right? The OPS.
That's right, yeah.
What did you understand his request to be? Was he asking that the integrated group plan be actioned on?
I think he wanted the final plan to be sent to the RCMP and the OPP and to make sure that he and Christiane were copied when that was done. And I'm not sure if that was because he wanted to, take a look at it as well and have Christiane look it over, because that had been his practice before. He had asked for legal services to look over plans to make sure that they were meeting, that they were legally sound, I think would have been his thought process on that. So I think he wanted me to make sure that our OPP and RCMP partners were provided the plan as soon as it was signed off on, and that he also wanted to have a look at it. But I don't know, he said once the plan has been approved. So I think he understood at this point in time he was not the approver of the plan.
Okay. And you speak about the lawyer reviewing documents as a practice, but we're talking about an operational plans here.
Correct.
So the practice includes having legal review of operational plans?
It did for former Chief Slowly. It doesn't in the ICS model. It's not part of the approval.
And in your experience at the executive level, was that the practice of other chiefs?
No.
What did you understand to be the significance or the reason that he wanted to have these kind of legal review?
I'm not quite sure. As I said, I think maybe because he wanted to make sure from her perspective it was legally sound, but these were operations. And so I think she would be the first one to tell you that she has no place in that.
And was it understood that the plan could or could not be actioned on before the review, legal review was completed?
That I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, can we go further up? Oops. Okay, so this is your response. The plan that was sent to you just now is one that both party and Lou worked on to include the additional and necessary parts to ensure it met everyone's needs. So you are now sending the former chief the new integrated groups plan, right?
Yes.
Both Carson and Phil were aware of the reason for the delay, as they had been in regular contact with Rob yesterday and into today. The plan now has the proper signatories on it and will be the one referenced moving forward. I thank everyone for the patience and so on. So was that the end of it for that day for you?
I believe so.
If we go up to the top, we see that the former chief forwarded it to the RCMP and OPP commissioner. Please be advised, our operational plan was updated per the integrated model with the input of your respective representatives and has now been fully approved. And we go further up, we have the Commissioner Karik thanking the OPS chief. What was your understanding as to the status of this plan, the integrated groups plan?
That at the operational level it had been signed off, and this was simply a notification to the strategic level that this was the plan we were going forward with.
All right. Now, were you aware of any subsequent delay after the, this is all on the 13th?
I think there might have been some further conversation about it, but I don't have any independent recollection of exactly what that was right now.
Okay. How am I doing with time? Okay. If I could now take you to the plan that was signed off on the 13th. I believe this is OPP 401851. If we go to page 22, please. Oh, maybe further down, I'm looking for the organization chart. Okay, now this is a document that you didn't see until later. Well, I guess on the 13th you had it, and you had an opportunity to review it. Tell us about this organization. Was this level of integration happened ever before in your experience?
Hard to say. I have not been part of one such as this before, so this was my first foray into this world. But it, I think, what you see are the dotted lines are, you know, the sort of even level of command and control, and then the straight lines are the who is reporting to who in that. So you see the event command, the strategic command, I report to OPS command team, which would have been superintendent, or rather former Chief Slowly. And then when we get down to the operational level, and I think it's making pains to show where one ends and the other begins, the clear lines in between strategic, operational, and tactical. And so then you see, you know, Superintendent Bernier as the event commander, with support from both the OPP and the RCMP, but ultimately that the Ottawa Police Event Commander is the lead on the command. So you see, he's got a straight line down to everybody else, and Inspector Springer has a dotted line.
Right, and we see in one of those blue boxes an executive liaison. Acting Superintendent Drummond, that's what you talked about, right?
That's correct.
And comparing we haven't seen, we're not going to have time to look at the contents of this plan, but you've had the benefit of understanding this plan, comparing this to what was the 3.0. Can you summarize for us the main differences between those plans and which one was superior?
It's the level of detail that's involved in this plan that makes it different. This is a true plan, and it encompasses all of the boxes that you see in there. It's got plans, sub-plans from each of those categories, and this is the superior plan.
I expect that we will hear more evidence from members of the integrated group who did not consider the 3.0 an adequate plan, the kind of plan that would enable the proper allocation and deployment of resources. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I would agree, and I can understand from their perspective. They were sending resources. They were providing us with bodies, and they wanted to know what's the impact that we're looking to achieve. What is our goal? And I don't think 3.0 maybe necessarily laid that out as clearly as they needed to be able to invest the resources that we were asking for.
And what was stopping the OPS from developing this kind of plan earlier? It's had more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, these plans take a long time to draft up, and what we benefited from was an influx of members from people who are true planners. That's their one and only job, to come in and assist us and do this on a 24/7 basis. Our planners had been trying to, they came up with a plan and then they had to go and execute it as well. So staffing, I think some leadership and some subject matter experts. Chief Superintendent Carson Party is a guru as it pertains to these things and has done numerous protracted events and plans and demonstrations. And so those key players to be able to have around the table and tap into lessons learned that they've already had before was key and crucial, and we did not have that capacity before this time.
So looking back, having regard to all of that the citizens of Ottawa had to go through during those 3.5 weeks, what could the OPS, in your view, have done differently or better to have shortened that period to resolve the incident or protest earlier?
I think we had a period after that first weekend where I say we were orienting ourselves. I think we were floundering a little bit in terms of our staffing, in terms of our ability to really take stock of what was going on and then move forward and come up with a plan to get out of it. And I think we lost some time there. We lost some time with some of the actions that were being taken that were setting us back. We didn't have a pathway, a clear pathway that we were working off of, and there was a number of different views, obviously, on what we should be doing. So I think that set us back.
And finally, there may be a debate as to whether the plan should drive the number or the number should drive the plan. Do you know what I'm asking?
Yes, I do, and I believe it's common that the plan drives the numbers.
Why do you say that?
Well, because you are identifying what the outcomes that you want to achieve, and then you work back from that. How do we then build a team that's going to assist us in achieving that? And I think when you start with just a number, then there's no strategy involved in that. And this does really need to be laid out in saying that we need, 10 public order sections to achieve this goal. So how many is that? That's 50. But it's more about what is the outcome that we're looking, what are our goals and objectives, and how do we staff to that?
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. The first up in cross-examination is the OPP.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll set my clock here and try my best to stay within my allotted time. All right, good afternoon, Superintendent. My name is Christopher Diana. I'm counsel for the OPP. There's a few areas that I want to ask about just to get some more clarity to your evidence. And I want to start with kind of what was known before the convoy arrived in Ottawa. And I want to start by the basic proposition that Ottawa is very experienced at dealing with protests and large events. This is something that OPS deals with. We've heard some evidence about the frequency, but this is not an uncommon event, right?
It's not uncommon for us to manage protests. This was an uncommon event.
Right, sure, sorry. And sometimes the events are large, sometimes they're small, sometimes they're predictable. For example, Canada Day and other large events often kind of follow a certain pattern where you kind of know what to expect and you can plan accordingly, correct?
I would agree.
But regardless of the nature of the event, whether it's large or small, the gathering of intelligence is really important to planning the proper police response, correct?
Yes.
And we heard from Superintendent Morris yesterday that intelligence has certain limits. Would you agree with that?
I would.
I believe he said that when it comes to numbers, for example, you never know exactly how many vehicles or how many people are going to show up until the day of the protest itself, correct?
That's true.
And that's just something that's inherent in intelligence. There are no guarantees.
That's true.
But that, of course, doesn't mean that you don't plan. You make do with the intelligence that you have available to you.
Yes.
And in good planning, the intelligence that you have should drive the way an event is planned, correct?
Yeah, I would say intelligence and information.
Yes, of course, there's a difference, and I don't want to get into that.
No, okay.
At this point, I don't have enough time. So when the Ottawa Police Service heard about the convoy leaving Western Canada, I expected the OPS would have immediately started planning for how to deal with it. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
And as a starting point, that requires collecting and reviewing information and intelligence to know how to respond.
Yes.
At that time, I believe you said you were not familiar with Project Hendon?
I was not, no.
Of course, in fairness, you were not in the Intelligence Bureau at the time, correct?
No.
I believe it was the Chief Bell who was a deputy, who was involved in intelligence at the time?
Yes, he was.
And he was head of the Bureau?
So he was the deputy in charge of it, but there was a superintendent who was in that position.
Right, and I don't know if you heard Superintendent Morris's evidence from yesterday, but he gave a number of names of various individuals within Ottawa Police Service who would have received copies of the Hendon reports, including, for example, Superintendent Patterson, Chief Slowly, and was it Inspector Bryden, and others, correct?
That sounds right.
Now, I believe you indicated that you didn't, even though you received a copy, I believe on the 27th or 20th of January, you didn't actually become aware of the Project Hendon until somewhere February 4th to 6th. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, to the best of my recollection.
And I take it that when Hendon crossed your desk in late January, since intelligence was not particularly your area, you probably felt that others would kind of deal with that?
Yeah, I think in my position as a strategic kind of advisor in this role, I was not reading those reports per se.
What I am interested in, though, of course, intelligence being as important as it is for planning, were there any meetings of senior command to discuss the state of intelligence before the Freedom Convoy hit Ottawa?
I believe it had been mentioned in some of our meetings in terms of what Deputy Bell was doing with his team. That they were chasing down as much of the information and intelligence as they could. But beyond, as a senior command, did we sit down and talk about it? I don't recall that.
Okay, so in those meetings then, it would be Deputy Bell that would have been responsible at the time for kind of bringing forward that information?
Yes.
And no one at the time said anything about the Hendon reports during those pre-arrival meetings?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you aware during this period of time that as early as January 20th, that OPP intelligence had indicated that there was no exit strategy for many of the protesters?
I am now. I was not then.
And would you consider that, as the strategic commander, would you have considered that important to know?
I believe it would have formed part of how we evaluated our plan, for sure.
And did you know about the OPP's intelligence on fundraising that was brought forward in the Hendon reports?
I knew about some fundraising, and I don't know where that was sourced from, but I do recall Inspector Lucas keeping me up to date, saying this money has grown exponentially in the day or two before they arrived.
Right, and of course that's important to know because it speaks to the potential support of the convoy, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that you can necessarily draw the conclusion that it means they're going to stay longer. I don't know what that money was laid out to do. It might have been to be funding other initiatives, so one could, make an assumption out of that, but it may not be accurate.
Right. Did you know that the OPP intelligence was reporting that many of the protesters will not leave until their demands are met?
I know that now, but I don't believe I knew that then.
And again, that would have been important for you to know as a strategic commander because it speaks to their intent.
Yep.
Did anyone at these meetings speak about heavy equipment being brought in?
This is difficult. I'm not sure when I was aware of that information. I do know at some point in time, there were reports on the convoys, and whether that was shared through PLT team or through reports, I don't know how I came to know that or when I came to know that.
And of course, that obviously would be important to know.
Yeah, I would say that you've.
Now, since then, have you had a chance to go back and look at any of the Hendon reports?
Yes.
And would you agree that those reports provided important intelligence?
They provided a lot of information. Some was consistent with what we saw. Some was not consistent with what we saw. There were some statements that, said they would do this and they absolutely didn't. So, yeah, to answer your question, we have had a number of events here since, and I have since moved over from community policing to what former Deputy Bell was working on. So I'm very much alive to Hendon reports, and anytime they show up in my inbox, I read them right away now.
And of course, no intelligence is generally 100%, but no. As a planning tool, would you agree that those reports would have been useful to have been known, at least of the basics of those reports, as part of your planning process?
Yes, I think there was also, though, what we've found is a lot of misinformation, disinformation, huge volumes of information, and I think Hendon has done a great job of sifting through that as much as possible, but there's still a variety of information that is presented on those, and some has come to fruition in past events and some has not.
Right, and that's kind of the challenge, right, of intelligence gathering, is to take the information, put it through the lens, and then come out with a product to assist in the planning process.
Yes.
And that was the very purpose of Hendon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask about the plan. There was a plan in place to deal with this event before the convoy arrived, correct?
Yes, there was.
And it was a plan that was predicated on a weekend-long event?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that was based more on previous experience than it was on actual intelligence?
I don't know if that's fair to say, because I don't know what our intelligence folks had in the way of information and how much of that fed into the plan. I think, traditionally, 25 years of planning here with fairly similar types of protests, experience was definitely something that our team was likely relying on.
But do you think that might have been part of the challenge here, is that Ottawa Police Service was so used to dealing with certain kinds of protest that perhaps but the template plan was dusted off, a few revisions were made and presented as being something that would be appropriate for this event?
I don't know that any service across the country would have anticipated what we saw arriving at our doorstep. So do we have plans, and do we use, some of the same ones and change dates and names and build upon them? Yes, we do. In this case, I don't know that that's exactly what happened.
No, but I guess the reason I'm asking is just because, asking whether there may have been complacency, and we're trying to understand what happened here and how to prevent these things. Are you concerned that maybe there was a failure to appreciate what may actually happen here, and there was just too much reliance on what was done in the past?
I think there was definitely a failure to appreciate.
If we can bring up OPP 3531, please. Actually, sorry, I think OPS 3531. Got one of the letters wrong. All right, so this is the operational plan, I believe, that you're aware of this document, correct?
Yes.
And would you have approved this document as a strategic commander?
No, I would have seen it, but not approved it.
Okay, can we turn to page 6, please? And scroll down where it says threat assessment. Do you see that where it says threat assessment? I take it that's an area that would typically provide relevant intelligence to help guide the response?
Yes.
And would you agree that there's no, I'll put to you that there's no reference, obviously, to the Hennon reports in that assessment? Would you agree with that?
Not from the portion you're showing me. I don't know if it goes on.
Okay, we can scroll down to the end of that section, please. And I guess the point I'm trying to make through this is that that section on threat assessment does not reference concepts that were in the Hennon report, such as the fact that there was no exit plan, there was nothing about fundraising, nothing about the intentions of the protesters to stay until their goals had been met, nothing about heavy machinery. All of that was in the Hennon report. And I guess the point that I would put to you is that that was all important information that should have been in the threat assessment. Would you agree?
I would. I do note here that they say that they, investigate existing intelligence pieces and to liaise with its federal and provincial partners for any indicators of possible disruptions to the convoy. Should this change with new information, it will be updated accordingly and disseminated. So I gather they didn't have any additional information.
No. Would you agree then that with the proposition that this plan was not an intelligence-led plan? It was just more of a traffic plan based on experience than one that's truly led by intelligence?
Yes, I would agree with that.
I'd like to ask about the integrated planning team that came to Ottawa. You've said some positive things, obviously, about Chief Party and others involved in the plan. My take, I believe they arrived on or about February 8th. Is that about your recollection?
Sounds right, yeah.
And I believe your evidence was that you fully supported the concept of an integrated planning team.
Yes.
You were aware, of course, that Toronto Police was involved, York, Peel, you had subject matter experts from a number of police services?
Yes.
And would you agree that this was not the B team, right?
No.
I mean, these were highly regarded incident commanders, excellent planners, POU experts, and people that were top in their field, correct?
Correct.
And they were all coming to Ottawa to help the OPS kind of resolve the situation, correct?
And I was very grateful for them, yes.
But is it fair to say that your enthusiasm or your support wasn't shared entirely by all members of OPS Senior Command?
That's fair.
And is it also fair to say that that lack of initial buy-in caused some delay in the ultimate agreement on the plan and the execution?
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And it's problematic in the sense that the planning team was brought there to assist OPS, correct?
Yes.
With the Ottawa Police Service was a police service of jurisdiction, so unless and until OPS agreed with it, there was really nothing that the team could do, correct?
That's right.
A few questions about PLT. Again, you said some very favorable things about the provincial liaison team. In the Ottawa, it works different, I believe, in the Ontario Provincial Police than it does in the OPS. It's obviously OPP is a much larger police service. My understanding is that in the Ottawa Police Service, PLT members are all part-time. Is that correct?
That's right. They were, I think, at this point.
So in other words, I guess just so others can understand, like being a PLT member is not their full-time job, that as the need may arise, then they can go and they can do PLT duties if asked.
They would be freed up for that, yeah.
And so that the implication of that is that PLT is only engaged if commanders feel that their involvement would be helpful or necessary?
I would say that depends on the incident commander. I think the current cadre we have and had at that time were very aware of what PLT was capable of and engaged with using them
Yeah, and that was actually, I mean, you were able to know what my next question was, but in that, because it very much depends on the incident commander as to their own personal view of the effectiveness of that style of policing or their own knowledge about how PLT works, correct?
Indeed, yes.
And when you consider that a bit of a, a problem in terms of lack of consistency in approach?
I would.
And is it fair to say that in January 2022, there were very few in OPS senior command or at higher command levels that really understood the potential value of PLT?
Yes, I would agree.
Or that understood the national framework put out by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police?
Definitely.
And I believe in your evidence in chief, you said PLT is an amazing tool, and I expect that that's kind of the attitude you bring towards use of PLT.
Yes, it is.
But would you agree that in reflecting upon lessons learned here, that PLT was misused by OPS in this dispute?
I would agree.
And finally, on the point of jurisdiction, once the convoy arrived in Ottawa, you would agree to the obvious proposition, but it's worth repeating, that Ottawa Police Service was the police service of jurisdiction, correct?
Yes, we were.
Which meant that at that point, it was no longer the OPP's responsibility, jurisdictionally.
Yes, yeah, it was ours.
And in fact, it would have been improper for the OPP to try to step in and kind of take over policing, correct?
Agreed.
That there's no legal mechanism for the OPP to take over unless certain scenarios are met, correct?
That's right.
That the Police Services Act sets out very specific circumstances where the OPP may take over command of a certain incident or area.
Yes.
And one of those would be if a formal request would be made from the OPS chief to the OPP commissioner, correct?
I think that's how it works, yes.
Although no such request was made in this case, correct?
I would have been surprised if it was. I don't know, though, for sure.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't know if it was made or not.
No, but did you say you'd be surprised?
I would have been surprised if the request was made.
Why would you have been surprised?
Because I don't think that that's what former Chief Slowly wanted.
Why?
I think you'd have to ask him. It was clear to me that he was pushing back on that.
Oh, I'm asking you though, because you've had a lot of dealings with Chief Slowly. So why, in your opinion and in your experience, do you believe Chief Slowly would have refused to consider or would not have entertained the possibility of asking for formal assistance in that way?
I don't believe he wanted to give up control. I think he felt that he was the chief in the police of jurisdiction, and he wanted that to be maintained.
When it came to providing assistance, would you agree that the OPP did everything it was asked to do by the Ottawa Police Service?
Yes, they did.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is former Chief Slowly's counsel, and it looks like it'll be like yesterday. You'll be split in two, if that's agreeable. You'll do 10 minutes before lunch, and then can finish after lunch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, you were...
Just introduce yourself, please,
I apologize.
for the record.
Yes, Rebecca Jones for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you.
Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, you were the MIC for the Freedom Convoy, right?
That's right.
And as MIC, you had overall responsibility for the OPS's planning and response to the protests.
Yes.
And your testimony is that you weren't reading the Hendon reports, though you knew that they existed, right?
As of the 28th of January, when I think I was forwarded one.
Right, okay. And your role though you were the MIC with the overall responsibility, you were working with Deputy Chief Bell, who had overall responsibility for intelligence, right?
Yes, yep.
And I take it you were relying on the intelligence team to provide you with the information you needed from the intelligence report to input into your plans.
I think my team was, yes. I wasn't writing the plans, but yes.
You yourself weren't writing the plans?
No.
Okay. And you weren't writing the plans directly, and you weren't reading the intelligence reports directly. You were at a higher strategic level.
That's right.
Okay. And similarly, there would be no expectation that the chief of police would be pouring through the Hendon reports and trying to reconcile the different pieces of intelligence, right?
No, I don't think that would be realistic.
Okay. And the chief of police would be at an even higher level, relying on his team for operations and intelligence.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you noted was that you did not believe that the initial plan, the January 29th plan, was intelligence-led. And I just want to suggest to you that Chief Slowly's expectation for his command had been from when he entered as chief that all operational plans were to be intelligence-led.
Yes.
Now, for this initial January 29th plan, I take it that Chief Slowly's involvement in the process is as you would have expected.
Yes.
Okay. So he did not direct the planning unduly?
Not at this point, no.
Didn't interfere?
Nope.
And in fact, Chief Slowly did not even see the plan or a draft of the plan until the morning of January 28th when it was provided to him for the first time, right?
That's possible, yeah.
Okay. And he said, looks fine to him, and the team proceeded with that plan.
That's right.
And he would have been looking when looking at that plan, he would have been considering the intelligence and operational details that had been provided to him by his senior command team.
I think that's fair, yes.
Now, if we pivot forward a few days to Sunday night, January 30th, at that point, your evidence is that it became clear to the OPS that the people were not going to leave.
Yep.
And that there needed to be a pivot in the plan.
Yes, a pivot in our response anyway.
Pivot in your response. Okay, fair enough. And you, as the MIC, were responsible in that pivot, right?
Yes.
And that required evolution, significant evolution of the January 29th plan.
Yes.
Because the January 29th plan had been based on, a big, boisterous, traffic impeding protest, but not an occupation.
That's right.
And as of January 30th, I take it that you agreed with the assessment that the OPS was now facing an occupation.
Yes.
Now, you were taken to notes from February 3rd, and we can perhaps put them up, OPS 14484, page 3, please. And for everyone's benefit, these are February 3rd notes of Chief Slowly. And he's referring to a meeting with you and Deputy Chief Bell, correct?
Correct.
And he refers in the first line to I've advised that we've had 2 days since the POU meeting on Tuesday. So that was a meeting that took place on February 1st, right?
Yes, that's right.
And Chief Slowly had made very clear in that meeting exactly what you said. There needed to be a pivot, and the plan had to be significantly evolved to deal with the situation.
Yes.
Okay. And at the point of this meeting now, 2 days later and 4 days after the determination that this was in fact an occupation that required a new plan, he had not seen a new, and I shouldn't say a new plan. I'll go back to what we have spoken about, an evolution of the plan. He had not seen an evolved version of this plan, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But what he was looking for here was specifically a public order unit plan, not the wider plan.
Okay, and that would be part of the evolved plan, right? There would be a
Yes.
public order component of the plan to try to figure out how we're going to resolve the situation with the people that were occupying the city.
There would be a public order plan, there would be a PLT plan, there would be a traffic plan, there would be an investigations plan. All of those things form the plan, but he was fixated solely on this one.
Well, the word fixated is a bit loaded. So he was interested in a public order unit plan.
Yes, in fact, met with them in person.
And met with them in person. But to be fair to your former chief, he also expected that there would be a traffic plan and a PLT plan, and all of those other plans were evolving at the same time.
Yes, he just didn't meet with any of those other groups. I think he might have met with the PLT when there was some discord that he'd heard about and that they were unhappy. But this was the only group that he met with.
I take it you're not being critical of him for not meeting with the other groups?
No, not at all.
Okay, because it's a bit hard to be Chief Slowly sometimes, I think, in terms of criticized for being too involved versus criticized for not being involved enough, right?
For sure, yes.
Okay.
Understand that.
So here on this day, you were taken to this document, but you weren't taken to the very end of the document. If you can scroll down a little bit more, keep going. Sorry, go up a little bit. End of this paragraph. The paragraph at the top of the page, I directed once again Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson to ensure that Sergeant Stoll, and he was Staff Sergeant Stoll, I apologize, and he was involved in the POU component of the plan, correct?
Yes, he was, yep.
Okay. That he got the resources he needed to make the assessments/final recommendation.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So Staff Sergeant Stoll, the chief wanted to make sure he had the resources he needed to make the inputs into this plan.
Yes.
Okay. And now if we can go, please, to OPS 7355. And we looked at these notes earlier today, February 5th. These are notes of Chief Slowly about, actually, if you scroll up a little bit, okay. So it's actually an email from former Chief Slowly to you, copied to many people on the team. And this is the document, if you scroll down, where Chief Slowly sets out some general priorities for planning purposes, correct?
He's directing the plan, but yes, that's what he set out here, are his priorities for that.
Okay, and you felt that this was directing the plan?
Yes.
Okay, and your suggestion is that that was somehow too directive?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to return to that. But when we look at these priorities, I'm going to suggest to you they're pretty high level. Surge, contain, and enforce. Demonstration, fully implement plan.
Yeah.
Shut down secure enablers for unlawful and unsafe protests.
Fuel, fun, those are much more in the weeds.
Okay, but this isn't, you're not suggesting this is some sort of tactical level plan?
There are portions of it that certainly look tactical to me.
So
that he's wanting
you've
us
seen-
to interdict in the fuel specifically, and that was one of his things that he returned to on a number of occasions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The fuel in particular was an issue of a lot of public attention in Ottawa, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, and I'm almost out of time for lunch, so I'll just ask you to agree with me about this. If you step back and try to put yourself in Chief Slowly's shoes, we are now on February 5th. We are now 7 days after a determination had been made that the city was facing an occupation and that the plan needed to be evolved, and he hadn't seen an evolved plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when we talk about how involved you would expect a chief to be, or how much autonomy you're supposed to be giving your team, this was an exceptional circumstance, right?
Yes, it was.
It was an exceptional circumstance, and he was trying to get his team to move forward with the evolved plan, right?
But without the resources to do so. That was the impediment to us at that point in time for those 7 days. That's exactly what we were struggling with.
I could not agree with you more, and we can return to that after the lunch break.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll take an hour for lunch and come back and continue this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
Wow. That was
interesting.
It was a lot of planning. What is a plan? What is a plan? The integrated plan for you. What is your plan?
Final plan approved. Hail Hydra.
Oh man, I don't even know. I don't even.
So we're always telling the chat out there who may not be familiar with us that we come from the world of comic books, and now the world of comic books is colliding truly with Canadian politics with this Hydra operation.
Yeah. Oops, I accidentally deleted a message I had pinned. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, the chat, I was dying of laughter. I actually couldn't breathe. Clyde is in the chat. Hello, brother. Thanks for streaming, he says. Well,
I can't breathe.
Oh, I couldn't breathe, dude. It was maddening. Did they say anything at all? What did they say? Did anyone get it? They actually beat me.
Like basically,
mentally,
we had no intelligence. We only had a plan, and the plan was to quote crush them. Hail Hydra.
That was
it.
That was nuts. How many times did they say pran? What is the pran?
Oh man.
Well,
if anyone was playing the drinking game where you drink every time they say a word, well, you're smashed by now.
Hold on a second. Let me just find. There's a Dr. Tam parody. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about. Let me look on my Telegram where it is. Dr. Tam parody, because that's where I was. That's where my whole, especially the first round. After that, it was just slower, but it was, I don't know how they said it. They said lots of you were on the inside. Fascinating, says BJD. Yes, they said lots of you were on the inside. What does that mean? Maggie Bennett, Burnett. I feel for and with you. Gong Show sewer system. Yeah, that was. It was and listen, I want to put out a public, service announcement. Please don't take up extreme drinking during these events. You know what I mean?
Yeah, be careful out there.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that's the other thing too, right? In the last 2.5 years, a lot of people have taken up. I mean, to self-relax yourself, you drink and you smoke weed and you eat a lot of food and you have way too much sensual relations. But you just but it's you know what I mean. But be careful, especially when you're watching this. Every time you see pran, don't take a shot. Do not do that.
Just do it every other pran, every other time they say pran. Because if you do it every time, you're probably going to get alcohol poisoning. We don't want that.
No, you can't, because we can't take it. I have a 12-step pran, says Andy Cap. Yeah, sorry about your comment. I have pinned your comment, Andy Cap, and then I don't know, a misclicked or something.
And then he deleted it.
Yeah, I just misclicked. That would be ending yourself, says the high debate. You're saying pran too much as HogTube. Yeah, that was. I mean, if you just replayed that, I mean, that's got to be
Senior counsel Frank O. Who was doing the line of the pran questioning. Yeah, and he may or may not be Zexi Lee's cousin. We don't know yet.
Canadian says Ro deleted it, but he didn't pran to. That's right. I didn't pran to. Oh my man, that was incredible. So far, this crap reminds me of catching a kid in the cookie jar. Wasn't me, says Randy Behenna. Yeah, exactly. That's right. It was, but the chat was killing me. That was the best.
Yeah,
I was dying, dude.
I mean, I think I speak for both of us when I say, like, we probably couldn't do this if we weren't just laughing at the chat for 75-90% of the time.
No, it's impossible to watch otherwise. If you watch this by yourself,
right?
Yeah, you can't get through this. How do you get through this? There's no way. Canada needs to put sanctions on Ottawa, says T.O. Old stock Canuck, if you wanted to chase people away from watching this is exactly how you'd go about it. Yeah, I feel... yeah, humor is a must for a Yahoo, says Shannon Lang Charlevoix, right? Yeah, you need the chat, says HogTube. Actually, someone in the chat was saying that Global News had closed their chat. I don't know what they're doing with that.
Smooth move, doofuses.
Okay, hold on a second. We got BJD online. He says, they said lots. For those of us who were dealing with the command center and sorting out messaging, fascinating what they're admitting to. You never sent me the Zoom link. You didn't send me a message, bro. Come on, jump in. We got an hour. Jump in. Let's talk. Let's go. Let's do this. Come on. Where's your thing? You got it. You got an email? Come on in here. Let's hear it, man. How do I find you? What's your name? BJ? BJD? You got my email? Let me send it to you here. Yeah, rokaku8@gmail.com at BJD. There you go. Okay, I just sent it to you. There you go. In the chat, just drop me an email, and then I'm going to email you back with the Zoom link. That'll be interesting. I'm driving my truck. Oh, okay. Well, what do you want to do? You're driving and you're typing in the chat? All right.
Hands free.
Yeah, just come on in, man. Come on in. Let's hear it, because you were on the inside, right? You were saying that you were there getting the messages. Let's hear it. I actually got a message here. I think this is okay to put out there. Okay. This is from the internal audio going on in there. Hold on a second here. Where is it now? I saved it.
What's the pran?
Okay, here it is. Okay, I'm going to play it. I hope this is not going to give away too many secrets, but here it is.
I'd like you to, if it's possible, I'm here with... Okay,
this is recorded on February 6th. Okay, let me just download this properly here. Hold on a second here. Feb 6. This is February 6th, after they started raiding. Okay, so let me see here. February 6th, Coventry. Here you go.
I'd like you to, if it's possible, I'm here with other captains of Freedom Convoy. And can you repeat what you just told me a minute ago, please, in English, if it's possible?
I can barely hear you, but you're with, who are you with, you say?
Okay. Road captains from Freedom Convoy, and I'd like them to hear what you have to say, what you just said to me a minute ago about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to reach out, to Joanie, because I've been dealing with her for the last week and a half or whatever, and I don't mind repeating it to everybody there. First of all, I personally want to apologize, and I apologize to Joanie because we've been having a two-way communication and I think a good rapport, and wanted to apologize for what occurred earlier today or later tonight there in the evening. We were being told the police's position on the event, and where all the we discovered that we were not being told the truth, or actually we were not being updated and being consulted with what was going on. Now the upper management of Ottawa Police, they have their own reasons, that I'm not privy to, being with the Ontario Provincial Police. But I just wanted to touch base and say that because we've been working together and trying to to maybe to solve a few issues and to guide you, and we've been I think we were making some good progress, and then we first of all there was that the tweet and the Facebook post that Ottawa PLT, which is the same thing as us, OPP PLT, were trying to do the same thing and just liaising and communicating and trying to solve things and some negotiations for little things, and so they were not even aware of their own police service putting out the Facebook page and the tweet about deciding to start arresting people that are bringing in like gas or supplies to Parliament Hill, to downtown, or to anywhere where there's a protest.
Okay, just to let you know what we're listening to right over here is this is a recording at the right during the Coventry February 6th raid. Okay, that's what we're listening to.
And so I just wanted to let you know that we were not aware of that. You might get some other phone calls from other PLT members from Ottawa Police. Maybe not tonight because they were very disappointed themselves, to the point that we, OPP for now, have stepped back and we'll reevaluate what's going on. Wow. And like for our involvement, of course, we'll keep on staying involved with what's happening outside of Ottawa, with like the convoys coming in, and that will still continue to assist and do what we were doing all the time. Absolutely. But for the operations in Ottawa, in town, we have stepped back. So we, for now, there might have some discussions overnight or tomorrow, and we might come back. I don't know. But for now, OPP will mostly will handle what is in our territory. So I just wanted to touch base. The only thing though, there was one issue that we cannot apologize for, is there was at Coventry Park where about the gas and the fuel. There was apparently one of our OPP PLT members with one of the OPS, and I think there might have been even two teams of those, had come to an agreement with someone from your group, or I don't know if it's exactly your group or another group, but in relation to having the fuel removed, and there apparently was a place in a rural area, a safe place to bring the fuel, and where there would have been an understanding that the fuel was not to be brought downtown, and where a truck with fuel from there was stopped, I guess, and they had I don't know, they apparently arrested somebody for that. But that part, like there was, the understanding was not followed, like on your side from what I'm being told. For that, again, that's going to be reevaluated. But for the rest, for the other arrests that were made, for the other turmoil, everything that we had built and we had said or promised, or and which was not followed, and which was overturned by Ottawa Police Management. We're just saying that we hope that we can build again a relationship of trust, and for now we've stepped back, so we removed ourselves from the Ottawa Police operations. But I guess our staff, our command, OPP will reevaluate, and they might rejoin tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen, but for liaison, I'm not talking about police operations on the ground, but for liaison with you guys, for liaising and trying to negotiate and just making sure that little issues are dealt with. OPP won't be part for whatever's happening in Ottawa, but we'll still be helping out and assisting as we can for anything that is outside, for convoys coming in, for the overflow lot at the Route 200 in Alberta. We'll still be there if we can assist. That's fine, and I just hope that we keep on communicating and try to maybe rebuild what was broken today. And so, anyway, I'm talking for myself, but I'm also talking from other members that felt that they had been betrayed or kept out of the loop. So,
yeah. Pierre, I want to say thank you very much. My phone will be available for Isabelle or Sebastien if they want to call me. I'm available to talk to them, absolutely. And in the name of everyone here with me tonight, I really want to say thank you for your call and for.
Okay, right there. That's the Ottawa Coventry raid goes down. PLT team, police liaison team, then apologizing to all them because they had been liaising with the what is now being called an event today, event organizers, convoy event organizers. Yesterday was an Armada, and now it's an event organizer. So there it is. We got BJD online. He says, yeah, then they effed us on the 18th. Okay, so they're apologizing, and I saw this before. Some of the people in the PLT team, right, the police liaison team, some of those people were, they pretend to be your friend. There was one guy specifically, Chinese-looking dude, short guy. I think I got footage of him. And this guy is, that's the kind of vibe I got from him. I'm just going from how I read people, because I got this, you know what I mean, Pam? When you see a dude, you know what they're...
Yeah, you kind of had a sense of his plan.
Yeah, his plan. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
How can we do a little bit of? Okay, listen. I want to be Pran Trisha Ferguson, and if you be so kind as to be Henry O. Frank O.
Yeah.
If you ask me a question.
So we talk about the plan. So give me specific. What intelligence you have for plan?
The plan is to create a plan for the plan to make a plan.
You say the plan to crush the convoy. You say crush them. You say crush convoy. That's the plan. Hail Hydra.
Hail Hydra.
That is the plan.
The plan.
That's the plan.
I'm so sorry. Ask me more questions.
This is the kind of thing we used to do this with Twitter. We'd read a Twitter thread and just ad lib and just have some fun. But it was surrounding people in the comic book world, and now we're doing it to these people giving their testimony.
It's incredible. The whole thing is amazing. Yeah, we got footage from February 6th, and we got Greg Nutty's talking about Live from the Shed. Dave has got some footage there. Yeah, well, I mean, we came right after there. I don't know if he was there either during. Let me see here.
Is Live from the Shed, is he still around? I
don't
haven't seen him for a long time. Is he doing okay?
No idea, man. I have no idea.
Just disappeared.
Yep. Well, this stuff is takes a toll on people. So
Yeah.
It is what it is. We got.
You gotta have balls of steel like Roe.
I'm sitting in my mom's basement, man. What balls of nothing? You don't need to do nothing. You just
man with a plan.
A man with a plan. He got a job, says Christo. Man, he had a plan to get a job.
Yeah, I got to get well, I already got something lined up. Thankfully, I'm blessed, so that's fine. I'm just going to go to work after this, but just want to finish this, you know what I mean? I think at the end of this inquiry, can't let go until then. You know what I mean? Just can't let go until then. The plan to crush the convoy was unrealistic, says Minnesota Fats. Why didn't the JCCF or other convoy lawyers talk about how the government didn't negotiate when they did with other protests? That OPP guy yesterday literally opened that door. Yeah. Hendon was the last plan, says Major Ruckus. Let me see here. We got HogTube. Dave's stepping away from the long format stuff. Good for him. Yeah, man. It's a lot of work. There's no real money in any of this stuff. That's just the way it is, What we were doing typically before was all the media stuff, because that's what the war campaign comes from. We're not like professional activists or protesters or
we're just kind of jokers, and we comment on pop culture and promote comic books and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. If you want to support us, though, the best way to do that is check out Vestige. Go to buyvestige.com. Take a look at this. This is actually where all this comes from, okay? Because I'm going to give a little spiel here for 2 seconds, and we'll go back to some of this other stuff. But I want to get back to, I got Patricia. I got her text messages. I want to read them. Hold on a second. Let me check this kid's out. My wife's all right here.
Yeah, I'll read the chat for a minute.
Go for it, man.
Thanks for everybody sticking with it. Oh, he's back already. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get it. Okay, so we got
yeah, go for it, dude. Go for it. I'm right here, man.
Major Ruckus says, I have to finish this thing out. I hear a cat. So, hail, brother. No, go ahead there.
Hail, brother. Yeah, so, okay, the culture war, that's where we come from. So what is that specifically? You've probably seen huge boobies out there in Oakville. You've seen all kinds of desecration of movies, films, TV shows, everything that we hold dear that we thought, you know what, this is the ephemeral. It's the fantastic. It is entertainment. It's just entertainment. You know, what's a big deal if you see this or you see that? Before you know it, you wake up one day and everything is like that. I can't watch a TV show these days, I don't know about you, without seeing some kind of what I consider to be lifestyle programming. Let me leave it at that, okay? Let's put it at that. And I can't relax, and I have to sit down with my kids, and I got to be like, hey, you know what? If you're born with this, that's what you are. You don't go and slice and dice. You know what I mean? Like Leonardo, the blue turtle.
Whoa.
You know, no, really. I mean, it's crazy that we even have to have these kind of discussions. But you really have to sit down with your children, and you got to inform them. Because even the material that they're reading, or the movies that they're watching, they're trying to normalize all kinds of things that are not normal. So that's where we come from, the war campaign, and that's where the name the war campaign comes from. It is a culture war, and we are the war campaign in the culture war, right? It's not a serious in the sense of being a hot war, obviously. I'm a computer programmer.
Yeah, we're obviously not like real warriors. I mean, we're just like dudes from the comic. We're jokers on their internet, essentially.
But a lot of it is the joking around is actually what upsets a lot of these people, because you poke fun, you make fun of them, and then before you know it, they cry, and then So that's what it is. Hold on a second here. I'm going to play the intro here. My kid's crying. I'm going to be right back, Pan. You take over for a minute here, huh?
Yeah, well, yeah. Hit that intro, and we'll just watch that real quick.
Cool, right? Pretty cool, man. Pretty awesome. That's a guy.
Man.
Yeah, man. That was Ted. Ted put that together, that video for us, and that's what it is. That's right there is this cover here. Let me show it to you in physical. It looks cool. This is what it looks like. Oh, my hair's all messed up from being nuts. Here, take a look at that right there. So that's what we do. Okay. Over here, Pan is the first investor in the company. Take a look at that. Uh-oh. Is that risque?
Uh-oh.
Whoa, uh-oh.
We all met in, YouTube chats, like me and Ro and our buddy Gat, who is the writer of these graphic novels and comics. We all met in the chat, and that's one of the reasons we have like such love for everyone in the chat, because we know that's where all the best stuff comes from, and you guys are the eyes and the ears. You catch stuff that we miss, so we really appreciate you guys sticking with us even during the breaks, hanging in there with us. So much love.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Check that out right there. This is a story about this guy, Charles Gamel, and he finds this dagger, okay? And the dagger actually speaks to him. That's what it does. And that's where the name vestige comes from. These are the vestigial things that remain in the weapons, okay? What if the spirits of those who had wielded them are carried, right, by the new people who who wheeled them. Take a look at this. This is a proof copy, meaning this is a copy that I had as a test print. That's why these letters are in pink over here. They're actually glossy. But there you go. You can see that right over there. You see that? Cool, huh? So that's what we do. We get everything printed in the States and in Canada. Why? Because I don't really want to. I just don't want to do it made in China. We really don't want to.
Why? Because no China.
We just,
China
nothing
as a
against.
whole.
Yeah, I mean, I like Chinese people. Don't get me wrong, but the Chinese government and their economy and all that stuff, I'm not a big fan of. Let's put it that way. I don't want to get into it too much here right now. But there it is, and that's what I really think. It's that you want to support Canada, you want to support the States. Look at this over here. This is turfing. This is the background story around turfing. Turfing is a weapon, okay, that every time the sword is drawn, it must take a life, causing an irrational rage to build within the mind of its wielder. Prophecy foretold that this sword would be the cause of the three great evils. So this is where we're coming from. This is the world we're coming from. Never thought we'd be doing this, all this zany, crazy political stuff. You know what I mean? Like Coventry Road and Freedom Convoy and a protest. I'm not a protester. I've never been to a protest in my life. I couldn't care less.
Right?
You know what I mean?
We're doing.
Yeah.
We did shows for 4 years straight, twice a week. We do a show, and we intentionally tried to stay away from politics, just basically because it wasn't that interesting to us, and we didn't want to say the wrong thing and get struck off YouTube. But here we are, kind of thrown into the middle of it. At least Roe is, the convoy hitting his hometown and him being a patriot. So here we are.
You know what, man? For me, it's just the fact is that you can't, and everybody here, that's why I'm sure most people, we can't quit out because, I mean, it's affected people. That's the reality of it. All this stuff has affected people. It's the stuff that you read, like Hydra. These guys are walking around. So when we hear Hail Hydra, that's a comic book thing.
Right? That's straight out of Marvel Comics,
Yeah.
Captain America.
And it's crazy because this is what they did to Captain America. They actually went and they turned him evil, okay? So they said that since the beginning, this is what they've done to all the heroes, and that's the reason that we made our own comics, because they retconned all the heroes to not be heroes, to be either sexually confused or, in the case of Captain America here, specifically, an agent of Hydra. That is quite insulting if you actually are a Captain America fan. To then think that everything you read about him was a lie, that he's not a hero, because they want to pull down your heroes. They want to pull down your gods. They want to pull down anything you believe in, and they want to pull down any heroic ideals that are out there in the world. Oh, it turns out the entire time, by the way, that he's actually being a Hydra agent. And then it turns out, by the way, that our government actually has secret operations and plans where they hail Hydra. I mean, you can't make this up. Am I living in a comic book at this point? I don't know, man.
Seems like it. Certainly seems like
That's
it.
crazy.
And yeah, I mean, they're gonna take heroes like Captain America and be like, "Oh, he was evil all along." We just destroyed your hero and your idea of heroism and patriotism. It was all fake. So it's a big fu to comic readers that these new age leftists, editors and writers are they're just ruining comics, these characters.
So you got Von Saltinator, but how else are they going to make Captain America a trans BIPOC with a learning disability, a limp,
there
and a lisp?
Actually is
really.
a version of Captain America that is a teenage trans hobo rail hopper. Remember that, Ro, when we covered that on the old school regular war campaign?
You want to watch one of yeah. Check out one of our old videos. This is what we were talking about here. Okay, so this is Captain America war campaign. I mean,
he was like a gay hobo kid.
It's
like, what? Are you kidding me? What is this?
Hold on a second here. Let me see. Let me click this over here. Okay, videos. It should be all the way down past. I mean, this is crazy. I don't even know how we got into this political stuff. It's just because they've taken our friggin' freedoms. All of a sudden, I gotta freaking pay attention to this stuff because you guys are nuts. Why don't you just leave me alone, man? I want to go back to my comic books. I want to relax.
Right?
What is this? Nuts. It's crazy. Okay, where is it? Captain America. Captain. Is it there somewhere here on the page? This is a good one.
I know we talked about it on our show. I don't remember if we made a video.
There it is. Yeah. We got it here.
United States of
Okay. All right. So this is our guy, right? He was streaming with us, heavy duty member of the war campaign with us for years and years. We've been streaming together. Ty, American patriot, true American patriot. Here
and a huge comic historian / nerd.
Check this out. This is why we do it.
The United States of Captain America dropped today, and it is an absolute gold mine. The story starts off with Steve Rogers in his apartment, cleaning his shield. While doing this, he contemplates the American dream, and the word Americana in particular. He says it's a white picket fence fallacy, and if you're not careful, it becomes nationalism and jingoism. That dream isn't real. It never was. Because that dream doesn't get along nicely with reality. Other cultures, immigrants, the poor, the suffering. People easily come to be seen as different or un-American. The white picket fence becomes a gate to keep others out. We're at our best when we keep no one out. A good dream is shared. Shared radically. Shared with everyone. When something isn't shared, it can become the American lie. The writer, Christopher Cantwell, has zero self-awareness. After those initial few pages of propaganda, we get the line, "I'm pretty easy to repurpose for people's various agendas." While Steve is cleaning his shield and daydreaming about socialist propaganda, a man dives through the window, and he's dressed just like Captain America. This guy smashes Steve Rogers and takes his shield and runs off. Steve radios the Falcon and lets him know what just happened. Steve suits up and goes tearing off after the man who has just stolen his shield. Cap and Falcon catch up with him at a railway bridge. This mysterious man then fires the shield into an oncoming train. The train derails, and there's the second train right behind it. The Falcon swoops in and gets the engineers out before the pileup occurs. While searching for survivors, Cap and the Falcon find maybe the greatest single character that Marvel has ever produced. Aaron Fisher, the Railway Captain America. Steve yanks Aaron up and asks who he is. Now remember 10 pages before this? It was all rainbows and butterflies and hands across America singing "We Are the World." When Aaron tells him that he is Captain America, Steve responds, "Bad jokes will get you broken teeth, son. Give it to me straight." Steve pulls out Aaron's trash can lid shield and asks what's going on.
I mean, how much time you got? I just ride the rails. Didn't dig home. You know? Dad tried to beat the me out of me. Anyway, left with my boyfriend a few years ago. Broke up, though. He stayed in Missouri. Sorry, I'm rambling. Kind of nervous.
Steve Rogers doesn't want to hear this soy nonsense, though. "Kid, why are you dressed like Captain America?"
Sorry. Yeah. Well, listen, there's a lot of cool people on the rails. Kind of like family. But some real pieces of beep show up, too. I take care of folks like that. Keep them out of our nice little world.
Apparently, Aaron has just noticed the Falcon has been standing here the whole time.
Wow. Sam Wilson. 2 Captain Americas for the price of 1. Can't tell you how much it means to meet both of you. You fight for everyone. I mean, everyone. I want to be like that, too.
Falcon tells Aaron that he appreciates it, and Steve switches from bad cop to good cop. "Yeah, me too, Aaron. Why don't you help us get these people to safety?" And just like that, we go from threats of broken teeth to there being 3 Captain Americas working together. As they're searching for survivors in the train wreckage, Aaron tells Cap,
"There's more of us, you know. Captains."
"Really? Where?"
"More places than you think."
Steve looks over and sees a laser-aimed red dot on Aaron's chest. Steve shoves Aaron out of the way. The round misses his chest, but hits his arm. There's a female sniper up on the bridge. She dives off into the water below.
"She almost killed me."
"You're right. She went right for you."
Why the hell? I'm just some kid on a train.
The next day, Steve and Sam are sitting on the couch next to each other, eating donuts, like any normal friends would do. So Steve and Sam decide they're going to hit the road. They're going to track down the man who stole Steve's shield. And they're going to look into this underground network of Captain Americas. And that's it. That's the story. The United States of Captain America issue 1 is absolute trash. They need to take every copy of this book and take a flamethrower to the entire pile, and then drop an atomic weapon on the ashes, just to be sure. Christopher Cantwell should be ashamed of this trash. You took money to write this garbage. Every time Marvel puts out a book with a character that's not a straight white male, they dumb them down. It's insulting if you want minorities and members of the gay community to have characters that they look up to, then you need to write good characters. Yeah, so the United States of Captain America issue 1 is definitely a thumbs down. Non-recommend.
There you go. That's it right there. That's what I'm talking about. That's where we come from, that area of the world where we've seen this kind of garbage infect everything. Every hobby. You can't relax now. You can't even live. Can't even send your kids to a regular school without them coming home and saying, Mom, Dad, I just want to ride the rails. It's just, I'm telling you,
I'm going to wear a dress tomorrow to school.
What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? I would say to my kid, one of my kids, my son, right? One of my sons is a sensitive kid. Like, that's just what he is. Believe it or not, I'm a sensitive guy, you know? Yeah, man. I mean, that's just it. Of course, beneath this, crunchy, very manly exterior, they are, like, the kid is sensitive. That's just what he is. And I'm explaining to him, I'm telling him, listen, son, just go out and pick up the leaves, okay? Pick up every single leaf there is. Hey, Polaris! See that? My wife just said he's outside. Why? Because he's
doing the leaves.
He's picking up the leaves. Okay? Because I'm on the internet. I can't pick up the leaves right now. I want to pick up the leaves. No, I'm good, babe. Is he picking them all up? I want every single leaf picked up. When you're picking up leaves, you don't have time to think about, am I happy? Why? Why am I born? Who am I? Where am I going? Why is my dad, such a great dad? You don't have time to think about all that. You just are just picking up leaves. That's work. Work is great. Working like that to help your family is great. All those old school values. He doesn't have time to, go on the internet and join some kind of, TikTok, Twitter space.
He doesn't have time to read issues of Captain America that are gay.
Yeah, exactly. And then just think to himself, hey, maybe I am actually, maybe I was born into the wrong, I'm trans African or something like that, he'll say to me. And I'll be like, son, listen, I don't teach him any of that junk. You're you. You work. I've taught him, helped him to write some computer code. Now he's done everything himself. He makes video games with Unity, some kind of gaming programming system that he uses. And very cool, man. He's working all the time. He's thinking. He's doing all that. My daughter, she's into dog training, and she's focused on all that. They don't have time to think, does she think I have an eating disorder? She's 15 years old. She doesn't. And her best friend, her family, their family, right? Her best friend's family is very traditional, down to earth. They're actually born again Christians and really down to earth, really good people. So I know that, we know, right? Like Dave's family and us, we know that when the girls are together, they're not hailing Hydra, or right?
Right.
Or
they're not making secret plans.
Exactly. Secret plans to, to mutilate themselves or question their amazing parenting. We're just simple, right? It's like, oh, you want a new book? You're reading a book? Okay, what is it? Fire and some dragon fire books all the kids are reading these days. And that's it, man. I wanted to do the same thing. Pan and I, Gat, the writer, we wanted to do the same thing. We wanted to bring that kind of stuff back in. Okay, so here, hold on, let me show you over here. And that's why, and I saw that message right here. Love Music 62. Really appreciate that. Thank you. She says, how can I get a signed copy of Vestige, Ro? Much appreciation for all you did and keep doing, Ro and Pan. A signed copy we don't have because it's shipping out of the States. The only signed stuff that I can get is from the writer, but even he's not really signing. He says, "Bro, when when we're a big deal, we can sign stuff, but I don't want to right now." He's like, I just feel like it's a little over the top right now because he's humble, right? And I get it totally. So there it is, right there. Check that out. It's a great way to back us, great way to help us doing what we're doing, and fight the culture war, make a difference there. Because as you can see, comic books, culture, movies, TV shows, in our little quadrant with the comic books, they have turned everybody into some kind of weird, man, well, like we saw with the Captain America, riding the rails, right? So, and nothing against anybody, okay? But I don't think you should encourage children to be confused. I really don't believe you should. And there was a fellow who contacted me recently. He said, Ro, what should I do? My son is, he's sort of a little confused right now. I don't want to get into details. It's private stuff. I said to him, I said, you know what, brother, just give your son some hard work, man. Maybe he should go and clear all the snow this winter. I would take him out of his friends group completely. That's what I would do. Number one, take him out of his friends group completely, separate him away from all those lunatics, and then just give him some work to do. Because otherwise, once you're in these friend groups and they're doing this stuff and they're going down that road, it doesn't typically end well. It ends in wackiness, and it ends in a lot of danger for people. Okay, here we go. We got BJ Dictor. Should we drop him the Zoom link? Let's see if he wants to come on and what he wants to say to us. He wants to give us some info. Here we go. Invite. Copy invite. There it is.
Yeah, you can come on and clear up any misconceptions or give
we probably got
perspective.
Another 15, 20 minutes or something like that. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Cool.
That'll be cool. Yeah, let's see what happens. There you go. I'm just going to keep this on the screen here so I don't miss if he jumps in, because Zoom asks you, do you want to accept this person in? And then you got to click a button. There you go. Okay, hold on a second here. Boom. All right, does he have the print? And Jan Emily says, kids influence each other at that age. They sure do. They sure do. Let children be children, says Mad Pie Man. Big Dipper, they need to figure out their own preferences without outside influences. Absolutely. Give your kids $5 per book that they read. Yeah. They need to figure out their own preferences. Hail, brethren. We got GB802, and Idle Mind does the devil's work. I hope BJD has a pran. We need a good pran now. Yeah, me too. Mandy McMahon says, I'm gaining weight with this inquiry. You know what? I've been gaining weight, Mandy, all year long, or last 2 years, quite a bit. I need to get healthy. That's why this morning I woke up and I jumped on the rowing machine. Only did a few minutes. Can't really do too much right now. I want to build up to 40 minutes, an hour, but right now I can't. But I want to do that, and we got to stay healthy out there for multiple reasons. To be beautiful, okay, for beauty, because huge, massively fat is not beautiful, even though they're trying to tell us that it is now. If you are massively fat, it is not beautiful, and that's just my opinion, right? They're pushing this. It's called the Fat Acceptance Movement. Well, then you might as well just say to me, I'm going to accept myself for not being as good as I could be, because that's where they want to take it.
Well, let's accept all the other unhealthy things too. If you're gonna promote that type of unhealthiness, well, geez, where does it end?
Well, I'll tell you where it ends. It ends in this right over here. That's where it ends.
Right.
Yeah.
Hail Hydra. Yeah, I mean, it ends up destroying families. People are unhealthy, can't be there for your family if you're dead because you died because, health complications. So, I see that type of stuff, and it's horrible.
Well, safe supply, right? Peter Biker, he says, and that's what they do. They push the safe supply issue where they want to give everybody free drugs. I mean, how's that going to build your society?
Oh yeah, McKinney is all about that. I mean, that's one of the craziest things I've heard during these hearings is McKinney say, well, yeah, if we give everyone free drugs, then they'll be able to go get a job. That'll solve their whole problem.
No, it doesn't.
That's not how it works.
It does not solve your problems, okay, no matter how good it feels. And you can dull your mind with anything. You can imbibe so much stuff. And that's where we come up with these, the stuff, the ideas that we say here, the things that we say, honor, accountability, integrity, loyalty. These are core virtues, right? Honor, being honorable. Even that, it sounds like an anachronism. People will say it's anachronism. What's the dictionary definition? What's the Oxford Dictionary definition for yahoos? It's an imaginary race of brutish creatures resembling human beings. Okay, well, I don't think we're not yahoos, but what's a dictionary definition for honor? Let's see here. Okay, I want to know. Oh, this is interesting. Oxford reference. It's for it's like where these things are used. Okay, this is cool. So this is not a standard dictionary. All right, let's see an Oxford Dictionary definition for honor. What does that mean, right? Oxford Dictionary. Okay, here we go. I want to know.
Honor.
Ooh.
Honor.
Honor. Great respect and admiration for someone. Something that you're very pleased or proud to do because people are showing you great respect. Here we go. Moral behavior. The quality of knowing and doing what is morally right. That's the one right there. Right? The quality and knowing of doing what is morally right. A man of honor. That's what we saw yesterday, right? This guy, intelligence officer Morris for the OPP.
Right.
Yeah, he was probably the closest to what I would consider having seen an honorable man yesterday.
Right.
A man of honor.
He was much more of what I would call a straight shooter than the rest of these mealy mouth weirdos that have been giving testimony. Yeah, he called it straighter, I think, for sure.
Right. Exactly.
He didn't want to label the convoy, extremists or anything like all these other people have had no problem doing.
I would say for me it's number 3, definition 3, more than respect from other people. Respect from other people, that's variable. That always differs. People will like you or they won't like you. They'll say, "Hey, we can't associate with you because of this," or we can't, or I would associate with you, but you say this, or you don't like this politician and I like this politician, or you don't, or your jokes are too crude, or you're too much this, or you're too, you're just too handsome, and that is all that can change. That can change from day to day, so you can't count on that, right? You can't count on that. You got to count on, instead it's internal. It's what you think is right. What makes you respect yourself, your own behavior? When you are in the dead of night with your eyes closed and lying there, when do you respect yourself? And we've seen that degradation of all these virtues. Sorry for moralizing here. I'm not really, I don't know why I'm moralizing so much here, but I'll say it anyways, because it's important to me. It's important to us. That's why we've, the war campaign, the fine gentlemen, the brotherhood that we have formed over the years is so strong, because we behave in a way that we believe is honorable under a certain code of ethics, right? When Pan actually had that court case against him for 2 years that dragged on because they wanted him to give up all his known associates for using, they were trying to pin him for cyberbullying, and this is a law which has been deemed unconstitutional in the state of Washington. So when they approached him and they say to him, you got to, give up all your social media accounts, and they're doing that here in Canada. We're seeing that in the UK. We're seeing people actually being accosted at home, right? And then having to give up and then being arrested for what they say on Facebook, which is just crazy, right? So
made to leave their homes. You got 20 minutes to pack your bags.
Exactly.
It's wild.
Mandy says, we're with you, moral away. I don't want to moralize too much because I like to laugh and joke around more. But that's the core right here. Rixel says the West is experiencing this, Europe too. Yeah. Yeah, your word must be solid. We need to bring that back, says Tell Me Why. It was an honor to meet James Top, says Destiny. So what does that mean? If you think about it, what does that mean? It means that you're in the presence, I'm just thinking here, you're in the presence of a very honorable person, and thus that you felt you were honored.
Someone who deserves respect and admiration.
Yeah, and why? So I think here it's like 3 and 4, the definitions. It's respect and admiration for someone who's doing what's morally right. And also physically grueling as well, right? Very dangerous. Well, I don't know, dangerous? It's kind of dangerous. But I would say more than anything, it's just grueling. And that's what we've seen here. And that's the reason we're even involved in this political. And I say it to a lot of the people because I know in the what they call the freedom movement, which I don't consider myself part of. I consider us just here for freedom. That's it. I don't, because otherwise you get into cliques and all that, and I don't care about all that. Not interested. I just want to be here for the truth, put out the information. We like everybody, equally. Well, not equally, but you know what I mean. We just, everybody's fine. We don't have any, want to get into arguments and don't care. When somebody's an obvious state actor who's coming out there and trying to incite violence at a peaceful event, well, that's a different story. That's probably the line right there. But otherwise, hey, knock yourself out. Do and say what you think. Some people like the Charter of Rights. Some people like the Bill of Rights. Some people think they're both good. Some people think, I was talking to a fellow yesterday. He's an old school journalist, Vinny. And this guy actually says that the problem with Canada right now, okay, he goes, is that we think, so we've actually had a psychological psyop on us, all right, where Canadians believe, like we're taught to look down on Americans, and that's true. I agree with him there, 100%. We have been. I know that's kind of the zeitgeist in Canada. The Americans are dumber than us. Americans are, more uncultured than us. We're like the refined gentlemen of the North America or something. That's like the feeling that we're taught, the brainwashing, all of our media, this Canadian, like that's just how it is here. That's the culture in Canada, I would say. Americans are just, les Américains, the Americans, right? But the thing is that, right, but the idea, see, here's the thing. Because I've been thinking a lot about what it means to be a different place, like to be an American or to be a Canadian or to believe in freedom and liberty, right? I believe the American people have this in general, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist here, because obviously that's why you have the Freedom Convoy, right? We have so many people and people here right now. There's a lot of people over there who believe that liberty is something that you're going to fight for over everything else. Like life is not worth living if you don't have freedom. That's a common idea. And it's not a common idea in the blue states, and it's not a common idea, in Ottawa maybe. I had this argument with this. Remember that guy there at the, he was an anti-freedom protester, and he's like, Canada's not about, it's not about freedom. It's not. Nope. It's about good governance. It's about good governance. That's what it's about. It's about good governance. Yeah. Safety and good governance. And I was just like, that's not how I see the world. If I don't have freedom, then what's the point? What is the point? I don't get it. What is the point then?
Well, from an early age, and they go into it. If you get into college level courses, history and stuff, the balance of freedom in the state, like how much freedom are you willing to give up for the comfort that the government provides? That's a big theme that Americans are taught to think about at a pretty early age.
Well, it's a huge thing, man, because you got to decide, like, what are you willing to do? What are you willing to give up? Okay, and there's a lot of people. I'll give you an example, right? So a lot of people, there's people who have taken medical procedure twice and don't want to take any more, but they're still fighting for freedom. Why? Because some of them were coerced. Some of them, well, a lot of them were coerced, or most of them that I know, anyways, were coerced. A lot of people feel mad about it. They feel like the wool was pulled over their eyes. But then even they're now here fighting for that freedom, right? They're now here. And that's why I accept everyone. I want everybody with me. I'm not here to, I can't afford. You understand? Oh, check it out. This is a Catherine McKenney email.
No boy.
You want to read this, Pan? This is a good one. This is a Catherine McKenney email from February 2nd. Look at this. I love this. You know that I can have so much fun just going through all this documentation. Look at this. All these exhibits. Ooh, so much. There's just so much fun stuff to read. Okay, check this one out over here. This is Catherine McKenney from February 2nd.
Okay, so this is Catherine McKenney. She says, or they them says, Ottawa's urban core is in crisis. For 6 days and nights, downtown residents have been under siege. They face unprecedented noise and pollution. Wearing a mask in public means being threatened with violence and sexual violence, or being spat at and screamed at.
Sorry,
We've
what?
experienced public urination, defecation, symbols of hatred and intolerance, including Nazi flags circulating our downtown. Horns are blasting 24 hours a day, keeping our children awake. Drivers threatening pedestrians and others with erratic and dangerous behavior. Seniors and others are afraid to leave their homes, to buy groceries, or to take their children to school.
This is a city
There are
councilor.
open fires, tanks of fuel being delivered to vehicles, illegal parking everywhere, downtown gridlock, and more. We've experienced, hold on. And we're told that more trucks may arrive this weekend to reinforce the convoy's members. We understand the pressure our force is under dealing with this federal problem without full federal assistance. It is essential that the RCMP be asked to assume full operational control of Parliament Hill and the surrounding precinct area. That will allow Ottawa Police Services to patrol and enforce our laws in the rest of downtown, something that simply is not happening at this time.
This is a city councilor now running for mayor. Okay. This is just craziness to me. Therefore, we ask you, look at this. So, look at her asking. Really, if you go through a lot of testimony, you can see that there's a couple trouble-making city councilors that really push through all this. Mayor Watson, have you spoken with the Prime Minister? And what assistance did the Prime Minister offer? Have you requested the federal government take control? Have you requested that the federal government take control of what's happening in our city? Chief Slowly, have you requested that the RCMP assume full operational control of Parliament Hill and Parliament Princess OPS? Oh my God. What is the plan? What is the plan? What is the plan? What is the plan? Regards, Catherine McKenney, Matthew Fleury, we are crying. Bring an end to chaos. Man, I mean, this is the kind of crybaby stuff they're sending. I mean, anybody who was there, come on, there's so much footage. It's just such a joke. It's just such a joke. What violence. Friggin' lunatics, man. iMessage, text messages, and WhatsApp messages. This is great. I love how secure our government is, too. It's fantastic for me to know this. You know, that Facebook basically has access to everything. I love it. Meta. Access to our entire
give Facebook all your secrets.
Oh, I like this. This is a good one. Diane Dean's wine glass emoji.
Yeah, she could use a drink after yesterday's testimony for sure.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's just freaking. These guys are such jokers. This is why we're even doing this. It's dumber than comic books. This stuff, honestly. Serge Arpin.
Right.
Oh, check this out.
Who'd have thunk?
Look at this. Look at this. Serge Arpin. What about what? We have to stop using text messages. Too confusing. Can we stick to this medium, please? Diane Deans. Yes, sorry. Serge Arpin. Chief Slowly is a tyrannical dictator. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? The article is saying? Calling you now if you're free. It's now a good time. I tried to call you. Text me if you're free. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what the media are going hard on. You can see them spinning a friggin' story. This stuff, I'm
They're
telling you.
such drama queens, bro.
Just get liquored up and go through all this stuff. I mean, don't get liquored. I'm not encouraging people to overdrink, right? But I mean, this is some funny, goofy. It's just so goofy. So I'm at a Valentine's Day dinner with Diane. I'm not free. It's like 30, or maybe his wife's name is Diane as well as her name. I don't know. No confidence in me. Ask for the chief's resignation. Not aware. Trying to suppress later. Dinner now. Holy crap.
I mean, don't they know, like, it's not good to discuss stuff like this in text. Like, if you're doing, like, serious topics or discussing serious things, you need to do it in voice.
Such a bunch of punks. Totally worthless people, man. Totally worthless. Friggin'
The commission
worthless
is reconvened. La commission reprend.
I want to turn now, we will get to resources by the end of my cross-examination, but I'm going to turn first to the PLT, which is something we've heard a lot about this morning. The PLT is one of many important groups that within the law enforcement efforts that was working to resolve the issue of the convoy, right? Yes. And there were other very important groups such as intelligence, people that were doing enforcement at POU, all also had a role, correct?
Agreed.
And some people may favor a bigger role for the PLT and some people may favor a bigger role for enforcement, right?
Depending on the circumstance, yes.
Right. And reasonable people could disagree about how much emphasis to put on which law enforcement tool you have.
Yes, it's always a balance.
And is it fair to say that you and your partners with the OPP favored the more PLT type approach here?
I think that's fair.
Okay. And others, you felt, such as Chief Slowly and Superintendent Patterson, you felt they favored a more enforcement-based approach.
That was the impression I had, yes.
Okay. But I just want to return to one thing, which is that February 1st POU meeting. At that meeting, were you aware that Chief Slowly ensured that the PLT was there?
Yes.
Okay. So making sure that the PLT was integrated with the POU when talking about planning, right?
Yeah.
And that's a good idea.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. But this sort of tension existed between how much enforcement to do versus how much negotiation through the PLT to do.
Yeah.
And just as a slight aside to that, is it fair to say that the public frustration was focused in large part on what the public perceived to be a lack of enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fair.
And I'm not asking you to weigh in on whether or not you agree. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of complex considerations that were going into all police action at the time, right?
Yes, there were.
But you'll agree with me that public confidence in police is itself a crucial public safety issue.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay. This tension between the more PLT type approach or an approach that also incorporated enforcement really came to a head on February 10th, right? And you've talked about that?
Yep.
And that is the meeting where you and Superintendent Patterson had a dispute.
Yes.
And in that dispute, Superintendent Patterson suggested that you favored, and I'm not using the right words, but the overall gist of it was that you were favoring a PLT-driven strategy, in part because your husband was leading the PLT, right?
I don't think that's what his, and maybe I'll ask you to rephrase or to repeat it. if that's what I felt or if that's what he was saying.
And if I'm characterizing it incorrectly, please feel free to clarify. My understanding was that Superintendent Patterson made a suggestion that you were somehow favoring a more PLT-driven approach, in some way related to the fact that your husband was a team lead for the PLT.
I don't know that that's what he was insinuating, but I can tell you that that was not why I was favoring PLT. I favored PLT because I had seen it in action before. And my husband was actually not normally with PLT, but was a crisis negotiator, so placed in that position.
And I'm not, I just want to be very clear. I'm in no way suggesting that that's what was happening.
Okay.
Okay? But just that there was a dispute about your husband's role in PLT and whether that had any influence on your favoring of a PLT strategy.
Yeah, I don't know that that's what he was trying to say, Superintendent Patterson. I want to put words into his mouth. I didn't take it to be that angle that you're suggesting, so I don't want to agree to that because I don't know that that's what he was insinuating.
So please feel free to clarify what you think he was suggesting about your favoring of a PLT strategy and its relationship to your spouse.
I think he was insinuating that I had communicated with my spouse about this particular operation, and that had undermined his ability to proceed with the operation.
I got it. Okay, fair enough. And you felt that this was an inappropriate suggestion?
Yes.
Okay. And it was very upsetting to you, I imagine?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. And you spoke to Chief Slowly, who supported you, right?
Yes.
Chief Slowly understood why you were upset?
Yes.
And Chief Slowly removed Superintendent Patterson from his position within the incident command?
After some discussion and my request, yeah.
Yes, and that's appropriate, right? To ask you what you want to do.
Yes.
Right? And then he supported you.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And this is just a very small point, but my friend spent some time looking at the mission statement of the February 9th plan. Do you remember that?
Yes, yeah.
And I just want to be clear for everyone, the upshot of that was that you wanted the role of the PLT or negotiation to be stated explicitly in the mission statement, and Chief Slowly said it's implicit in the mission statement.
Yeah, I wanted the word negotiation in
Right.
there, not necessarily mention of the PLT, but that we are doing this through negotiated methods.
Right. And Chief Slowly said, yeah, I think that's implicit. I don't think it needs to go in the mission statement.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, he said no first. Sorry, pardon my interruption. He said no first, and then he said it's implied.
And then he said it's implied?
Yes.
Okay. One other point before we turn away from the PLT, which is you referred to the fact that you did not feel that senior command necessarily had great facility with the national framework for police preparedness, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's fair to say that you as well became familiar with that national framework during the Freedom Convoy?
I had seen it before when I spoke of the group that asked to have more members trained post there was a demonstration at Nicholas and Laurier, and they came back and provided me feedback, and they shared the framework with me at that point in time. I looked at it, supported what they were trying to do, and then put it, on the corner of my desk. So it was refreshed of its existence certainly during the convoy.
Okay, and I'm going to suggest that the language that you've used is you became familiar with the national framework during the convoy.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now to the integrated planning group. You gave evidence that the integrated planning group support arrived on February 8th?
Yes.
And your evidence was that Chief Slowly was, I think you used the word suspicious of the group, and he was worried about politics, right? That's your evidence?
Yep.
Okay. And were you aware on February 8th of the motion that had been passed by City Council the day before on February 7th? Were you following the motions at City Council at this time?
I don't know which motion you're referring to specifically, so.
Fair enough. On February 7th, the motion was brought and passed by City Council to have the city ask the federal government to assume responsibility for public safety in the parliamentary precinct?
Yes, I'm aware of that one.
Okay. So you were aware at that point that something quite political was happening, right?
Oh, there was lots of politics.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
And of course, that never happened because the motion was entirely without jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
Okay. But when, again, to be fair to Chief Slowly, when this integrated planning group arrives and you perceive him to be somehow resistant or suspicious or whatever words you're using, this is within 24 hours of a motion to have the RCMP take over policing in the parliamentary precinct, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And so it's fair to say that Chief Slowly was dealing with a lot, including at the political level at this time.
No doubt.
Okay. Yep. I'm going to ask you now about this issue between the February 9th and the February 13th versions of the plan. And I'm going to ask if we could put up email at OPP 1547, please, which is an email we looked at this morning. If we scroll down to the bottom, please. Okay. So you were asked about this email, and this is an email where Chief Slowly asks you to send him the latest version of the operations plan that I approved on February 9th, right?
Yes.
And when you were giving your evidence this morning, when first asked about this email and this operations plan, you explained that this operations plan that had been signed off on the 9th had then been taken by the integrated planning team, and they were refining it and adding to it and making changes to it, right?
Yeah, I think they were building it out.
They were building it out, okay. And I think your evidence just got a bit confused about the suggestion that there was confusion that there were two different plans, right? There weren't two different plans. There was a February 9th plan, and it evolved into the February 13th plan. Is that fair?
They're two very different plans in their final states. So to say what was happening at this stage in the game would be unfair. I think Superintendent Bernier could probably tell you that piece in greater detail.
Fair, but the commissioners shouldn't be left with the impression that there were two independent plans floating around and no one knew how to reconcile them, right? That wouldn't be fair.
Well, I think further up, I sent him the plan that he's talking about. And then the conversation carries on about this integrated plan that is being developed, waiting for signatories and that piece. So it would appear to me that there are two plans at this stage, but one may be the predecessor of the second.
Right, and the difficulty in this email that I'm going to put to you is that you had not been following the status. I shouldn't say you weren't following, I'm sure you were following, but you had not seen the February 13th version, or at this point, yes, the February 13th version yet, right?
I had not.
So what you sent Chief Slowly back was the one that you had.
Was the one that he'd signed off on the 9th.
And that you had.
Yes.
Right, because you didn't have the February 13th one yet.
I did not.
Okay.
That's right.
So, and I'm going to just take you now, if I could, to OPS 10470. And if you scroll down, please. And this is, sorry, if you go up just a little bit, this is an email from Superintendent Liu, I believe it is, at the RCMP.
That's correct.
And Superintendent Liu refers to the fact that he is working on the plan, and in the second sentence, obviously this plan originated with your plan, which we examined, bolstered, and strengthened, right?
Yes.
And that was consistent with your understanding of what was happening?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now to the relationship between the police service and the board and council. You attended several board and council meetings with Chief Slowly, both before and during the convoy, right?
I did.
And when questions came up about operations, often Chief Slowly would defer to you and you would provide an operational update.
Yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say that you and Chief Slowly did that work and updated the board together, right?
Yep.
And you were on the same page about what sort of information the board should have as to the status of operations.
Yes.
I only have another minute, so I'm going to be fast. I'm going to ask you now about resources. Ultimately, it took the additional 1,800 officers that the OPS determined it needed to clear out the occupation, right?
I think it actually took more than that, but yes.
Okay, it took more than that. And this was done without any serious injury or loss of life?
That's right.
And partly in doing this, the police used the powers given to the police by the Emergencies Act?
Yes, I think it assisted, I would say, grease the wheels of the plan that we had in place.
Yes, okay, fair. So it assisted you in executing the plan?
Yes.
Because you used powers such as threats of seizure of vehicles, right?
Yes.
Threats of seizures of bank accounts.
Yes.
It helped you get tow trucks.
Yes.
It allowed you to prevent assembly in the red zone.
Yes.
So that things, I think we can say, fairly resolved more quickly and more safely because of those additional powers.
Yeah, and Superintendent Bernier may have more details on this. I understand that we had secured some tow trucks. But I would say, in terms of the plan that we had in place, it allowed us to move with further confidence than we would have had, say, without it. We may have seen more challenges later on in court, but we were going ahead with that plan anyway.
Perfect. And before the over 1,800 additional resources arrived, you'll agree with me that the OPS did not have sufficient resources to end the occupation.
We'll absolutely agree with you.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up are the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, Acting Deputy Chief, and as I have been saying, first, thank you for your service and thank you for your forthright testimony already here that you've given today. I just need to pull one very small thing before I begin. I'm just scrolling to it in my own disclosure.
If you could first introduce yourself and speak up a bit, please.
Yes, sorry, sir. Brendan Miller, I am counsel to Freedom Corp, which is an incorporated entity that represents the protesters that were in your city in January and February of 2022. So beginning first with the area that I want to chat with you about is the Hendon reports. You said in your evidence in chief that Acting Chief Bell's unit at the time, which I believe you said was intelligence.
That's right.
They were the ones that would receive the Hendon reports, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say that it would have been now Acting Chief Bell's responsibility to pass those reports on to the office of the chief and Chief Slowly. That's who would pass them on to him.
I think what he would be passing on is the products of what that unit worked on to share up. I don't think it was his job to pass it up to the chief, but the information would be assessed, analyzed, and then passed up the chain.
Now, we heard yesterday that Chief Slully had to get the Hendon reports from the OPP directly in January of 2022, and Superintendent Morris found that odd because the OPP had been providing those reports to OPS since Project Hendon started in early 2021. To your knowledge, were the Hendon reports not provided by now Acting Chief Bell or his department to Chief Slully?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Couldn't comment on that. My understanding is that the chief was receiving them as part of an all chiefs. Sometimes that's how the initial, there's two separate levels. So he might have been receiving it in that. That's generally one of the ways that that information is disseminated across the province. But whether Chief Bell was getting them and when he got them, I don't know. I couldn't speak to that.
And so it's fair to say that we'll have to just ask Chief Bell or Acting Chief Bell that. It's fair to say then that these Hendon reports, they went to someone likely in Chief Bell's unit, but not necessarily Chief Bell?
Yeah, that's fair.
And then that individual, whomever received them or group, would then put together their own product and then provide it to either Chief Bell, and then Chief Bell may or may not provide it to Chief Slully. Fair?
Fair.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that clarified because it's an important point. I want to talk to you a little bit about, too, the media reports and some of the misinformation that was spoken about yesterday by Superintendent Morris. The media, through reporting at times and statements of elected officials, reported that the residents of Ottawa were experiencing unprecedented violence. Do you remember reading that?
I don't remember reading that, no.
All right. Can you agree with me that there was not an increase in violent crime or events of violent crime in the city of Ottawa during the protests before the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
I don't think I can agree with you on that. I do believe we saw an increase in violence. I don't have the exact measures or the stats, but I do know that we did see some increase in violence and acts of violence as a result of the protest in town.
Right, and so I understand that prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, between January 27th and February 14th, there was a total of only 13 charges laid as against the protesters. Can you agree with me on that?
Can you repeat the dates, please? Sorry.
Between January 27th
yeah.
and February 14th, the invocation.
So that charges were laid during that time. Charges may have been latent in terms of once the information was all gathered, then charges were laid after. And my understanding is there's somewhere upwards of 400 charges that were laid in relation to the convoy.
Right, and those charges, I understand, the great majority of them arose after February 14th with respect to the enforcement. It wasn't for things that happened during the time period prior to the invocation. Is that fair?
No, I think they were acts that took place during that time period when the convoy was in town, but that the information was only able to be solidified into a state where we were able to lay charges at that point.
So would Acting Chief Bell be able to provide us an accurate number for this commission with respect to that question?
I'm sure he could if he knows the question now.
Okay, so well, hopefully he's able to do that because I believe that's an important point. Now, I take it that during the protests, of course, that the Ottawa Police Service, though they weren't at times enforcing bylaws or weren't enforcing provincial infractions, they were enforcing the criminal code in full force and effect, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think we were struggling to be able to do that.
You're struggling, but if a police officer saw an individual assaulting another, or there was a report of an individual to a police officer that they had been assaulted, that was investigated?
Yes.
Those individuals, after that investigation, if it was appropriate, charges were laid against them?
Yes, in many cases.
Now, did Chief Slully at any time advise you that he had been advised by RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki on January 31st, 2022, to not have the City of Ottawa get an injunction because it's an official movement to another stage, this will involve the whole country, and anything official will spark a national response? Did he tell you about that?
I was part of a conversation with Commissioner Lucki and Commissioner Karik, I believe, at the time. I don't remember those facts specifically, but I do remember Commissioner Lucki saying that it was a bit of a double-edged sword getting an injunction because then you would need to be enforcing it, and if you don't have the resources right now to enforce all the criminal codes and other offenses that were being broken here, then to get an injunction sort of sets the expectation for the community that you were then going to be able to actually come down and enforce it, and we didn't have the resources there. So there was conversation for sure about it, but I don't know what her specifics, what you're saying, whether that was attributed to her or not.
Right. So I just want to go through again, you had mentioned in your evidence in chief and under examination from my friend's counsel, from Mr. Sully, that there were certain provisions with the Emergencies Act order, the order in council that assisted removing the protesters. I want to deal with each. So first is the threat or the freezing of bank accounts, all right? So I'd like you to turn your mind to that. How many individuals whose bank accounts were frozen, to your knowledge, immediately exited the downtown of Ottawa?
I don't know.
All right. Do you have any information that these individuals who had their bank accounts frozen couldn't leave because they couldn't pay to get out of Ottawa?
I had heard anecdotally through the media some of those stories, but I'm not aware of any specifics.
Okay. So with respect to that, can you agree with me that it was only about 58 or 59 individuals who had their bank accounts frozen?
I can't actually agree because I don't know those figures. I'm sorry.
Okay. And dealing with some of the other enforcement provisions, of course, you can agree that the Emergencies Act order did not order an increase in officers for you to remove the protesters.
No, what it did do was there were some legislative things that it was able to, we were able to get our CMP members here without swearing them all in, which was a bit of an administrative hurdle for us. We were, struggling with that throughout the convoy. With the Emergencies Act, they were able to come and just be police officers here without that step.
Okay. And so that is one of the things that sped it up. But can you agree with me that if there was an order, once you got the resources in place, if there was an injunction in place that had the terms of removal inside of it, that these police officers could have done the same thing, couldn't they?
Yes, they could have. I think we had most officers across Canada here.
Right. So I just want to touch on, and we've talked a little bit about misinformation. And, the evidence from Superintendent Morris yesterday was very interesting. He talked about misinformation in detail and misinformation in the media, and it was very enlightening. And of course, there's still some misinformation going around, and even we have misinformation. We don't know what's true and what's not. So I'm going to ask you some questions here. I don't know what the answer to this is going to be, but it may or may not be misinformation. Did you tell any of your friends and colleagues within OPS that at some time prior to you giving testimony here today, that you were approached by someone who wanted you to give certain evidence that was not true?
No.
Thank you. Now, I take it that you prepared in advance for giving your evidence in this proceeding, in the sense as a police officer would before they testify in a trial or any proceeding.
Yes, I did.
Right. And unlike regular court proceedings, this proceeding is unique, and there's no exclusion of witnesses' orders, and in fact, the proceeding plays out online and live on TV. I take it you're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Did you have the opportunity and privilege to listen to the evidence of Superintendent Morris before testifying today?
His was the one I missed because I was intensely prepping for today, so.
All right. Well, I'm not going to ask you about his evidence then and ask you to confirm it if you haven't heard it. But can you agree with me that Superintendent Morris is the most senior intelligence officer within the provincial government in the entire province of Ontario?
I don't actually know that. I believe that, but I don't know that that's 100%.
And you know he works hand in hand with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, the Communications Security Establishment, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And if anyone in the province, within the provincial and even municipal apparatus, knows anything about threats to the security of Canada, it would be him, wouldn't it?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I think that's speculative, but he's a very learned colleague in this regard, for sure.
Yes. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to now call on the City of Ottawa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Anne Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers for the City of Ottawa. You were asked this morning, Acting Deputy Chief, why the Ottawa Police Service did not proactively lock down Wellington and the downtown core before the first trucks arrived. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
In fact, I think you were asked it several times, in fairness to you. Are you familiar with the farmers' protest that I believe occurred in or around 2006?
Peripherally, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that certain large farm vehicles like tractors came up and protested on Wellington in front of Parliament Hill?
I am aware of that, yep.
And my understanding is they came and they left without incident. Is that in accordance with your understanding as well?
Yes, it is.
And I expect that we will hear evidence that Chief Raymer, and am I pronouncing that right? I am, thank you. Chief Raymer of the Toronto Police Service, that he's indicated that using Ottawa, they locked down the city of Toronto, and that had Ottawa not happened, Toronto Police Service tactics would not have been accepted. And this was in relation to TPS's decision to lock down the area around Queen's Park after the convoy had arrived in Ottawa. Are you aware that Chief Raymer has said that?
I am, yes.
And in fairness to you, and the service, I should say, since the events of the Freedom Convoy, my understanding is that the police, working collaboratively with the City of Ottawa, have in fact locked down the area of Wellington, exercised their authorities to close streets to prevent the event from recurring. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And I'm thinking, for example, of Rolling Thunder.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And I think there was also a veterans event around Canada Day. You're familiar with those?
I am, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I take it you're also aware that during the Freedom Convoy, community members in Ottawa were being harassed by protesters in areas such as Kent Street, for example.
Yes, those are reports we received.
Okay. And for those who aren't quite familiar with the geography of Ottawa, fair to say that Kent Street is on the periphery of what later became known as the Red Zone.
Yes.
Okay. And I also understand that while the city and OPS were generally successful in maintaining emergency lanes open and clear, there were some issues in that respect. Is that fair?
There were, I think probably after the first weekend, we struggled with that, keeping them open.
My understanding is that Kent Street never had an emergency lane open?
No, it didn't.
And that Wellington Street, the intended emergency lane, was in fact lost during that first weekend.
Yes, it was.
Obviously, that represents a public safety concern. You'd agree with that, Acting
Absolutely.
Deputy Chief?
Yes.
So I just want to get the overall timeline. Perhaps you can help me here. I think I've got it now. Let's start with the first weekend. So the first truck rolled in on January 28th, which was a Friday.
Yep.
And that first weekend, January 28th to Sunday, January 30th, OPS's plan, the police service's plan, focused primarily on traffic management. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yeah.
And you've described how on Monday, January 31st, when a number of the trucks did not in fact leave, the service pivoted and considered it now, the event that is, to be a critical incident.
Yes, and an occupation.
An occupation. In other words, not merely a traffic event.
Right.
And you've described this morning how by February 4th, that's the Friday of that first week, OPS still did not have a new or evolved plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think I heard you say this morning that during that first week, there were times, in fact, when the service was floundering. That's the word you used. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
And by February 6th, that's the date that former Chief Slowly, asked for 1,800 additional resources or officers. Is that correct?
I know he made the ask. I'm not sure of the date. So if you're saying the 6th, then.
Does that sound about right?
It does, yes.
I think that's the evidence the Commission has heard to date.
Okay.
And I think I heard you say earlier that, in fact, you believe more resources than that were effectively needed to end this convoy occupation. Is that correct?
I believe in the end it was somewhere near 2,200.
That same day, February 6th, the events that you described at Coventry took place.
Yes.
POU, that's the Public Order Unit, they conducted some enforcement there.
Yes.
That resulted in arrests.
Yes.
And they did so without, as I understand it, advising the police liaison team.
That's right, yeah.
Came as a surprise to police liaison team members.
Yes.
And that team, I think you said, felt betrayed.
Yes.
And the result, of course, was a breakdown in the trust between the police liaison team and the protesters, to a certain extent at least.
Yes, I think there was that impact.
You do think there was that impact?
I do think that was, yeah.
And again, for those of us who are still learning about police operations and don't have the experience you do, as I understand it, the police liaison team is the group that is primarily responsible for communicating and negotiating with protesters.
Yes, they are.
So the breakdown in trust would be a significant event.
I would categorize it as that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And moving ahead to February 8th, we're now 11 days into the convoy.
Yes.
We still don't have the almost 1,800 resources that former Chief Slowly has requested.
No.
And that turned out to be necessary. You'll agree with that?
Yes.
We still don't have, if I've understood you correctly, a final operational plan?
No.
At least not one that's been approved?
No. We're working on it.
Yeah. Or which?
We're working on it.
You're working on it. Fair enough. And I think you'd agree with me that by this time the force is probably exhausted.
Yes.
Mentally and physically.
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that Ottawa residents, particularly those living on the periphery of the Rensode, those facing harassment, noise pollution, so on and so forth, they're also frustrated.
Yes.
And they're also exhausted.
Yes.
And it's not an understatement in the least to say that things were dire by that point.
I don't think that's an understatement.
You're aware that on February 8th, the Ottawa Police Service reached out to the city manager, whom everyone in this town calls Steve Kay.
Yes.
To ask him to meet with protesters.
Yes.
And your service felt, it would be a win for PLT to gain trust with the truckers.
I think we were looking for a win in terms of movement of the trucks. I don't know if we were positioning it as a win for PLT per se.
Oh, sorry. I guess what I meant was it's a win in terms of reestablishing trust with the truckers, between authorities and the truckers, so that you can get to a negotiated solution.
That's fair.
Right. I think you said earlier that that was the goal. You, in fact, had wanted to see that in the mission statement, that a peaceful negotiation was the best outcome overall.
Yes.
Steve Kay agreed to work with police and PLT and to meet with the protest leaders. And then I understood that you were off on February 11th and 12th. Did I get that?
That's right.
So I won't ask you about the events of those days, and we'll jump ahead to February 13th. I understand that Steve Kay briefed police about the negotiations on February 13th. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And he told you that we needed the police at the table to confirm where the protesters should park, what locations.
Yeah, for logistics.
Sorry, which?
For
logistics, yeah. That's probably a better word. Yeah. And so he wanted the police, because the police is who's going to need to execute this on the ground. Fair?
Yes, fair.
And he wanted a senior OPS member involved at that stage.
Yes.
And as I understand it, former Chief Slowly assigned Superintendent Drummond to that task.
That's correct.
And that meeting occurred on the evening of February 13th.
I believe so.
With Superintendent Drummond at the table.
Yes.
And I know we'll be hearing from him next week, so I'll pick it up with him there. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could now call on the Ottawa Coalition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
My name's Paul Champ. I'm the lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition for Residents and Businesses, and want to thank you very much for coming today to answer some of our questions. want to start, Deputy Chief Ferguson, asking you about the decision to allow the heavy trucks to come downtown right at the outset. Now, we've heard previous evidence from the city manager, Mr. Canelakos, and the mayor and Chair Deans that the police were telling them that it was the opinion of the Ottawa Police Service that you could not prevent the heavy trucks from going downtown because of the charter rights of those truckers. Was that your understanding of what the Ottawa Police were telling the City of Ottawa officials?
Yes.
And was that a legal opinion that the Ottawa Police obtained?
I don't remember if we obtained a legal opinion on that. I believe this was based on decades of past, experience in managing events, and that we have allowed it in the past, and we're going to again in this case.
Notwithstanding the dramatically larger scale and the larger number of heavy trucks.
Yeah, I think we have had trucks and, as previously alluded to, tractors in that area of the downtown. It's obviously the sought-after spot where people come to protest.
And this idea of vehicle protests or vehicles associated with protests, you've told us the Ottawa Police Service has had some experience with that before. Has the Ottawa Police sought input or guidance or expertise from other police services about how they manage large vehicle protests?
Not to my knowledge. Now that's possible. I know there is a whole network of officers who go to conferences on public order things, and I have been to one of those, so there may be a network, and that might have happened already.
There might be police services reaching out to OPS now after this event, yes, I'm sure. Yeah. Deputy Chief, on January 26th, we know that you gave an interview to Global News, is that right? Do you recall that?
That's possible, yes.
And you made a comment to the media at that time, or Global News, that you expected the convoy protests could go on for a prolonged period. Do you recall making a comment like that?
I do.
And by that, I understand you're later suggesting that by prolonged period, you just meant like the long weekend.
Yes.
But isn't it true, Deputy Chief, that by that time, there were, in fact, all kinds of, I would suggest, glaring indicators that these protesters were coming here for a very prolonged period. Isn't that fair?
So there were indicators. Was I aware of them at that time on the 26th when I made that statement? I don't believe I was. But prolonged, in my experience, being police officer in the capital for 27 years, prolonged was a weekend for a protest.
But this one was different, Deputy Chief. You had a very, very large number of trucks that were coming from a long distance, right, from Western Canada, correct?
Yes, and we'd had a similar one, I believe, in 2019.
Yeah, some of the same folks involved,
yes,
I think.
Yes.
We might hear about that later in these hearings, but nowhere near the numbers. Correct?
Well, the numbers were something that was fluctuating as they traveled across the country. And even right up until the 3 days prior to them arriving in Ottawa, my understanding is the Hendon reports had 3 different numbers. Somewhere in the high 400s, then 5.5, and then ultimately 1,300, I think, was the last number that we had prior to them arriving here.
This one was also different, I would suggest, Deputy Chief, because it was known and very publicly known that they had, in fact, raised an enormous amount of money to support this journey and perhaps more, given the amount of money raised. That made it different, did it not?
It did, without knowing what that money was going to be used for, whether it was going to support truckers who could no longer work because they couldn't cross the border, or whether we could speculate as to what that was for. We didn't automatically attribute it to being to support the people who arrived in Ottawa.
Well, you knew from the GoFundMe page, it said for raising money for fuel and lodging and food for the protesters in Ottawa. You were aware of that?
I didn't know that, no.
Okay, that might have been the intelligence folks, might not have shared that with you. And also that the protesters had no exit strategy. You weren't aware of that at the beginning.
No, not at the beginning. And to be fair, I think there were comments saying that they were planning on leaving after the weekend, and then other ones that said the 4th, I think, was given as a date. And then there was also information that there was no exit strategy for some of them. Were planning to stay.
But you would agree with me, Deputy Chief, there were some indicators that they were prepared to come here for a number of weeks, perhaps.
I would agree, yeah.
And at the time of the first weekend, at least at that time, unfortunately, the Ottawa Police Service did not have a contingency plan about how to manage that for several weeks if we had a few hundred trucks parked in downtown Ottawa.
Yeah, we did not.
We were crossing our fingers and hoping for the best at that point. And I know there's a lot of armchair quarterbacks at this stage, Deputy Chief, but it was a bit of a traumatic event for a lot of folks downtown. Now, at one point, Chief Slowly said this is no longer a protest, it's an occupation, and you've told us today that the protesters had begun to entrench themselves. And you mentioned they had set up tents. But they also were started creating wooden structures, correct?
Yes.
A number of them at different locations?
Yes.
There were kitchens that were set up?
Yes.
Outdoor kitchens. We know they had different fires at different locations to keep them warm, multiple locations?
I heard that, yes.
They had supply chains of fuel and food from the staging area at Coventry to bring food and fuel regularly downtown, correct?
That's my understanding, yep.
Well, the Ottawa Police was monitoring, I gather, those supply chains?
Yes.
And you were also aware that the convoy protesters had very strong logistics and experienced people managing those logistics. You were aware that they had retired military and police managing those logistics?
Yes.
So over time, it became quite clear the Ottawa Police Service was a serious problem, that they could well be here for a very long time.
Yes.
And on the impact of downtown, there was, is it fair to say, Deputy Chief, a fair amount of lawlessness in downtown Ottawa at that time?
Yes.
Aside from just the bylaws, the parking, the idling, open fires everywhere at almost every intersection and so forth, correct?
Yes.
Fireworks were shooting off, binging off buildings and so forth.
I've heard that, yes.
Large numbers of propane tanks and jerry cans were around downtown.
Yes.
People were ignoring public health regulations on masks.
Yes.
And we heard some questions around other more serious crimes about assaults. There were reports of assaults during the course of the protest?
There were.
Now, those would have been, I gather, Deputy Chief, difficult crimes to investigate because they weren't in situations where the victim and the perpetrator don't know each other and it's at a random place in a street. I gather that's very challenging for police to investigate.
Yeah, sometimes to identify the subject or the accused and the subject in the event. Yeah.
Right. And in many cases, isn't it fair to say, Deputy Chief, that for Ottawa citizens or residents who were calling in saying they were assaulted and making those reports, the police unfortunately couldn't do much more than just take down the information, correct?
That's fair.
And that's really what happened with the vast majority of those cases.
I don't know if it's the vast majority, but I would suspect there's a large number that is in fact the case.
And there was also a large number of people reporting threats, being threatened by the protesters, correct?
Yes.
And in many cases, when there wasn't actually assault, the police weren't even necessarily taking police reports on those because there were so many. Is that right?
I don't know that we weren't taking them. Not everybody was calling us, and we were, by the second weekend, we were imploring people, and in the press conference that was done, to please call us. We would like to know about this. I know we had an influx of calls around the protest time, but not all of them were reporting. Some of them were threatening our staff. Some of them were espousing their views on the convoy, positive or negative. So our lines were pretty jammed, and it might have been difficult for some people to actually make those reports.
Right. Yeah, this protest was kind of affecting Ottawa on many levels. Our public officials were receiving serious threats as well, correct?
Correct.
And those are things that Ottawa Police Resources had to deal with?
Yes, as much as we could.
As much as we could. We also, obviously, we had the deluge of fake 911 calls and bomb threats to our hospitals. Those things happened?
Yes.
Making it difficult on our Ottawa's police resources?
Yes.
And Deputy Chief as well, the police officers, you've already told us how exhausted they were working around the clock. Some of them were also reporting they were having concerns with the sound and the diesel fumes, correct?
Yes, we actually engaged our police association and got some tools that were measuring the noise that our officers were being exposed to. along with air quality things. So some of the officers were wearing them on their uniform so that we could assess just what sort of impact it was having on their health.
Because many of them were complaining as it went along about how loud it was and so forth.
Yes, yes.
Now, just the final area, Deputy Chief, about the Ottawa Police and what was happening with the Ottawa Police at that time. Now, this significant event, it occurred at a very difficult time for the Ottawa Police Service as an organization. Is that fair to say?
Very fair.
Yeah, and you've indicated that there was a lot of retirements and resignations at the senior levels at that time.
Yes.
We had a deputy chief who had been suspended for a prolonged period of time.
Yes.
The deputy chief position that you were occupying, that was Deputy Chief Jaswell's spot.
Yes, it was.
And for the previous 2.5 years, there were rotating people through that spot, a number of different officers, inspectors, McKenna, Ford, Burnett, I think Rayom, Dunlop, Drummond, all of you occupied that position for some period of time.
McKenna, Ford rotated back and forth over several months at a time for a period of, I think, probably about 18 months. And then, yes, Superintendent Dunlop was there. I think he was those were the only three.
And other senior officers had resigned or retired at that time, so you'd lost some of the normal robustness that this Ottawa
Corporate
Police
knowledge and subject matter experts, yes.
Right. And there was also the issue, was it not, Deputy Chief, that there were there was a lot of people within the Ottawa Police Service who disliked the chief and were not very happy with the chief's leadership. Is that fair to say?
There was definitely some dissension, and I don't know what all the reasons for leaving were, but it was a time where I would say we were pretty divided, exhausted, and I don't know, there was, as I said, a number of people who left, but they were able to, because they had their years in, and it was a good time with pandemic restrictions lifting. I think a lot of them went on to do, whether it was travel or do other things, so.
Right. Well, we know in the midst of this, Deputy Chief, though, of this convoy, not only did Chief Soley end up resigning, but prior to that, there was a CBC story that was coming out critical of his leadership that apparently came from those within the Ottawa Police Service. You recall that?
I do. I think it was convoy related, though. Like it was from incidents that occurred during the convoy and prior.
But do you think that those who leaked that information, they were trying to undermine Chief Soley or wanted to see him fail?
I don't know what their motives were, but I think it had that impact.
Okay. And just the last thing here, Deputy Chief. Now, you've testified, you've given us evidence that you yourself had some concerns with the decision-making and actions of Chief Soley at times.
Yes, I did.
And your concerns about that grew over time as the convoy progressed?
Yes, I think that's fair.
And you were aware that and we're going to hear evidence of this, that the OPP and others from the other police services also had some concerns in that regard?
Yes.
And now, did you discuss these concerns with Deputy Chief Bell at any time, like as the two, executive command under the chief? Did the two of you discuss these concerns that were being raised and your own observations about Chief Soley?
I remember Deputy Chief Bell saying, make sure that you keep the chief informed. That's going to be, the best way to make sure that he is, satisfied with what is going on. So make sure that communication goes to him as often as possible. And that was more of a sort of, you've stepped into the deputy role, here's what's expected. I don't know that we had much conversation about the chief per se. I mean, we were both up to our necks in operations and things, so.
So it never got to the level of concern that the two of you were expressing concerns to each other about your confidence in the chief's decision-making abilities at that time?
No, I don't think so.
And if you had, what would you have done? Was that something that you and Deputy Chief Bell could have perhaps raised with the Police Services Board, perhaps?
Yeah, I guess if that's where we were, if we'd had that conversation, them or OCPC, I think would be.
Ontario Civilian Police Commission?
Yes, yeah.
And just finally, on the integrated command, once the integrated command occurred, that's when the resources really began to flow, correct?
Yes.
So it seemed that there were some concerns by other police services that they didn't want to provide significant resources when it was under exclusively the command of the Ottawa Police Service.
I'm not sure what their reluctance was, but when we did start to work, collaboratively with the other services, the flow of information and the requests were much quicker.
And so, Deputy Chief, is it fair to say that had there been a shift to the integrated command much sooner in this event, perhaps the actions that were finally taken to clear out the protest could have occurred sooner? Is that fair?
That's fair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief.
Thank you. Next is the Government of Canada.
Hi, my name is Caroline Laverdière. I'm one of the counsel for the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned in your witness summary that OPS would not have been able to manage or resolve effectively the convoy occupation in Ottawa without the invocation of the Emergencies Act, correct?
So I think at the time of my statement, I was under the impression that things like tow trucks, that was the only way we were going to be able to get them. I may be corrected by Superintendent Bernier. I think they did have some lined up and they were on their way just prior to us beginning our actions. But I think, as I stated before, that I think the Emergencies Act made us more confident in the approach we were taking and enabled us to, get past the issues of whether it was the seizing of assets. I think that was helpful in terms of setting a tone for some of the people who may be deterred by that. And the tow trucks specifically was the piece that I remember being very helpful. And, the red zone, we were moving in there regardless, but the Emergencies Act was helpful.
Excellent. One aspect of that I want to further develop with you, and it builds on what you previously said about PLT and its role in managing protests, and in this case, an occupation. There was a lot of talk, or actually things written in the final plan that was approved on February 13th about PLT negotiation, but also there was a focus on the objective of shrinking the footprint of the protests and occupation.
Yes.
That assessment is correct?
That is, yes.
And my understanding is that shrinking the footprint it involves having people leave on a voluntary basis before, for example, POUs are brought at the forefront to forcibly remove people, right?
That's correct. Our PLT team was engaged in a notification, I guess, campaign, you would say, where they were advising people that you are now breaking the law. You will be arrested if you stay. You are being, provided the opportunity to leave. And I think we did that over a series of, 12-hour periods.
Increments,
and then eventually moved in. And it was somewhat successful in shrinking the footprint.
Okay, and to just let's stay on that notice to protesters for a little bit there. In that notice, OPS did provide information about if you are staying, your vehicles and property may be seized or towed, correct?
That's quite possible, yes.
And building on what you just said, but also referring to your witness summary, it seems like you were convinced at the time that communicating that information to protesters would have the effect of deterrence or convincing them to leave voluntarily, because you thought that people would not would not want to have their vehicles or property seized. And if I don't think I have the quote, and I won't take the time to do it, but you said it was their lifeline or very important in their life, and so it would move them if they knew that there was a very real prospect of actually being able to tow the vehicles and seize the property, right?
Yes, for many of them, it was their livelihood, their truck.
Yeah. And also for deterrent purposes, these notices contained information about the prohibition to travel to or within the restricted zones, which was designated as unlawful demonstrations, right?
That's right.
Yeah. There was also something about anyone traveling to Ottawa for the purposes of taking part in the Ottawa convoy occupation would actually be breaking the law, right?
Yes.
The notices to protesters also included language clearly telling protesters that if they stayed, their personal or business accounts may also be subject to restrictions, right?
That's right.
Yeah. And the question about bringing a minor to protest was also included. And some of these notice to protesters actually stated that if you brought a minor to this unlawful protest, you could be fined up to $5,000 and potentially spend 5 years in prison, right?
That might be true. I don't remember the exact details, but yeah.
And just circling back to what you said in the very beginning of my examination, but you agree with that, you would agree that as of February 17th, the size or the footprint of the protest in Ottawa had significantly been reduced?
Shrunk? Yes, I would.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Next, the JCCF and Democracy Fund.
At the outset here, I'd like to ask for leave to read a sentence from the witness's interview summary. I won't do that right away, but I figured I'd ask now so as not to disrupt whatever flow I can muster.
Well, I think that would be fine. It's been entered in evidence, so
all right.
If she needs it, it can be brought up.
Sure. Good afternoon, Acting Deputy Chief. I'm Rob Kittredge, counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms.
Good afternoon.
As I understand your testimony earlier, there were only two ways in which the invocation of the Emergencies Act was of use to police in ending the Freedom Movement protests. One, it bypassed the requirement to swear in officers from other jurisdictions, which saved a bit of time. And two, it helped to procure the services of heavy rig tow truck operators. Is that fair characterization of your testimony?
Of my testimony, yes. I do believe, though, the seizing of assets was also helpful.
Can you expand on that?
So the threat of seizing assets of
right.
bank accounts and rigs and things like that.
Okay. Useful, but not necessary.
Yeah, useful, but not necessary.
How much time did not having to swear in officers from other jurisdictions actually save?
I don't know.
Could you give, would it be on the order of hours or days or?
Probably hours. And I don't know how many of them we had already done at that point in time, but a number of hours administrative, probably, people being involved in that and filing paperwork. And
right. So it sidestepped some paperwork and headaches in a few hours.
Yeah.
All right. I'm interested in what steps were taken by police to obtain towing services prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Can you describe the efforts made by the city and police to procure towing services before that date?
I don't have all the details of that. I think probably Inspector Lucas would be able to assist in that, potentially Superintendent Bernier. The information that I had at the early stages, we didn't think the tow trucks were going to be an issue until we looked to try and procure some. And we have contracts, obviously, with some companies in town. And when push came to shove, they refused to engage. And so at that point in time, I don't know at what stage we were in the convoy, if this was after the weekend or leading up to the weekend. And so when we looked at what our options were for heavy tow, I do recall a number of conversations about that, and that we believed OC Transpo might have had a couple of heavy tow trucks that we could potentially use, but I think that was it.
Right. Despite the fact that your answers may be that you weren't aware of the details, I'm going to walk you through a series of carefully crafted questions here that I don't want to throw away. How many towing service providers did the police contact?
I don't know.
We've heard that some towing services were concerned about driver safety. Did you offer to ensure that police would accompany towing operators to ensure their safety?
I don't know what offers were made.
All right. We've heard that some towing services were concerned about damage to their vehicles. Did you offer to compensate them for damage to their vehicles?
I don't know what offers
All
were made.
right. Isn't it true that pursuant to it occurs to me that I'm probably torturing the sign language interpreters, so I'll slow down. Isn't it true that pursuant to the Highway Traffic Act, police officers do not require a license to operate any motor vehicle in the performance of their duties?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
I'll put it to you that it is true.
Okay.
So in other words, if you're not going to be able to answer this, but I'll put it to you that if police officers were able...
If you could try and focus on questions she can answer. I mean, I appreciate you've prepared them, but,
sure.
You know, I'm not sure it's helpful to the commission.
All right. So I guess I'll skip right to the end here and say you stated earlier that you did have tow trucks lined up and that they were on their way to Ottawa prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And your interview summary says that OPS knew that if it arrived with tow trucks, many protesters would leave because the trucks were their home and livelihood. Do you stand by that statement?
I do.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
You obviously are familiar with me, but for the record, my name is Jessica Barrow, and I represent the Ottawa Police Service. I only have a few things that I would like to cover with you this afternoon.
Okay.
So I want to start by talking about some of the comments that were made by you in response to questions with respect to those protesters that came, the ones that stayed, and the ones that left. Is it your understanding that OPS has filed an institutional report in relation to this commission?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
I am.
Are you prepared to adopt the content of that report?
Yes, I am.
I would like to pull it up. The number is ops.ir. I believe it's 701. And if we could turn specifically to page 13. What do you understand this chart to represent?
So that looks like the number of vehicles that rolled into town and the dates, and the people, and where they. I think it's just the vehicles, and the areas that they were at, whether they were at Parliament, whether they were on Wellington, and Elgin and Rideau.
I think if you read paragraph 44 as well, it may assist in understanding what specifically is set out in that chart.
So I think the individual protesters are the ones that are under Parliament. And then the vehicles, yeah. So the vehicles are listed in the thousands, and the people are estimated at 5,000 to 6,000 on January 29th.
So we've heard a lot about the vehicles in particular, and the fact that they had not left. What do we see as between January 31st and February 1st in terms of the number of vehicles that are listed?
It starts to dwindle from thousands to over high 600s, and down to as low as 481, and then builds back up.
Would you say that this chart aligns with your experience at the time in terms of the ebbs and flows of the trucks?
I would, yeah.
Could we now please turn to page 33? And I'm bringing this to your attention in response to some questions that we heard earlier. What do you understand this chart to be?
So this is our the total charges that were laid and the types of offenses that were charged during the convoy, or that occurred during the convoy.
And if we scroll to the bottom of that chart, does this demonstrate how many charges in total arose out of the events of the convoy? If we could go, I guess it's still on the next page, actually.
Yes.
As well, does it demonstrate how many charges were laid per day?
It does.
And I'm sorry, if we could go back to the top of the chart. Does it demonstrate how many charges were laid in relation to violent offenses?
Yes, it does. So the assaults, the assaults of carrying weapons, it's a variety of different offenses, obviously, in the list here.
And can you see whether charges were laid during the period of the beginning of the convoy through to when they ultimately left?
Yes, I could see that, for example, the weekend of the 17th, 18th, 19th, which I believe was when we were doing most of the clearing of the streets, 11 peace or public officers were assaulted during that time.
Great, thank you. I want to turn to another issue that has been discussed with both Commission counsel as well as counsel for former Chief Sloley, and that is the request that was made by Chief Sloley for a POU plan. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
And do you recall evidence in relation to a meeting that occurred on February 1st with respect to that plan?
Yes.
Did that POU plan materialize?
Ultimately, it did not, from the people who he was initially tasked with.
Right. And you spoke earlier in your testimony about POU being one part of a larger plan.
Yes.
Do I have that right?
That's right.
Can you explain to the Commission a little bit more about how POU would fit into a larger operational plan?
So it's one component, obviously. If we get to a position where we are no longer able to, we've shrunk the footprint as much as we can through negotiations or just through whether it's threats of charges and people have decided that they've had enough and they're leaving, then POU would be, they would have a plan to the approach that they were going to take. You know, in this case, they had 6 or 7 intersections, some large ground to cover. So how they would go about doing that, and it was, you know, the plan ultimately that they had was down to line by line as to, you know, what time they would move in, which direction of travel they would be going in, how they would contain it. The 1st of February, the chief, 2 of the PLT sergeants and myself met with these POU commanders who had been in Ottawa, and I'm not sure if some of them were left over from the weekend because they had their teams here, but these were commanders who had some expertise in executing POU actions, but not necessarily in creating plans. And so when they were tasked with, at that point in time, what was a colossal area to cover, I got the sense from the group that they were, and I certainly know I communicated back and forth with our staff sergeant, that it was mind-boggling, I think would be a good term. They just couldn't, you know, this would have been the largest public order movement in Canada, and that's actually what it turned out to be. And they said, when we initially spoke with them, how do you think we could execute this? And they said, we would need every public order unit or section in the country to be able to clear the streets the way they are now. And that was on the 1st of February. So I think my sense is that they struggled with trying to come up with a plan on its own in, you know, just 6 of them sitting around a table and at a hotel in Canada, I think was troubling for them.
Would it normally be the case that a POU plan would be created in isolation from other plans?
No.
Would it normally be the case that it would be created in advance of all other aspects of the plan?
No. It would be in concert with the rest of the plan.
Can we turn, please, to document OPS 6085? And if we could just scroll down a little bit, there's an email there from Superintendent Dunlop to yourself as well as a few others, right?
Yes.
And you can see it's dated February 2nd. And perhaps you could just take a minute to read that. And my question to you in relation to that is, what did you understand the concern to be at this time from Superintendent Dunlop?
So he was tasked with being a bit of a liaison with the POU and PLT teams. And I had been asking at the behest of the chief for this plan, and were they willing to come and present to him how they foresaw this occurring. And so this, I think, was in response to another one of my asks saying, where are we with the plan? Are we, is there any issues? And so his response here was saying that he met with them all afternoon, and this would have been the following day. And I'm not sure what the recalibration he's referring to, but he's recommending that we meet again and discuss the approach. And when he talks about neighborhood issues, I think he was talking about some of the things that our communities were facing, and whether that was, noise pollution. There was, people were defecating on lawns, those types of things. And I think his approach here was, if we can focus on those and improve that situation for those people, that would probably go a long way to reduce, the impact on the communities.
After this email, or perhaps before, I suppose, were the concerns in relation to the scope of the ask that was being directed to them raised with Chief Slowly?
Yes, I believe it was. One of the commanders had asked for a mission statement. They really wanted to be able to understand what it was he was asking, because again, I think it was that mind-boggling, enormous task that he was expecting of them. And I don't want to speak for them, but I don't know if they knew where to start with that.
Would it normally be the case that a plan such as this would be drafted by the people that were being asked to draft it?
No, I think it would be in conjunction with people who are excellent at planning and writing plans, right. With being fed the subject matter experts.
Earlier in your testimony, in response to a question from counsel for former Chief Slowly, you referenced the request for a POU plan as compared to other types of plans, and used the word fixated when describing Chief Slowly's attitude towards the POU plan. Can I ask you to explain a little bit what you meant when you used that word?
I think that he valued this plan and anticipated this plan more than any other, is what I would say to that.
I'm going to move on now to the expectations of the community and City Council, and we've heard some evidence about that. You've been asked some questions about that. We heard evidence in relation to the level of communication, or perhaps the lack thereof in some people's minds, between the police and City Council. Can you tell us about the extent to which the police and you personally were in touch with City Councillors?
So I was contacted on a number of occasions by Councillor Fleury. He had my phone number. He texted me fairly regularly, sought for the opportunity to meet. He requested I attend his BIA meeting almost every evening during the thick of the convoy. And many times in fact, I don't think I ever made one of the meetings. We did communicate back and forth, but we did have a superintendent and inspector who were designated to be liaisons with the councillors. They also had their community police officers who were very present and very engaged with all of that. So on a one-on-one basis, Councillor Fleury was somebody who I communicated with a fair bit. And then the council meetings, we were obviously all present for those, and some of them lasted for hours, and many questions posed of us, and some things we were able to answer and some things we weren't, and some of it was just a venting session, I think, and explaining that they were very frustrated with the situation in the city.
Kind of along those same lines, we've heard from multiple witnesses that there was a feeling from the community that there was insufficient presence and enforcement by police officers during this time period. And we've also heard some evidence about some enforcement actions that were taken. What was the impact from your perspective of enforcement actions that were taken by police during this time?
I think we were doing them to try and show the community that we were
Premier,
present
originally
and we were
when-
in the communities. I think it was very difficult for us because it sent us in a variety of different directions where if we had been able to really come that straight path to get to the plan and get to those things. So our frontline officers, we were still policing the rest of the city. And we were trying to figure out how to position people here so that there was a presence and people felt somewhat safe, but there was lots of things that our members were being tasked with and responding to, fire barrels and things within the zone of, the red zone. So I think, things like interdiction of jerry cans of gasoline, that was very troubling for, in terms of the reaction of the people in there. And it was difficult for our members because in order to be able to do that effectively, you needed a number of officers because they were getting swarmed. They were getting, intimidated. They were, sometimes hundreds of people. And I watched it happen on a few of the street cameras to see it happening, and it was frightening. And so our members were not comfortable doing that. And I respected the fact that they had the discretion, and on occasions they said, this puts our people at risk, and we are, there's not enough of us out there to be able to do this effectively.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Deputy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No re-examination, thank you.
Okay, well, Deputy Chief, thank you for coming. I just have a couple of very quick questions. I'm just trying to understand a bit about PLTs that you talked about. And would I be correct in saying that they are intended to stop the lawlessness and turn the protest into something that is legal or not disruptive? It would be an objective of PLT?
That could be one of them. When I talked about places where there's antagonizers and agitators, we would go to the PLT to say, this person is causing it's creating issues for your cause. In this case, we were hoping that they would be able to do that, prevent people from honking and all of those actions that they were taking, but also to leave. So twofold.
And to leave, i.e. leave where they're disruptive.
Yeah, yes.
Now, in terms of the process here, and I think I saw somewhere in your testimony that by the Monday you called it an occupation. It moved from a protest to an occupation.
Yes.
Was there any discussion or thought given to how to allow the protest to continue in some form? Because as opposed to, it seems, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, like it was from black to white or white to black, however you want to call it. It was a protest, okay, you're okay till the end of the day Sunday, but now it's an occupation. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
I do understand. And I'm not sure if there was any conversation about that from some of our site managers and PLT teams. So Inspector Lucas may be in a position to be able to tell you what was going on there. I know from a command and strategic level, it was that they're here and now they're entrenched and they're not leaving. So that's where it switched from a protest to occupation.
So there was no part of the plan to allow a continuing or to encourage the protesters to in some way, and I realize there are a lot of trucks, a lot of problems, but to move towards something that was, because as I understand it, there were a lot of people who were protesting who weren't violent and were not problematic. Would that be fair?
I think that would be fair, yeah. I don't want to speculate. I don't know whether those conversations were happening. And the PLT may have been engaging in those and saying, like, if we bring it from, Metcalfe to wherever on Wellington, is that sufficient? I do know there were a number of trucks who were in other parts of the city who very much wanted to get Parliament Hill. They wanted to be on Wellington, and they were upset because they tended to be some of the trucks that came from far west, and they were the last ones to get here, and the good spots were taken. And so I know there was conversations with some of those folks, convoy organizers, who said, you know, we've been cooperating with you this whole time, and then all of the great spots were taken, but we weren't, you know, taking names and reservations for spots on Wellington. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, sir. I think what we'll do is take the morning break now, or morning break, I'm sorry. I'm hinting you're going to be here a long time, but no, that's just a slip of the tongue, sorry. So we're going to take the afternoon break, so we'll take 15 minutes and let everyone have stand up and get a little exercise. So 15 minutes, please.
La commission is in recess for 15 minutes et la commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Never seen somebody such a tool of the state. Incredible. I guess I should have known when I saw her being pushed by Judy Tren, another one of the racialized people who use everything to their own advantage just for them to get ahead, who don't actually care about the country they live in or anything, just about their own ego, pocketbook, and here are these agents of the state. How easily.
Yeah, and they gave you some insight onto, you know, how it went from black to white, as Justice Rouleau said. You know, they just skipped the whole swearing-in process when they're bringing in police forces from other areas. And what that does is, you know, there's no accountability there. That makes it dangerous.
That's right. All right, we got BJ Dictor. He just jumped in. I think you got to connect to audio. There he is. Hey, BJ,
welcome,
how you
BJ.
doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, perfectly. How are you, brother?
I'm good. Just driving across I-90 in New York State. So if the signal tends to get a little weak around here, if I drop off, I'll try to come back later.
That's fine, man.
But here we are. What's going on?
Not much, man. Not much. I've heard things about you. Never spoken to you. Never watched your videos. Don't follow your Twitter. Don't really know much about you. As far as I understand, you were an official spokesperson for the Freedom Convoy at one point with Tamara Leach, James Bowder, I think it is, or Barber. Sorry, I mix up the names. A couple other people, right? There was a few. Maybe you can talk to us about what you're seeing, who you are, and what you're seeing looking at this inquiry, brother.
Yeah, okay, so just for some clarity, because there's so much bullshit going on, it's hysterical.
Yeah.
Just so you know my involvement, I was called by Tamara on January 15th. And she called me, she said, listen, we're doing another convoy like we did in 2018. And she said, I don't know if you can, but, you know, she knows I'm media trained and I've been producing podcasts for years and stuff like that. So she said, do you mind coming in to help? Because I need somebody to do, you know, PR, communications, press releases, all that sort of stuff. And she said to me, you know, I love truckers. She's got a lot of friends who are truckers. But, you know, they just don't have the communications training. And I'm just worried about somebody saying the wrong thing. Mm-hmm. And I said, yeah, sure. You know, it's my pleasure. I said, there's only one condition, Tamara, is if you go, we're not doing the same thing that you guys went through in 2018. So what happened in 2018 was the convoy, the Yellow Vest Movement convoy, went to Ottawa, and they were there for a little bit, and as soon as possible, Michelle Rempel and Andrew Scheer came out to meet with some of the organizers, like one half of them, and this is what they do all the time, divide and conquer, which is what we were going through in Ottawa. It was making me crazy. And they said, okay, listen, we really support you guys. We support the truckers and blah, blah, blah. But what we'll do is we'll get you funding. And then you can take this tour across Canada and reach out to communities and, you know, sell the message of the truckers. But you can't be near those yellow vest people because they're racist, right?
Interesting.
And what happens when people people get politicians waving money in front of their faces, they decided, okay, and that caused a whole bunch of infighting, and the convoy collapsed. So I said, Tamara, if I'm going to take time out of my life to get involved in this, great, but no Conservative Party, no politicians. The only thing we want is either politicians who are in power that would want to talk to us and tell us when and how they're going to remove their mandates and their bullshit tracking app, or just remove them completely and we'll leave. That's it. And I was on Tucker Carlson and Hannity and Jordan Peterson's podcast and Gad Saad's podcast and Dave Rubin and all of these places saying exactly the same thing, that this was just about mandates and just about the COVID data tracking app. So anyway, she agreed, and I got on board, and that's how I got involved.
Okay, and just so two things to, I got two questions before I get on to some more spicy questions.
I'll just clarify the first one. I'm not a Fed. I'm not a Fed.
No, that's not the question. That was going to be my third question. But my first two questions are, first of all, just for a history here, because I'm not involved in protests, right? That's just not what I do. Yeah. So 2018, what was your protest about?
I wasn't in the protest. Tamara and everybody out west put it together, and she told me about it a number of years ago after the protest happened. What happened? Because I never understood how it just collapsed.
Yeah, but what was it? What was it about?
Oh, remember the Yellow Vest movement?
Okay, it was about Yellow Vest movement 2018. All right.
It started with Yellow Vest. They turned it into a convoy, and the Conservatives sabotaged.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so that's and that's interesting actually, because we're seeing a lot of now the Conservative Party Canada kind of signaling around the Freedom Convoy a little bit now. A little bit, not too much.
Oh, now they're fighting. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Because
yeah,
they got to control the narrative. If they control the narrative, they'll get on board. Right. If they don't control the narrative, then they'll try to sabotage it, which is what we were dealing with in Ottawa.
Okay. All right, so that's the first question. Second of all, how do you know Ms. Tamara Lich?
So for the past several years, I've been producing a few different podcasts, one with Professor Stephen Hicks. So if you know when Jordan Peterson talks about postmodernism, he's usually referencing Stephen's work. He's a professor in the U.S. who wrote Explaining Postmodernism, which is the underlying philosophy behind all this leftist shit. If you understand what postmodernism is, then Justin Trudeau makes complete sense.
Absolutely.
And Dianne Deans makes complete sense, right?
No, there's no doubt, but I'm just saying, so how do you know? Sorry.
So so I'm getting there. I've been producing podcasts for a number of years since I sold my business downtown, because I saw this shift on campus because my business was on a university campus, right? So I started producing these podcasts, and Tamara and a whole bunch of other people reached out to me because one of my podcasters, his name is Tom Quiggin, an intelligence analyst.
Oh, Tom Quiggin. Yeah. Tom Quiggin. Okay. He's a great guy. I really find him entertaining, man. He knows.
Okay, so you know his podcast?
Yeah. Okay. I don't want.
Podcast.
Okay. Right on. Cool.
So that's how I met Tamara. A whole bunch of people wanted us to fly out there, and we did, Lloydminster, Grand Prairie, Medicine Hat, met everybody. I stayed at Tamara's house, and that's how we know each other.
Very neat. Very cool. Yeah, Tom Quiggin, I only know him through watching him on the V4F podcast, but when I've seen him, I'm like, this guy, I think I was talking to, hold on a second here, I'll give you the name. I was talking to Drew from the V4F, and I was telling him, yeah, man, that Tom Quiggin, this guy is so entertaining. You got to put him up. Like, he's got a lot of knowledge, and he's got a lot of, because he used to do intel, right, for the military. Anyhow, okay, so that answers the first two questions. Then, now a lot of the people in the chat, and I've seen this before on the internet, and like I said, we don't get involved in the personality conflicts or anything. Question for you is, how did you avoid jail, right? Because so many other people were from,
I get this. I just got this 2 nights ago as well. It's so annoying. It's not your fault, by the way. It's just over and over the same thing.
No problem.
So, just the basics. Not only working with Tom over all the years, but my brother's a police sergeant, and my 2 nephews are cops. So I have a less than superficial understanding of policing. And what they were doing is basic crowd control. They didn't know what to do. They didn't have a handle of the protest. Every department was pointing the fingers at everybody else, saying, "Well, it's not our problem; it's their problem." Trying to defer responsibility, which is what you've been watching for 6 days. They're just trying to veil it in political jargon, but basically that's what they're doing the entire time. So they started to enact to get a little bit more aggressive, and that was almost happening every night. That's why everybody was stressed, because every night we got the impression.
We only got about 2 more minutes, brother, because they're only on a 15-minute break. But really, because all the other convoy organizers, they were
all right. So,
right.
Yeah. So crowd control. You go for the leaders on the street. You pick them off, and then hopefully the organizational structure is gone. Chris was on the street. Tamara was on the street. I had a broken ankle and was stuck in the hotel room. And in fact, when Keith called me on the 18th, said, "You need to leave," I said to him, "The fuck do I need to leave for?"
You're talking about Keith Wilson?
In a wheelchair, man.
Keith Wilson?
Yeah.
Right. Keith Wilson,
Yeah. I'm like,
lawyer for the
I'm stuck in a
JCCF. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and he's
Right.
like, "Well, they might arrest you." I'm like, "I don't think they're going to break down the hotel room to get me." He's like, "Well, they might." And we went back and forth for like 20 minutes, and finally I'm like, "Okay, I guess I'll leave, Keith, but like I think this is a little bit of a stretch."
Okay, so
And
you
that
left.
was it.
You left Ottawa. And they went, and from
No,
your thing,
I left the hotel in the red zone, and I went to stay with a friend of mine in Ottawa
I see.
until March 12th because I had to get my cast off.
Right. Okay, got it. That answers that question. Let's see what else we got over here. How about this Dagny Powluck that I've heard about? She was an official spokesperson as well. No, I'm just look, brother. I mean, I don't know nothing. No, I'm just telling you,
No, I
BJ.
know.
Right? Because for me, you got to remember, I'm just a regular dude here. I'm working. I'm chief technical officer, downtown Ottawa, 130 Slater. I get fired, called supremacist, homophobe, the rest because I'm pissed off.
Oh
with
yeah,
mandates.
me too. Me too.
You know what I mean?
We all did, right?
I don't
Yeah,
know
no, I hear
nothing, dude. I don't know anybody. I don't know nothing. I'm literally just comic book nerd, okay, with my buddy Pan over
I
here
love
from
it.
Oregon. No, really, man, that's what we do. And then these guys just annoy the crap out of me and make my life unlivable. So I got to get up off my ass and get out there. You know, like that's it. Anyhow,
Yeah, I
go,
hear
so
you,
yeah,
man.
so tell me
Okay,
about
so-
yeah.
On the as of the 25th, the Conservative Party was hounding me and harassing somebody within the Conservative Party, a former MP who said he's a staffer, said, "Oh, you know what? We have somebody who could take over and be the spokesperson." And I'm like, we've made it global. My media strategy is pretty much working. I think we got it handled. So he said, "No, but we have this woman. She used to be a liberal. And she's come over to our side, and she's an expert in communications and all that sort of stuff." And I'm like, "Wait, so you wanted me to go tell a bunch of Albertan truckers that we have a spokesperson, and it's some chick from the Liberal Party?"
Right.
I said, "What are you, insane?"
Yeah,
I said, "No wonder you can't win any elections." So anyways, that was on the 25th. Maybe 5 days after we're in Ottawa, I'm in the hotel.
You're talking about 25th
And I have-
of which month? January?
First, it was January 25th. So then, in the
Okay.
beginning of February,
And who was
I'm in
it
the hotel.
specifically who called you to tell you this?
I don't know his last name. His name is Russ. He's a former MP. He's in the Conservative Party. So
Okay.
Dagny came from the Conservative Party, right? At least they tried, and I shut the door on that.
Right.
So we're in Ottawa for, I don't know, maybe almost a week or something like that. And I put a lot of this stuff in my book, by the way, pre-sales tomorrow. And about a week after we're there, Tamara comes into my hotel room.
Yep.
And because at that time I already had a cast, I broke my ankle.
Yeah.
And she brings in this girl and says, "Listen, I got a PR person who's got political experience. I want to introduce you." Okay, great. I sat her down. I asked her a bunch of communication, PR, damage control questions, because I've done that in my corporate life before trucking.
Yeah.
And okay, she has some skills. We were desperate. We need anything, whatever. She comes on board. And then 3 days later, or 2 days later, whatever it was, I find out that she used to be a liberal. And I'm like, holy fuck, that's the same girl that
just
the Conservatives were trying to bring.
let's try not to swear too much. This is a family show, but okay, got it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Got it. Right on. No, that's cool, brother. I appreciate it, man. Let me see here. Okay, one other question for you before I think these guys are going to get started. Let me see here, just making sure that we don't miss anything because they are not always, their timings are a little bit funny here. Okay, no, we're good still. All right. Okay, question for you is, did you end up running away with any of the Bitcoin money? Did you make off with any of that money?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm
The
just
other
look,
one,
brother.
no.
I mean, look. I'm just asking you.
I'm not
That's what
criticizing.
people-
No, I'm not
yeah.
criticizing you.
All right,
It's
man.
just these are the smears
Right.
that we get constantly from the people who are trying to sabotage the convoy.
Sure.
That's where this comes from.
Right.
So all money, everything is in escrow. You can go read the court documents pending that class action suit, and to the point that Nick, who was spearheading the Bitcoin drive with a bunch of Bitcoiners, he got raided by the OPP and the RCMP, and they took his laptop, his phone.
Who was
and
this
really
guy?
Scared the hell out of him. His name is Caribou online.
Okay.
He's a big Bitcoiner guy. He was the guy who was he managed to get 800,000 and change
Right.
directly to truckers. That's the only money that got to truckers.
Okay.
Everything else was either seized by the police or it was blocked because Doug Ford sought an injunction and prevented that money from coming into Canada, minus a few
Order
million that
allowed?
got through, and that's
Right on.
what's in escrow right now.
Right on. There we go, BJ. I think these guys are starting again, but you're more than welcome to
The
come on
commission has
again
reconvened. The
and
commission
chat
call.
with us, man. Appreciate you coming online.
All right, brother. We'll
Thank
talk to
you.
soon.
Cheers,
Okay,
brother.
Good afternoon.
Okay, bye.
Bon après-midi. Just before we call the next witness, just to give you an update for council and for those who are glued to their computer at home, we're planning to go ahead with the next witness who I believe will be 2 hours or so, and then we'll adjourn for the day. So we'll give you an early day. Tomorrow, at the moment, it appears it's not going to go very late. It will be a bit shorter than normal for those who want to make arrangements. So just to update you on the plan so far. So with that introduction, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, Eric Brousseau, Commission Counsel, and the Commission would like to call its next witness, OPP Superintendent Craig Abrams.
Superintendent Abrams, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Swear on the Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Craig Abrams, A-B-R-A, M as in Michael, S as in Sam.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do so swear.
Good afternoon, Superintendent
Afternoon,
Abrams. If I could have document WTS 6013, please. Superintendent Abrams, I'm showing you a copy of your interview summary from when you attended an interview this summer. I take it you've seen this document?
I have.
Okay, and you reviewed it when you signed off on its accuracy?
I did.
Okay, and it remains accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It does.
Okay, thank you. And you have no corrections or additions to make to it?
I have no corrections.
Okay, thank you. And Superintendent, I take it you have more than 20 years of experience with the OPP, is that right?
27 years, correct.
27. Okay. Could you just very briefly, in a couple of minutes, walk us through your background?
Certainly. I spent 12 years at Detachment Central Region, 5 years in uniform, 7 years as a detective constable, 2.5 years as a detective sergeant in our Professional Standards Bureau in East Region, 9 months as a detective sergeant at a local crime unit at Brockville, Ontario. And then with our Provincial Criminal Investigations Branch, I spent 3.5 years there as a staff sergeant and a detective inspector, and then transferred to East Region Criminal Operations for a couple of years, and then became a superintendent in my current role for the past 6 years.
And your current role is Superintendent of Operations for the East Region, is that right?
Correct. We had a minor title change. We're all called Field Operations Superintendents now.
Okay. And in that current role, you were in that role at the time of January and February 2022?
So I apologize. Yes, at the time I was Director of Operations, yes.
And what does that role entail specifically?
So within each region, we have a chief superintendent and 2 superintendents. We have 16 detachments. So I took care of 8 detachments operationally. I took care of their needs. I also took care of criminal operations as well as traffic in this period of time.
And who did you report to at that time?
Chief Superintendent Carl Thomas.
And I want to ask you about Critical Incident Command. I take it you're not formally trained as a critical incident commander, is that right?
That's correct. I'm a trained incident commander. I've not taken the critical incident commander course.
Okay. You've sat in on it, I believe?
I have. Most of our critical incident commanders are of the inspector rank. So as a superintendent, I sat in on one of their courses so I could understand what they were being instructed on. So that's how I obtained some of that knowledge in observing those courses.
Okay. And before the Freedom Convoy events, what was your experience in policing wide-scale protests?
At various ranks of it, was involved in at least a handful of different protests or blockades, primarily in the Tyendinaga, Mohawks of the Bay Quinte area. I was the strategic commander for the Tyendinaga rail blockades in 2020, and then strategic commander for this current event here for the OPP.
Okay, and I was going to ask you about sort of what that means to be strategic commander for an event, if you can describe that for us.
Certainly. Like you heard the witness this morning, she very eloquently described the structure system as how it works. You have a strategic, operational, and tactical. So in my role as a strategic commander, my role is to help facilitate the critical incident commanders that are at the operational level. If they have exceptional needs or resources, they'll come to me and I'll try to make that available to them. My role also is to create situational awareness for OPP Command and brief OPP Command regularly as to what's occurring. I also have some oversight on the command and control just to make sure that what our mission we're trying to accomplish is going to be successful. So I oversee that command and control. And I also look at those areas, try to mitigate any risk that might be involved in our operations. Many of our critical incident commanders are obviously very focused on the jobs they're doing, but may not be aware of what's occurring around the outside of them. And that's my job, to make sure they're understanding of any political issues or other issues that might be going on outside that could affect what they're operating on. It's kind of my job to bring that to their attention.
Okay, and you had a significant amount of sort of decision-making authority over this event, I take it?
Not in an operational capacity. I had decision-making authority in relation to when this event started. This was a traffic event for the OPP, so my job was to create an incident command team to be able to represent the OPP on the arrival of the convoy vehicles. So that was my role initially as strategic commander, to make sure that the organization was well suited and prepared for the arrival of the trucks.
Okay, and you used the term traffic event there. Can you describe that for us?
Certainly. So as we saw it, as we've heard in evidence, we knew vehicles were traveling from across the country, from the east and the west and from northern Ontario to converge here in Ottawa. Well, to get to Ottawa, you have to travel through OPP jurisdictions primarily. So within East Region, we have many jurisdictions on Highway 17, Provincial Highway 417, which are OPP responsibility. I had to make sure that those small communities were prepared for the large influx of convoy vehicles and protesters. So I had to create a team that could support those communities, and then also I had to create a traffic plan as to how we were going to manage the vehicles on the highway. As you heard, I think, from Superintendent Morris, there is that concern, are they going to blockade highways? Are there going to be damage to highways possibly? So we need to have a strategy in place to manage that if it was to occur. So we used our provincial highway blockade strategy. I had an incident commander create an operational plan to prepare for the arrival of the trucks. And as part of that plan, we communicated with the City of Ottawa, Ottawa Police Service, to figure out how can we support them in that, because they obviously had a plan for where they want these vehicles to be. And since we controlled the 417 and the on and off ramps, they needed our support, and so we had to work together on that.
Okay, and we'll get into that. But just to go back to one thing you said, you talked about assisting smaller communities sort of along the way. Are these communities that are policed by the OPP, or would they have their own municipal forces?
Yes, policed by us. So specifically the communities of Arnprior and Castleman to the east, Arnprior to the north. We knew that they were overnighting in those communities. And we did have situations where there was tension at some restaurants where convoy participants maybe not comply with the mask mandates at the time. So we had business owners calling, asking for OPP assistance. So I had to prepare my members to be prepared. Okay, this is what you may see. So do we have a system in place to help support the citizens and make sure that they remain safe? And we know that they're only going to be there for the one night, but we needed to make sure we had bolstered members to assist in that capacity.
And I also understand that you set up, or to use the police term, sort of stood up the Emergency Operations Center. Can you describe that for us?
Correct. Many times in these major events, you have to have a command post. You have to have somewhere to work out of. So within East Region Headquarters, which is located in Smiths Falls, Ontario, we have a room which is called Emergency Operations Center. And so we have a place for all the parties that help participate in these events. So traffic services, PLT, media relations, criminal operations, incident command, scribes, that all sit in that room and focus on that one task of completing the mission. And that's kind of where we try to have a unified command sitting in that one location. And I'm available to them when they need me.
And you mentioned that you were coordinating with various police agencies, but I want to ask you about the OPS now. When did you start coordinating with the OPS to plan for this event?
Right. So on January 24th, I was asked to be the strategic commander for the OPP in relation to the traffic event. And then I would see at least that day or the day after, I called Deputy Bell and said, this is my role. What can we do to assist you? And then we had intersect calls, which I can explain if you like what intersect is. And on those calls, we discussed where vehicles would park and how the OPP could support the influx of the vehicles later in that week.
I do want to ask you about intersect. I also just, I was reminded that I wanted to ask you just to slow down. We have interpreters and translators, so I will make an effort to speak slowly, and they appreciate that as well.
Certainly.
And so you mentioned intersect, so if you could describe that for us.
Sure. It's a multi-jurisdictional, all hazards, emergency preparedness group that focuses on the National Capital Region. It's been in place for many years now. I've been part of Intersect for over 4 years, and there's over 60 clients that are connected to Intersect, and we talk about many different pillars: health, cyber, terrorism, law enforcement, and we have regular monthly meetings and phone calls, and there's also subgroups of Intersect, one of them being law enforcement, where we meet and have discussions. I want to say it was January 24th. I emailed, I apologize, I'll go back quickly. The Intersect program is chaired by the Ottawa Police Service, co-chaired by Ottawa Police Service, the Sûreté du Québec, and the RCMP. And currently they have a civilian kind of programmer that runs the program that Ottawa Police provides. Her name is Kim Stirrup. So I emailed Kim early in the week because I'd heard about, I unfortunately was away from the workplace for 2 weeks prior to the 24th. And I knew that we regularly met when major events were coming to National Capital. Normally we would talk to each other, and I hadn't seen an invite for a meeting. So I emailed her and said, I think we should get the group together and have discussions about how we're gonna, because this is all gonna affect us. So she generated that meeting invite, and we had a meeting shortly thereafter.
Okay. And going back to the 24th, the start of the coordination, like what did that look like in terms of coordinating with OPS? What were you doing?
So I spoke with Deputy Bell, and I also worked with I had my traffic inspector connect with the Ottawa Police Traffic Inspector to say, okay, you guys need to work out the traffic angle, and then report up to myself and the incident commander as to what we can do to facilitate the traffic. But you have to come up with a traffic plan. So that Inspector Dave Tuvell is the one who wrote the operational plan for the OPP response to this event that was supposed to occur over a single day. And he worked with his counterpart with Ottawa Police to make sure that we were supporting them in the way they needed it.
Now, you say the OPP response was, was planning for a single day event. Why is that?
I should back up, sorry. Obviously, it was multi-day in our purposes because they were stopping overnight in Arnprior the night before. So it was more than one night, but we expected the majority of the vehicles were going to make their way into the city of Ottawa on one particular day. So that was kind of the day we wanted to make sure that we had all the resources available to prepare for road vehicle stoppages, road blockages, those types of things. And our provincial liaison team, as the commission has heard about, they were engaged with many of the convoy leaders, and they talked about routes they would take, and they would only take up one lane of 417. They wouldn't take up all the lanes. And then Ottawa Police had told us what off-ramps they wanted us to have them go off at. So we worked with our partners with the MTO and ourselves to make sure we had those ramps ready for their arrival.
Okay. And so maybe I want to make sure I understood you correctly. When you say a one-day event, you're talking about one day where a lot of vehicles will be converging on Ottawa. Is that correct?
The majority arrived in the villages of Arnprior and Castleman the night before. They overnighted there, and the plan was the next morning to make their way into the city of Ottawa.
Right. And I believe you were familiar with Hendon reports?
It was. As Superintendent Morris spoke about, Hendon originated many years ago, and not just because of this event. And because of my involvement in many of the Indigenous protests and my role, I have been on the Hendon email distribution list for many years. So I received all those Hendon reports, not only for this period of time, but also in the past.
Okay. And were you reviewing them as they were coming out?
Yes. Like I said, for the 2-week period of January 11th to the 22nd, I was away from the workplace. And when I returned, I reviewed my emails and caught up on my Hendon reports upon my return from work. But yes, I have reviewed the Hendon reports as they came in because they directly impacted our planning as what we were going to do to make sure that we had all our angles covered in case something from the report indicated that there might be a problem in the village of Arnprior, or there might be intelligence indicates there might be problems in Castleman. Those are things I needed to know, and my incident commander needed to know. So we reviewed them religiously.
Okay. And I understand Castleman and Arnprior are sort of areas under OPP jurisdiction where you would have a particular attention, but did you have an understanding or a view of what was going to transpire in Ottawa based on those reports in the week leading up to the convoy?
I certainly, based on the reports, saw many different views of what might happen in Ottawa. We saw social media reports that said there might be 34,000 vehicles that arrive in Ottawa. We saw other reports that might be only in the hundreds. I think as recently as January 24th Hendon report, one of the intelligence gaps that's indicated on the report says unknown exact number of vehicles that will be attending Ottawa. So even as late as the 24th, we weren't 100% sure on numbers. So we had an intense range from social media saying 30,000, 32,000 to in the hundreds.
Did you discuss the Hendon reports with anyone at OPS in your sort of role of coordinator?
I did not discuss Hendon directly with anybody at Ottawa Police Service, no.
Now, I want to ask you about an intersect call on, I think it was the morning of January 27th. Do you remember that call?
I do.
Could you describe it for us?
Yes, it was part of the regular intersect call. Normally they do roundtable. This was more specific to this event, so we kind of opened the floor to Ottawa Police Service, and they spoke about their event and they spoke about their plans to manage the convoy vehicles that were traveling to their city.
Okay, and what were the plans that were shared on that call?
There was no written plan shared on the call. It was all verbal. They indicated that they had a plan and had a capacity to accept 3,000 vehicles in their city. And then they set about describing on what streets those vehicles would park in. In my notes, I made notes of the call. I noted the streets. I just don't have the streets and the exact vehicle numbers, but they had, Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, X number of vehicles could park there. Wellington Street, X number of vehicles could park there. They spoke about how the convoy leaders agreed to only take 3 of 4 lanes on Wellington Street and leave one lane open for emergency vehicles. Other vehicles would take up side streets off of Wellington and keep the curb lane open for emergency vehicles. That's how they described their interactions with the convoy leaders.
And prior to this call, were you aware that the OPS was planning to allow the trucks into downtown Ottawa?
This was the first I'd heard about how Ottawa planned to deal with the vehicles that were traveling into their city.
Okay, and did you have any concerns about that proposal?
I didn't. As much as I'd seen hidden reports, like we've heard evidence here that obviously motivated individuals traveling from East Coast to West Coast, very well funded, indications that they may spend multiple days. Some hidden reports said 3 days, but certainly it looked like multiple days. But I think Superintendent Morris talked about being in your lane. I had to stay in my lane. And I had a lot of experience working with the Ottawa Police Service with other major events and seeing their abilities, very professional organization. And it wasn't my place to question whether they were ready. I had to make that assumption that they were ready. They were talking calmly about what their plans were. They felt that was going to be successful, and it was not my place to question them. I assumed they had that plan in place, and my job was there to just support them.
Okay, and I understand that and the whole sort of stay in your lane mentality, but did you have any concerns? Even if you didn't voice them, did you have any concerns about that number of maybe heavy commercial vehicles in downtown Ottawa?
I didn't have concerns. It certainly was unique. Not something that I've ever experienced. Large vehicles, I've experienced large number of persons, but not that number of vehicles. But once again, I had to rely on that the Ottawa Police had that experience. They were the police of jurisdiction, and it was just not my place to question. I had to assume that they had a solid plan, and we were just there to support. Sorry.
No, sorry. Did anybody else on that call, any of the other participating agencies, raise any concerns or question that plan?
I don't recall it. I just recall a conversation about how vehicles traveling from Quebec could impact the Cité de Quebec, Gatineau Police. We just talked about impacts that traffic flow would have, but I don't recall anybody questioning what Ottawa Police was speaking about.
Okay. And there was also discussion of a plan to have vehicles kind of park further away and protesters sort of bust in. Do you remember that?
I recall discussions about could we have the vehicles park at the Canadian Tire Centre, the hockey arena, and have them shuttle bus down to the downtown core? In my view, that's more difficult. If you're a truck driver and you've driven your truck multiple days and weeks across the country, you're likely not going to be happy to park it at the Canadian Tire Centre. So I know some areas were opened up by the city to allow some overflow parking, but those ideas I didn't believe came to fruition.
Okay. And based on your participation in this call, what did it appear, how long of an event did it appear that the OPS was planning for?
The weekend at the most.
Okay. And was that consistent with what you understood at the time?
Sorry, consistent in what context?
Did you also believe it would be a weekend-long event?
Yes, because I was relying that Ottawa Police believed it would be a weekend event, so who was I to question that it wasn't going to be? If they believed it, I believed it, and we were partners in it. And as much as Hendon did say those other things, I had to take some faith in Ottawa had the plan, and that we would be done on Sunday evening, maybe Monday morning at the latest.
Well, you've anticipated my question because Superintendent Morris was very clear yesterday that the Hendon reports in the week leading up used the word long-term and sort of made it clear that protesters would be staying. So I guess I'm wondering if you were reading them, why you weren't left with that impression as well.
There was more Hendon report, there was more intel that indicated they were staying longer than staying shorter, for sure, there was. And I just had to assume that Ottawa had a capacity to manage what may have been a longer term event, that there must have been a plan B, let's say, for lack of a better word, that, yeah, if these people do stay after Monday, then we pull out plan B and we activate plan B. Those were just assumptions I was making, that because we all knew and we all had access to those incident reports, we knew the possibility could be longer, that there must be a contingency plan in place if Monday's still locked up.
Right. Was there discussion of that contingency plan or plan B on this intersect call?
There was not.
Who, if anyone, at the OPP did you sort of report back to after this intersect call about the plan to let the vehicles into downtown?
I reported to my chief superintendent, Carl Thomas, about what was occurring. I reported to my incident commander, of course, because he wasn't on the call. It was Inspector Scott Semple, he was the incident commander at the time, to say that I had this conversation. This is what Ottawa's plan is for the vehicles. And that's when I asked my traffic inspector to connect with their traffic inspector and just filled my superior in on what I'd heard on the call.
And ultimately, there was a sort of plan that dated January 28th or 29th, I believe, that was put together by the Ottawa Police Service. Did you ever see a copy of that plan?
I don't recall seeing a plan for that weekend, no.
Okay. Did you ever ask for a copy?
I did not.
No. Would you normally see a copy of a plan for an event like that?
Not as much. It's another police jurisdiction, unless it had ties to OPP operations in the plan. I wouldn't normally see it because it didn't impact me or my service.
We've heard evidence, and I expect we'll continue to hear evidence, that this was a fairly unprecedented event. Would you agree with that assessment?
I would agree. On many levels, unprecedented in size. The vehicles used lots of unprecedented natures to the event, for sure.
If we could pull up OPP 50773, please. Just showing you another document. This is the will say that I believe you prepared in connection with attending the interview this summer. Is that correct?
Actually, within a week after the end of the event, I just felt, because of my role, that the organization would likely want to hear from what I experienced. So I created the will say then. I didn't even know that a commission was coming or that interviews may be coming several months later. I just did it because I knew the facts were fresh in my mind at the time. There was so many things that happened that most made it into my notebook, but there's so many things that were independent recollections that I didn't want to lose. So both myself and Chief Party created these type of documents around the same period of time.
Okay, so that's helpful to know. So this was created in, we're talking late February, maybe early March?
Yes, and no later than 2 weeks after the end of the event.
Okay. And so I won't take you to it, but I just wanted to understand the circumstances under which it was created. And so it references a conversation with an Inspector Ferguson on January 29th. Who's Inspector Ferguson?
That's Inspector Dawn Ferguson. She's a detached commander of our Renfrew detachment, but she's also a trained critical incident commander. So as part of our planning for this event, because it was a traffic event on the 417, the National Capital Regional Command Center was stood up, and most of the policing partners were housed there, MTO, OPS, Gatineau Police. So it was important for us to have a leader there to be able to help direct the traffic and have better communication flow between all the agencies. So I asked her to be there and be able to report back to the incident commander at the EOC, which was Inspector Semple, and myself. They both fell under myself. And her role there was to kind of monitor how things were occurring and how the vehicles were traveling into the city and report back at what was occurring with our partners.
Okay. And she did report back to you on the 29th, correct?
She did.
And what was that report?
I want to say it was around mid-morning, 11:47, I think the time was, but I may be mistaken on the time. But she indicated that she was experiencing dysfunction within the NCRCC, specifically to the OPS commanders, Inspector Lucas. He was yelling profanities, not only at her, but we also had a staff sergeant there, Lisa Nicholas, and also they're yelling profanities at each other. And they had clearly seemed to her had lost some control over what was occurring, and didn't have a way to figure it out, and they were trying to offer assistance to them in the form of officers to help if they had calls for service in the city of Ottawa they weren't able to get to because all their members were tied up downtown, that we could provide some of that service, but they weren't able to get kind of any communication back to say, yes, we could use that or not.
Okay, and what specifically, what type of assistance was the OPP offering at this point?
We offered everything from public order unit assistance, rapid response team, QRT teams, we kind of use that term. Quick response teams, if they had an armed robbery, let's say in Canada, and everybody was tied up with the convoy downtown, we could rally members together to help them out with those major calls that they were obviously stretched to be able to get to.
Okay, and I think your will say includes the phrase, this event was clearly beyond their capabilities. Is that, and their being OPS, was that a view that you had formed already on January 29th?
That was the term Inspector Ferguson used to me.
Okay.
Because obviously I wasn't experiencing it. That's what she was experiencing, and that's how she described it to me.
Okay. And did Inspector Ferguson relay to you, or did you have a view of kind of what was going wrong? What was overwhelming, I guess, the OPS at that point?
Just a lack of what to do. There was no real plan as to who do we send where, what do you want me to do? Lots of questions about where their resources were supposed to go. Lots of confusion in that aspect.
Okay. And I understand that you spoke with Deputy Chief Bell on that day as well, correct?
I did.
Okay, can you describe that conversation for us?
Sure. Essentially, it was an agreement that we would be the contacts with each other throughout this event. Obviously, they're going to have a contact with the OPP. So we agreed that we would be each other's contact. If he needed something from the OPP, he would call me and vice versa. So we'd arrange that process early on.
Okay. And did you offer any assistance on this day in particular?
I'd have to check my notes. I know I've offered assistance. I just can't remember if it was this particular day.
Okay.
Which day? I can look quickly here. I have my notes with me. I just know what date I'm referring to.
We can pull it up. It's OPP 50774, and it's at page 12. It's the entry at 16, just above 1642, I think. Advise DC Bell 18 at...
Correct, yes. So I advised them that we had 18 members at our Canada detachment, which is our Ottawa detachment, including 2 sergeants that could assist if required. He acknowledged and stated that he would relay that information to his incident commander. And we waited. There was no real reply. And then at 18:30, I again contacted and made a final offer for assistance to the Ottawa Police Service. And at 1900, they advised us that there was really no help required. And that was through Staff Sergeant Nicholas, who was in the NCRCC.
Okay. And so you offered them at some point in the afternoon, didn't have a response, and then at 7 o'clock, we're told we don't, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, there was no, we never heard back. We called again to say we made the offer at just after 4 o'clock. Do you still need these 18 officers? And there was just no reply back to say they wanted them. And then finally at 1900, they stated that there was just no help required.
Okay. And what type of officers were these 18 officers?
They were just frontline constables that we would have pulled from detachment operations within a 45-minute to hour radius of Ottawa as soon as we could get members there to help support without critically damaging our ability to police the communities they were serving. It was strictly just members who were currently on duty that we could pull. We have a regional mobilization plan that kind of has a set number of, based on how many are working on this day, this is how many officers we could move to other locations in an emergency. So we were able to dictate, okay, we can survive with pulling 18 if they need it.
And so was 18, the most that you could sort of put together in that short order?
That's the most I could summon in that short order. East Region is a rather large region, but within an hour of Ottawa, that's the most I could muster at that period of time.
And did the OPS ultimately take you up on that offer at some point?
I believe the next day they agreed that my Inspector Luc Duval indicated that they had members that were prepared to go to Ottawa, and they had 18, but I think initially they were going to send 10, and they sent 10 downtown to Elgin Street to be deployed mainly in a traffic service capacity, helping out with traffic control, closing streets. And then shortly thereafter, I heard back from my incident commander, Inspector Ferguson, that only 2 of those members had been used, and the rest had been sitting there for over, I believe it was 4 hours. And they were on day shift. It was late in the day. And I said, pull them from Elgin. We can't let them sit around there any longer. So then I reached out to Deputy Bell to just let him know this is what's happening. And he indicated that he apologized and said there was a lack of communication within their bureau, within their service, and that he would rectify it.
Okay. And did either you offer additional assistance, or did he ask for those 10 back or additional officers at that time?
It's hard to recall because we spoke so often, but there was the offer. He knew that he was going to have to ask for more assistance. Inspector Duval indicated that through Inspector Lucas that there was going to be a formal ask coming for more assistance from the OPP. It was unknown what that number was going to look like, but it was likely going to come. And so Deputy Bell and I would have had that conversation to say, okay, it's coming. We haven't figured out the exact number yet, but there's going to be a further request for resources coming.
And that was going to be chief to commissioner, Chief Slowly to Commissioner Carrique?
In a formal way, it would do that, but Deputy Bell could call me to say, I need 30 people, and we would operationalize that right away. The formal paperwork can take its time and move its way from Ottawa to Orillia, but we're not going to wait for the formal paperwork. Their partner agencies, we're going to help them in their time of need, and I would have mustered those members and got them to Ottawa prior to any letter being signed by the commissioner.
Okay. But if that's the case, why pull back the officers that you had sent who were just, in your words, sort of sitting around doing nothing? I mean, they were there and they could have been activated.
Mainly because of the hours they'd already been working. They'd already been working over 12 hours that day, so they're on 14 hours. If they were then just starting to work, it would be unfair to those members to work past the period of time they were working, so that's why I pulled them.
Okay. In this first weekend, sort of January 29th, January 30th, can you just share with us any other observations about what was happening on the ground, what was going well, what was not going well?
It was certainly not going well. I was getting lots of reports from my members at the NCRCC. There was lots of dysfunction, still lots of yelling, lots of unknowns of what they were going to do. On the 31st of January, I had a conversation with Deputy Bell where he basically said, we're planning for a protracted event and we really don't know our way out of this. So that was the first indication to me on the 31st that we were going to be in for a long haul to assist them. So I had to prepare my incident command team to kind of switch to say, okay, now we have to switch operations to supporting the Ottawa Police. And I'm not 100% what the numbers are going to look like yet, but it's clear through talking to Deputy Bell that it's going to be protracted. They don't see a way out, and they're going to be relying on us and other services to help them.
Okay, and we'll get there. But first, I'd like to pull up an email. It's OPP 401593. If we can go to the bottom email, the one from Joseph Varga. He's an inspector with the OPP, correct?
He is. He's a critical incident commander, a major critical incident commander.
Okay. And what was his role at this point?
Early on, there was discussions within our own organization as to how we were going to structure the support for Ottawa. Would Inspector Varga come down and act as the MCIC to help direct OPP resources to assist Ottawa? What was the command structure looking like? Because there was concerns over what the Ottawa Police Command structure was going to look like. So there's just a lot of general discussions about how best can we insert ourselves and integrate ourselves and provide the support that's required. A lot of that conversation resolved around that.
Okay, and I think this email kind of touches on some of that regrouping. Inspector Varga writes, Superintendent, as you are aware, OPP POU direct supports to PPS will conclude this evening. At the request of OPS and the NCRCC Command Group, OPP POU has now been requested to support OPS with the ongoing POU deployment in the City of Ottawa. So what assistance had the OPP rendered to the PPS, being the Parliamentary Protective Service, during that first weekend?
Within Ontario, a lot of the services have a public order unit hub, and they communicate with each other when they require services. So this request wouldn't necessarily have gone directly through myself. POU and POU commanders reported to me indirectly, but I certainly didn't direct other operations because they're trained POU commanders. They would tell me when the request comes in. So I recall that a request from PPS came in for support, and we discussed about, well, where is the support? Is it at PPS or is it with Ottawa? Who needs the support the most? And it was as agreed amongst the POU subject matter experts that they would begin supporting the Parliamentary Protective Services first, and then if required, transition to support Ottawa.
Okay, and do you know why that agreement was reached?
I didn't ask specifics because it wasn't my subject matter expertise. I relied on their expertise to say that something from what PPS told them, they needed to protect them and support them first, and then always be available to Ottawa if they required it.
Okay. If we could just scroll down a little bit, Inspector Varga shares the plan for the next 3 days. This concept of operations is anticipated to utilize OPP POU in conjunction with all other assisting agency POU units in the following timeline. And then it sets out what was going to occur on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, including a possible injunction if the injunction, and then the injunction would be enforced. So at this point, on January 30th, which is the Sunday, is everyone planning to basically wrap this up by Wednesday of the coming week?
I can't say that's the case because I wasn't engaged in these conversations with public order. My role was on a frontline capacity. We call them soft hats. So your normal police officer you'd see on the street. That was my focus. Public order command was separate to me, so they would have their conversations, and if they felt they needed to add public order to Ottawa, they would do that on their own and just notify me that it was happening. I was providing around 30 officers a day at this period of time to Ottawa Police, 15 on days and 15 on nights, primarily to just do traffic services, traffic enforcement, just at intersections, closing roads. And I let the incident commanders like Joe Varga and his public order unit commanders work out what system they felt they needed to do with their public order partners in Ottawa and other services.
Okay, so the 30 were traffic officers under your command, and then Inspector Varga had POU units that may have been in Ottawa as well.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is a POU plan, so that you weren't involved in preparing.
I was not. They would have just been a phone call to say, Superintendent, there's going to be POU in Ottawa supporting PPS and Ottawa Police, and I would get general, we're on ground today, we got this many on ground doing QRT, or this many on ground doing this, but that was the extent of the notifications I was receiving.
Okay, and if we just scroll down a little bit, the next paragraph, a review of the shift of OPP POU support from PPS to OPS has resulted in a reevaluation of required OPP POU resources. And you see it talks about the release of 14 bodies back to their home location. Further, 8 POU members will be returning to their home locations. And so my question is, it's January 30th. It certainly doesn't look like the protest is ending on Monday morning, but POU members are leaving the city of Ottawa. And do you know why that is?
I can't say, and that's the kind of the essence of the command structure. As a strategic commander, I'm not going to get necessarily into the weeds. I trust my subject matter experts, incident commanders, POU commanders to know what they need to do. We had many other priorities going on around the province with other borders, Blue Water Bridge, Ambassador Bridge. We had to protect our international border crossings. So they may have been redeployed to those other areas. But kind of the nature of that major critical incident command structure is for a person like me in a role I was in to not get too far into the weeds. So that's why I would not necessarily have been advised.
Okay. You referred earlier to a discussion with Deputy Chief Bell on the 31st, where he indicated they're now planning for a 4-week extended occupation. How did you react to that timeline?
I was concerned. I really thought and hoped that we could resolve it prior to that period of time, because as from my experience with other blockades, the longer they go, the more people that are attracted and the more people you now have to deal with, and it makes the job of a police service that much more difficult to be able to manage. So I was hoping that we could develop something between the multiple groups at the table to be able to deal with it prior to 4 weeks. But that was a surprise to hear that early in the game that they were already looking 4 weeks down the road.
Okay. And based on that, did you sort of escalate that within the OPP? Did you change anything about your own planning when you heard that anticipated timeline?
Most certainly. I had to reach out to my inspector, my chief superintendent, but also my inspector, incident commanders to say, okay, now we have to start scheduling for 4 weeks out. Let's try to figure out how we can provide the resources that Ottawa needs. We're going to expect that they're going to expect more than 30 a day as the days move on. So how are we going to do this? We had to engage in our organization. We have an emergency operations center in Aurelia, and that's part of their roles to help with major planning for major events. So it was clear that it was going to start getting out of my ability on a regional level to staff Ottawa Police with just regional people. We were going to have to start bringing in people from all over the province, so that we needed help in that logistics. So we reached out to Aurelia, our Emergency Operations Center, to say, okay, get ready. It's going to be an extended event. Can we start identifying regional contacts to start relaying what Ottawa is going to need and how many people we can get to Ottawa? And then I had to stand up a much more robust logistics team to now plan for hotels and be able to staff and feed and deploy all these people, and most likely find a bigger command post to manage it, because now it's going to be growing.
Okay. I'd like to pull up OPP 6024, please. This is an email from, I believe it's Superintendent Alakis. Is that correct?
Yes, he's in our Field Support Bureau.
Okay. And what role was he playing in the response?
Right. So as Superintendent Field Support Bureau, they cover the majority of the OPP's emergency services, so tactical response units, emergency response teams, which are our public order units. They're emergency response officers and they're POU trained. So that falls under their bureau, which falls under Deputy DeMarco's bureau. So he would have had, and he also is in control of our EOC. So he had a large role to play in what was happening.
Okay. So I want to go down and start with Superintendent Alakis identifies sort of 3 issues. It says much of the uncertainty around response and especially around the utilization of our resources has resulted from 3 main difficulties. And so if you could just help us understand these, if you had observed these, just take us through sort of 1, 2, and 3.
Sure. This is the first time seeing the email, so you have to apologize. I'm reading through it. Okay. So he has concerns about, I guess, a terminology. I think we kind of heard with Deputy Ferguson that the Ottawa Police may refer to their critical command structure a little bit differently than us. So nomenclature and naming can sometimes cause confusion. So I think that's what they're referring to in number 1. And whether do they need incident commanders? Do they need major critical incident commanders? And do they understand what the true function of a CAC is? Could that be done with just an incident commander? So I think he's just trying to clarify to them, can you go back to them to clarify what is it they really need? Because then we know what we can send them. Because there's 3 levels of command: incident command, critical incident command, and major critical incident command come with many different skills. So you want to try to keep it to the lowest level as possible.
And so before we move on to 2, is that an issue or a function of the fact that there isn't a standardized incident command system across various police agencies?
As far as I'm aware, there's fairly standardized processes, but as we heard, they had the term event commander, which meant incident commander. So I guess some municipalities may choose to use different terminology than others, but from my understanding of the critical incident command process, the naming conventions are fairly consistent.
Okay. And so if you just point to OPS requests were framed in terms of specific amounts of resources rather than in terms of the effect or impact they wish these resources to impart. Was that something that you had observed?
Correct. And that's kind of where the line divides here. So I'm getting requests from Deputy Bell for frontline officers, and we're very clear on what he wants them to do and what they're going to do. They're getting requests from Ottawa Police Public Unit Command about what they want them to do. So his concern is what he's hearing from the public order side of Ottawa Police. And I'm making assumptions here because I wasn't involved in this email. It's a little more clear on my side because I can ask those direct questions. What do you want them to do? How many cars do you want them to bring? What are their roles and responsibilities? So I can find those people with those skills. Whereas here, it seems that the public order unit request from Ottawa was maybe a little vague and not as specific about exactly what they wanted and exactly what they wanted them to do. And that can cause frustration for sure.
Okay. But in your view, you had a better, I guess, relationship with Deputy Chief Bell and were able to have that direct conversation in a way that's better than what Superintendent Alakis was able to accomplish?
Initially, for sure. I mean, along the way, there were certain frustrations about where do you want our people and when. That was more minor, but it was very clear he needed the most help relieving his members from the downtown core so they could get some rest. And that's what is kind of his focus was on the maintenance piece first. And that was the easiest piece for us to help him with because they didn't have to have specialized skills. They just had to be police officers with a cruiser.
Okay. And then just briefly on the third point, an initial lack of internal communication and unified incident command, which created barriers to effective information intelligence flow. Is that something that you had observed at that point?
I did. Observed, and I did speak to Deputy Bell about this as well. I just observed multiple points. They had an incident commander at their Greenbank location. They had some commanders at their Elgin Street headquarters, and they had Inspector Lucas at the NCRCC. They were all spread out across the city. It was almost like a left-hand, right-hand situation. Inspector Lucas may not have been aware of what the incident commander superintendent was doing at Greenbank, and it bore out in public order unit work as well. So I had some conversations with Deputy Bell about that just to say, these are the frustrations my people are seeing. He recognized that right away. He understood they were trying to do their best to become more unified. I wasn't telling him anything he hadn't heard or seen himself, I think. But we had, for the benefit of my people, that's why I was there, to protect my people. And when they wanted me to message with Ottawa Police, that was my role. And we did have lots of conversation around the difficulty we were seeing in their incident command structures, yes.
Okay. And was Deputy Chief Bell was receptive to those comments?
Yeah, he seemed very receptive. He seemed to understand and said, yes, Craig, we're doing the best we can.
Okay. If we could get OPP 401342, please. Just want to show you, this is an email, I believe, from Pat Morris to you and others on February 2nd. And if we can just go down, there's an organizational chart here, and I just want to understand and make sure that this accurately represents the sort of command structure for the OPP for this event at the time?
It is exactly how it was at the time, yes.
Okay. And what's the difference between the NCRCC and then the OPP Ottawa command post?
Essentially, it was the NCRCC housed all our partner agencies, and I felt it would be a real, we'd be missing out on a lot if we didn't put somebody there, because we needed somebody to coordinate what was happening. They had access to MTO cameras, they had access to Ottawa Police radios, because Ottawa Police was right there. So they were able to provide a lot more real-time and quick information to those incident commanders that was sitting at the Ottawa command post. So that's why we had those 2 inspectors at those locations. And then Inspector Dave Springer, who is a trained POU commander and an MCIC, he was taking care of the POU command side.
Okay.
And they all kind of reported up to myself.
And so this email is from February 2nd, which is also the date of Chief Slowly, or former Chief Slowly, saying he doesn't believe that there's a policing solution, or there may not be a policing solution. I take it you're familiar with that, with him saying that?
Yeah.
And so as somebody who was on the ground and sort of witnessing what was going on very close hand from the OPP, did you share that assessment of the situation at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Why not?
Based on my experience, I guess, is the best example. I hadn't, even up to this point, I'd already heard about issues integrating PLT into this process. And all the blockades I've been involved in, I've seen nothing but success from our PLT team. They're an amazingly dedicated group of individuals who are able to establish relationships with protesters, able to start discussions about, okay, why are you here? What are you protesting? How long do you plan to be here? Can we help you with an exit strategy? They're trained in the framework that's been adopted by the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs, which I think the Commission has heard about already. And they've done amazing work to be able to resolve a lot of situations without having to use POU, just through negotiation and discussions and allowing groups, whatever they happen to be, exit on their own, and without having to have police enforcement. Now, we've had to use police enforcement at times, for sure, but I did not see that piece being used in this situation. I didn't see intelligence being used to lead a solution. I didn't see PLT being used to lead a solution. So that's why I felt maybe he was being a little premature. That I didn't see that all these steps have been tried yet. I guess if all those steps have been tried and every tool in our toolbox have been used and we're still at ground zero, maybe you could think about that in that way, but I just didn't think that we'd used all our tools yet, so I couldn't agree with that statement.
Okay. And so hearing that, did that prompt a renewed extension of support, or did you do anything with that to go back to your team and say, we have to step up our assistance because clearly this is a situation that's getting out of hand?
Not too long after the February 2nd date, I might have the dates wrong, we'd already sent our OPP PLT team to Ottawa to support them. So they were already on the ground trying to support. So I was already hearing frustrations on integration. They weren't able to be integrated. They weren't given autonomy to make decisions. So I was more communicating with Deputy Bell because they would call me, Inspector Baudin, which the Commission will hear from, who runs the PLT program. He would call me, his sergeants would call me to say, sir, we're not getting anywhere here. The actual Ottawa Police Service team's not given autonomy to connect with convoy drivers, make a lot of those concessions, which they do. And so they were they were floundering. They didn't feel they had a role. They didn't see a plan. There was no PLT plan, which normally there is a plan for PLT. There was none. So I wasn't as much communicating with them as they were communicating with me about their concerns. And part of my role as strategic commander was deconfliction. So I would reach out to Deputy Bell and say, Steve, this is what we're seeing. And we're hearing from Chief Slowly and other commanders that PLT is important to the solution of this problem, but we're just not seeing it be operationalized. And that's not unique. Sometimes if you're at a high level like a chief and you're not seeing what's happening on the ground, maybe that's news to Chief Slowly, right? So it was important for me on behalf of my members and for the Ottawa Police Service to bring it to their attention and see if they can make some changes to get them more autonomy and get them more engaged, and try to stress upon Deputy Chief Bell the successes I've seen and the importance of using them to help move this forward.
And sort of generally speaking, when you relayed those concerns, what was the reception?
Positive. Deputy Bell agreed. He understood the importance of the integration and that he was going to make sure that that was happening.
Okay. And I understand that the OPP assigned 2 planners in the very early days, Inspector Yunin and Staff Sergeant Gauvin. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you just describe what their role would have been?
Right. So they were asked, as part of the kind of formal ask from Chief Slowly, to come and help their planners come up with a plan. And I heard from them regularly about their frustrations. They were kind of given 3 tasks. Number 1 was a plan to go intersection by intersection. Number 2 was like, I don't know if it was mass arrest may be the wrong word, but just another plan, another enforcement plan. And the 3rd plan was kind of a status quo plan. How do we kind of hold the streets for a certain period of time? There was questions about who they reported to within the Ottawa Police Service, who's responsible for this plan, who's going to sign off on the plan. And at a certain period, one of the OPS inspectors, Marin, came in the room and said, whatever you were told to do, forget it. Chief Slowly wants you to come up with a whole new plan. You report to me now and go to work. And they essentially walked away from the table and called me and relayed this information to me to say, sir, can you help us? This isn't working. And then I called Deputy Bell and explained, and he explained, no, these members report to, I think it was Superintendent, maybe Acting Superintendent Dunlop, and they were to take direction from him. So the planning table was having its own frustrations itself.
Okay. And, but these 2 OPP planners were working alongside OPS planners?
Correct.
Okay. And did that group ultimately come up with any sort of plan?
Not that I ever saw, no.
Okay. Now, I understand there's a bit of confusion also about the role that Superintendent Mark Patterson was playing at this time as well.
I was clear myself that he was their incident commander in the early days. I knew that he was the one I needed to contact if I had incident commander type conversations I needed to have. I knew he was the one to call. So it wasn't unclear to me at that stage. It changed as days moved forward. It became confusing because they changed incident commanders fairly quickly. But in the early days, if the period of time we're talking about, I knew that he was the person to contact.
Okay. Did it appear to you, I guess based on this incident that you just described or otherwise, that there was some confusion in the OPS about lines of authority and who needed to sign off on what, or who was in charge of PLT or the plan or whatever it is?
Yes, very much so. There was confusion amongst the PLT. They didn't know who they reported to. Obviously, the planners didn't know who they were supposed to report to. And there was confusion about who had authority to make decisions and move a plan forward.
Did you raise that within the OPP at all?
Yes. And that's kind of the job of a strategic commander. Again, I talked about situational awareness. It was important for me to let my command, including Deputy Commissioner and Commissioner Creek, be aware of what I was seeing and the concerns I was seeing, in the hopes that Commissioner Creek or Deputy Commissioner Harkins could have higher level conversations with Chief Slowly. So I had to make them aware of what was occurring. because in a way we had to protect our members. If we're going to bring more members into an event that was dysfunctional and dangerous, that's my job, is to protect our members. So I didn't want to do that either. So, and that really, I was the eyes and ears of the organization for that. Until Chief Party arrived, that was essentially my role. Situational awareness, reporting up to senior command, and deconflicting the issues that I saw with PLT and our planners, and just trying to navigate the logistical challenges that Ottawa Police when they required help on the street with traffic.
And when you talk about deconflicting issues, you're talking about sort of direct conversations with Deputy Chief Bell.
Yes, so I would hear from my members, either attached to the PLT team or attached to the planning team. They would express concerns to me, and then I would commit to them that I would reach out to Deputy Bell to see what we could do to try to resolve it.
Okay. I want to go to February 4th now, and there was a press conference, I believe, at which it was announced that all off-ramps from the 417 into Ottawa and the bridges into Ottawa were going to be shut down, closed essentially. Remember that press conference?
I do. In fact, I remember it was predicated with Chief Slowly saying that due to new intelligence, this is what he wanted to do.
Okay.
Yes.
On the intelligence piece, were you aware of any new intelligence?
No, that's why I was quite confused. I was in my command post watching the news, and I saw Chief Slowly and Deputy Bell on the TV announcing this, and it caused me great concern.
Okay. And were you aware that this was going to be announced, or that this was a new proposal or plan?
It was totally out of the blue, unprepared, unaware.
Okay. And why was it concerning, or why was this an issue for you?
The OPP was responsible for the 417 and all on-ramps and off-ramps. We had partnerships with the MTO. As you're aware, Ottawa has many on-ramps and off-ramps on the 417. I certainly also even if we had the members to do it, which we did not, I still question what that does. There's lots of ways to get into downtown Ottawa. You don't have to use the 417. So I had two issues. Number one, I currently did not have the capacity to do what I was hearing I wanted to be done in relation to OPP policed highways. And I also questioned the intelligence. So I guess three things. And I questioned how would that help? Okay. So I reached out to Deputy Bell right away.
And how did that conversation go?
I texted him, I believe, to say, Steve, if this is true, we need to talk, because this is going to have huge logistical impacts on me and my organization. And you haven't talked timelines, and Chief Slowly's almost talking immediately. It's never going to happen immediately. And then he called me shortly thereafter to say, no, Craig, we're not going to do this. And then I asked, what's this new intelligence? And he said, obviously there's no intelligence, Craig. You're the ones, the OPP, that are providing us the intelligence. There's certainly maybe CSIS or another intelligence network may have provided the information. That was my concern. But he indicated that there was no new intelligence and there was no plan to close ramps. And I reached out to my inspector, Inspector Ferguson at the NCRCC. She talked to her Ottawa Police Service inspectors, and they also had never heard of this plan and started to become upset because they were never even notified that this was the chief's idea.
Okay. Was closing off-ramps or bridges something that the OPP had done as the convoy traversed Ontario?
We closed some off-ramps on the initial arrival just to try to focus them to use ramps that were open. So we did that, and off and on throughout this whole event, we would do that. If we saw a large convoy wanting to come to Ottawa, we would open and close certain off-ramps just to get them into the city in a cleaner fashion, and we would communicate with the convoy leaders to make that happen. So, and the bridges, I believe almost every bridge is within either the city of Ottawa. So the only time we ever did bridges was during the COVID lockdown when they had the provincial lockdowns, and we did bridges in OPP jurisdiction, but not in the city of Ottawa. But that obviously predated this event.
And when you closed off ramps, at some points, was that done at the request of OPS, or was that just done?
It was totally at the request of OPS. I mean, OPS was the police's jurisdiction. So we are essentially attached to their hip. what they wanted. If they wanted us to do it, we could only do what they wanted. We couldn't read their mind as to what their plan was because there was no plan. So we would essentially wait. They would phone us. They would say, can you close this ramp for this period of time for this reason? If we had the resources to do it, we would do it and then reopen the ramp.
Okay, so just help me understand that though, because my understanding is that the OPP are the police of jurisdiction for 400 series highways. And so that's why they were asking you to close ramps, because the OPS couldn't send cruisers to close an off ramp on a 400 series highway. Is that correct?
Correct. I apologize. I may come out wrong. The Ottawa police would have wanted us to close the ramp because of an operational issue they had. Okay. So they were reaching out to us to do it for their purpose.
Right.
As the OPP, we generally did not just close ramps just because we wanted to. It would have been at the request of Ottawa police because they had an issue within the city and they needed our help on the ramp. Sorry, I wasn't clear in that.
No, that I just wanted to make sure it was clear for the commissioner's benefit.
Yes.
And so it had been done before, closing of ramps at the request of the OPS. In this case, it just caught you by surprise.
Oh, yeah, just based on the sheer number. I mean, obviously, a ramp or two for collisions is normal, but to hear all ramps was concerning because that's a large number.
Okay. And your witness summary, and I won't take you there, but it refers to a conversation with Deputy Chief Bell, like what you characterize as a formal conversation with Deputy Chief Bell on the 4th. What can you tell us about that conversation?
Oh, that was about the unified command conversation?
Sorry?
That was about unified
Yes.
command? Okay, yes. Once again, that was triggered by my calls from my members on the ground, still concerned with not seeing a plan, no unified structure, no inability to integrate, no inability to have autonomy. So I wanted to express it to Deputy Bell in a more formal way to say, Deputy, this is what we're seeing, and we need to try, or you need to try, to come up with a more unified structure to make this work a bit better, much better. And Deputy Bell was very receptive to our conversations, understood the need, and stated that that's what their goal was, and they were trying to do that. It was difficult. Deputy Bell obviously is a senior officer to me. I don't want to be seen as trying to tell him what to do. I think he recognized it himself when we discussed it. But once again, as a role of strategic commander, that was my job. I had to protect my people. And when they were signaling to me they wanted help, that was my job to help them.
Okay. And during this conversation, did either Deputy Chief Bell ask for more resources, or did you offer more resources?
I don't recall that happening in that conversation. More resource requests happened continually throughout the event, but I just don't know if that happened in that conversation.
Okay. And so after the early days, the resource requests were not coming directly to you, is that right?
Once the incident commanders were in place at the NCRCC, a lot of those requests would go to the incident commander, and then we would come to myself or my incident commander, and then we would do what we needed to do logistically in the province to try to get those officers to the city of Ottawa.
Okay. If we could pull up OPP 50556. This is an email that I think if we scroll down, I believe Inspector Yunin forwarded you and Superintendent Alakas an email. And if we go further down, this is an email which we saw in evidence this morning from former Chief Slowly to a number of members on his team at 6:30 in the morning of February 5th. Do you recall getting this forwarded email from Inspector Yunin?
I recall Inspector Yunin sending an email as it relates to, I think this is the period of time where it was an email where Chief Slowly was directing a lot of different things that he wanted to see happen. One of those things, Staff Sergeant Gauvin was woken up in the early hours, and the request was for OPP Public Order Unit to help clear this particular area. Staff Sergeant Gauvin handled it himself and put them off to saying, like, no, this is not part of our framework, this is not how we operate, and was able to delay that operation. Okay. But it was part of a bigger email chain, I believe, on that day.
Okay. And if we could just scroll down to the general priorities list there. The number one is surge, contain, and enforce, which I think gets referred to as surge and contain. What did you have a view on sort of whether that was an appropriate strategy at the time, or whether there was a plan in place to affect that?
I certainly had concerns because there was no plan. These were ideas and concepts of what they wanted to happen. But if it didn't come with a plan, I certainly wasn't going to offer OPP support to just do that based on, a one-line email. I understand that was their goal, but there had to be a cogent plan for that to happen. And up to this point, I still hadn't seen one. And so we couldn't allow it to have OPP participate in that.
And so that is something we've heard, and we will hear from a number of witnesses, I think, is the idea that, as my colleague put it this morning, does the plan drive the numbers or the numbers drive the plan? And so I think you're saying, the OPP isn't going to make more resources available without a plan that it can review. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you have to have a plan to do. It's backwards to do it just by numbers. You have to have a plan, and once you have a plan that your subject matter experts, your incident commanders, your MCICs all agree on, then okay, what human resources do we need to make this plan effective and successful?
Okay, and is that standard practice? Is that always the case, that you wouldn't be offering up OPP resources unless you knew exactly how the local police of jurisdiction planned to use them?
Every situation is different, but certainly my POU commanders are going to want to see an operational plan about what's the intent, what are you going to ask our people to do, how many of them do you need, and what is the expectation of them. Because they want to make sure it matches with our framework, it matches with our organizational values. So they want to be able to have answers to all those things before they ever say yes. So normally that involves seeing a plan.
Okay. But what about the view that, if you send them to Ottawa, at least they're there to be used when there is a plan. If there's a delay, if it's going to take you 2 or 3 or 4 days to get 500 OPP officers to Ottawa, then when you have a plan, you still have to wait 2 or 3 or 4 days.
It's not an appropriate use of our resources. We need to have an idea. What do you want to do with those 500? We'll get them going, but we have to have some idea. Currently, there is absolutely nothing that says what they'll do. Will they do traffic control? Will they do QRT patrols? What do you have them do? I'm not going to bring 500 officers to Ottawa, literally fly them from Suluco all over the province, try to find somewhere for them to stay without having an understanding of what they're doing. And that goes for municipal police services too. They need to have an understanding of what their members are going to do. We're protecting our members. We're not going to send them several hours away and say, go to Ottawa. I really don't know what you're going to do. I really don't know how long you're going to be there. I don't know what to tell you to pack. Just show up there and we'll figure it out when we get there. That's just not how we operate.
Okay. And at this point, this is February 5th, is Inspector Yunin and Staff Sergeant Gauvin, are they still embedded with the OPS planning group as of February 5th?
I believe they're still there trying. I don't know that they're sitting around the table working on it, because I feel that their frustrations had boiled over to the point where they just couldn't put pen to paper at that point.
Okay. And did you speak with the commissioner on February 5th?
I'd have to check my notes, but I know I had a couple different calls directly with the commissioner to advise them of what I was seeing and what I've discussed. I just have to look to see the date.
Okay.
If you say that's the day, then
I believe you spoke with him perhaps twice that day, actually. But what concerns were you elevating to the commissioner?
Many of the things you've already heard: the disorganization, inability to have PLT get engaged in what needed to get done, concerns with the incident command structure within the Ottawa Police, and an uncertainty of what role they wanted us to play. in supporting their operations, and was really looking for him to engage with Chief Slowly to have those conversations to say, in case you weren't aware, this is what's happening. What can we do to try to resolve it?
Okay. And do you understand that the commissioner did have those discussions with Chief Slowly?
Yep. I know from the one recollection that Commissioner Creek advised that he talked to Chief Slowly, and Chief Slowly told him, yes, PLT is an important part of our plan. We want to embed it in our plan. It's the way forward. And he indicated that he thought that that's what was occurring. And he felt that there was a productive conversation.
Okay. And just generally, sort of how often were you in contact in relaying your observations and concerns to Commissioner Creek?
In the early days, maybe every third or fourth day, we would have a group call and update him on what was occurring. If things were stressing to the point around this period of time, things were getting more stressful. And basically my members, Inspector Baudin, and them were saying, we need to talk to the commissioner about this to let him know what's happening. And I would ask for those calls to happen. But
okay. I want to ask you about the Coventry Road enforcement. So if you could just tell us what happened there as far as you understand it.
So the first I learned about it was I've received an invitation to join a Zoom call, video call with Chief Slowly and his command. And apparently he had heard that the OPP PLT team was leaving and he wanted to talk to me about it. I didn't know anything really about that until I got on the call. And then I heard the story, much like Deputy Chief Ferguson told this morning. Essentially, PLT had gone to the Coventry Road site to try to negotiate the removal of some gasoline, and Major Incident Commander Patterson was aware of this and chose to use it as an enforcement opportunity. And when the gas was being driven away, his members pulled the vehicles over, seized the gas, and charged the members. And that caused extreme stress amongst the PLT team, both Ottawa Police Service and OPP PLT members, to the point where the Ottawa Police PLT members just said, you folks should go home. Like, we've lost. We've lost any goodwill we were able to reach with some of the convoy organizers or operators was now lost, because there's no way they could not have seen the connection between them trying to negotiate a removal of gas and then being arrested. It was too obvious. So there was much concern about that. But on this call, I learned that Staff Sergeant Ferguson, who's in charge of the Ottawa Police PLT, didn't know that that was Superintendent Patterson's plan all along. They hadn't communicated. It was a shock. It was as much of a shock to him as anybody else.
Okay. And I think you transcribed your recollection of the call in an email. So if we could pull up OPP 401532. If we can go down just to the top of your email. There we go. So the following is a summary of the OPS video call that Inspector Baudin asked me to participate in on his behalf this evening. So Inspector Baudin wasn't able to make it?
No.
Okay. The next paragraph, I can say that OPS Chief Slowly said numerous times that PLT needs to be embedded and engaged in operations and that it was mission critical that they be. I sensed, however, that they just do not understand how best to utilize PLT. Where did you get that sense from, and where was the disconnect in the organization?
I was having discussions with my own PLT members they had decided on their own to try to pair up with Ottawa Police PLT members. So they were seeing it firsthand. As you heard this morning, the Ottawa Police PLT program is different than the OPP program. Ours is full-time, OPS is part-time. And they seem to be being used more as an intelligence gathering capacity rather than trying to make concessions and figure out what exit plans are. There's more, hey, who's in this truck? Who are you? What are you doing here? It didn't seem to be that measured approach that our PLT members are used to doing. It was more hardtack. You're going to get arrested if you don't get out of here type thing.
The next paragraph mentions a Dr. Peter Collins who was on the line. Who is Dr. Collins and what role was he playing?
Sure. Dr. Collins is a forensic psychologist. He has worked with the OPP for many years, mainly in the tactical capacity, crisis and negotiator capacity. I've used him when I was in our homicide unit. If I was going to interrogate a person that was to have no mental health problems, I would speak to Dr. Collins to get his perspective on how best to approach a person that may be suffering whatever ailment they were suffering. But he mainly works with the crisis associator side of our organization. I understood at some point he was brought into this operation and he was made aware of this incident, and he wasn't on video. I think he was on the telephone. I didn't see his face anyways on the video call. And those were the comments he gave about the impact this was going to have on the program and on the members that are in the program.
The next paragraph, OPS Command feels that there is a silver lining as the arrests were made away from the fuel depot, so there was not as strong a connection between PLT and the arrests. Did you share that silver lining assessment?
No, no. I have trained PLT investigators that are getting calls from their contacts in the convoy saying, we're not going to talk to you again. Like, this just happened. Why would we ever trust you again? So it was clear that as much as Superintendent Patterson may have hoped that there was a disconnection and then the members could make that connection was made right away.
If we go down to the next paragraph, they then had a long conversation about staffing, and again, Chief Slowly stated that PLT needed to be embedded in all they do. Chief Slowly expects all policing partners will engage in arrests for aiding and abetting the offense of mischief, and if they refuse, then he will call that police service's senior management to ensure they do. Can you sort of describe for us what that captures there?
He was expecting all officers, regardless of who they work for, to effect mischief arrest for members who were believed to be carrying gasoline. That's what he was looking for.
Okay. Oh, is this just in relation to Coventry Road and the gas issue, or is this a larger issue?
No, it was the larger issue.
Okay. But at this point, on February 6th, there's no large operational plan that's ready to be actioned, is there?
There's not.
Okay. And so when you've written down all policing partners, that includes the RCMP, the OPP, any other municipal agencies that were there participating?
When he says all policing partners, I got to believe he means all policing partners, and that's who was there.
Okay. If we go there, the next paragraph, I was not asked to speak on the call. At the end, I was asked to confirm the rumor that OPP PLT was leaving. I explained that it was in fact the OPS PLT members who suggested our PLT folks leave because the Coventry Road fuel arrests had made their jobs untenable, and there seemed to be no use trying any longer using PLT tactics since the trust was broken. So just to be clear, did OPP PLT leave or reduce the numbers in light of this?
We never left, no.
Okay. And then you go on to describe two major operational plans upcoming, and I wonder if you can just take us through 1 and 2 and what was being planned at that time.
Sure. And Chief Slowly was looking for action. Like, what's happening? What are you doing, Superintendent Patterson? So he detailed number 1, he wanted to do a dynamic arrest and takedown at Rideau and Sussex. They planned to do that the following day, but because of lack of assets, they postponed it to possibly Wednesday. And they were going to have a call tomorrow at 9 o'clock that myself and Superintendent Lackas were invited on. And I was advised that they will work through the top convoy organizers and influencers, and they will pick a few, and there will be planned arrests and extractions tomorrow of those persons. And they wanted PLT engaged in that along with POU teams.
Okay. Did you have a view on either of these two operational plans?
I had a view on both, yes. I didn't agree with either for various reasons. I didn't see a plan for dynamic arrests that were supposed to happen within the next couple of days. There was nothing I could read to how they plan to use the POU, what time a day they plan to do it. I hadn't seen what intelligence or PLT work they'd done on that intersection to understand who was there. I had no understanding of how they plan to get rid of the trucks. There was just a total lack of information on that call anyway, so I couldn't support that. And then basically what he's describing in number 2 are snatch and grabs off the street, which we're normally not associated with. And again, he doesn't speak about time of day. And again, he speaks about involving PLT in them. How are PLT engaged in snatch and grabs? And it's from my experience, that's not what OPP PLT are involved in. So I certainly right away had concerns for both of those.
Sorry, when you say PLT, like the PLT would actually engage in the arrests?
That was the struggle. All I can see is he said they want PLT engaged. In what aspect or how was unknown. He didn't go into those details on the call.
And then I believe you spoke with Superintendent Patterson after the call. If you can just describe for us that second call with Superintendent Patterson.
Yes, I had heard that our POU unit had been engaged as part of this Coventry Road exercise. So I contacted Inspector Dave Springer to say, what are we doing there? And he said, we're just here to protect PLT. We're not engaged with the gasoline. We're just making sure nobody gets hurt. And in our conversation, I had understood that even some of the Ottawa police detectives were uncertain about their legal authorities to do what they were doing. Could they seize the trucks? Could they seize the gas? Could they lay the charges? So I wanted to talk further with Superintendent Patterson to say, where are you getting this authority? I'm assuming you've consulted the Crown Attorney. What has the Crown Attorney told you about this? What has the Crown Attorney told you about your authorities? Do you have a Crown opinion letter that I could have? Because until and if I see that letter, I'm not directing my OPP members to be engaged in this type of activity until I can be certain that the Crown Attorney supports it. Once again, my role as strategic commander is to protect my people from their physical safety, but also their civil liability. I don't want them involved in illegal arrests. It's a difficult thing to make the connection between gasoline and a criminal offense of mischief. So there may be a memo out there, which eventually there was, that the Crown Attorney was able to explain that these types of offenses, as long as you can articulate them correctly, can lead to charges. I had conversations with OPP Senior Command either the next day or 2 days later once I got the letter. And once they saw it and had conversations, I said, no, it's okay, OPP members can participate in this type of activity. So then I had to work with my incident commanders to build a training package for my members to say, okay, here's your authorities, here's how to approach it, even down to the basics about what do you do with the seized gas. You just can't throw it in the trunk of your car, down to that level. But we had to create a system for our own members to understand and educate them.
But as of the evening of February 6th, that level of planning didn't exist for the OPP's POU, right?
Sorry, the planning for the POU?
Like, the work that you did over the next 2 days to ascertain that this was something you could do and you would plan for what to do with the gas, that work hadn't been carried out, but at the time that you're having this conversation with Superintendent Patterson.
No, I'm just trying to gather information.
Yeah. Okay. If we could pull up OPP 401546, please. So this is an email that you sent, I believe, the following day after the call. If we could scroll down. You sent it to Deputy Harkins and Chief Superintendent Thomas.
Yes.
Deputy, I did not want to mention this on the call with the group, but feel it important for you to have this information. On my call with OPS Command last night, Chief slowly asked his people to send him their resource needs. They told him that they need 250 members a day to run things. Chief slowly told them that if they need 100, he will ask for 200. If they need 200, he will ask for 400. he seemed very comfortable asking for twice what he really needed. He looks at it that the other partner police agencies can't meet the ask number, then Ottawa may still get more than they really need. It was a very strange call to be a part of. Can you sort of tell us how that came about on the call and why you were relaying that information to Deputy Harkins and Chief Superintendent Thomas?
It came near the end of the call. I believe the chief had to leave, so it was one of those, okay, before I leave, this is what I want. So his direction to his members was, I need to know how many people we need to operate and control this event. And if you tell me, like, I don't want to repeat the email, but that's what he's saying. And that was his rationale for saying it. I was surprised only because I thought he knows I'm on the call. Like, he knows I'm here because he welcomed me on the call and we talked about PLT not leaving. So he knows I'm still here, but he's talking about basically doubling the ask he's going to ask from other police agencies in Ontario to support what's happening in Ottawa with no plan. There's no plan to plug these numbers into yet, but these are just random numbers. So I found that strange, and I felt it was important for my chief to be and commissioner to be aware of it, because I knew that higher level meetings were happening with chiefs around Ontario about how they could support Ottawa. And I thought it was important for them to have in the back of their mind about what occurred that night.
Okay. And did you say anything on the call with Chief Slowly and the other members of the OPS at the time?
No, he left the call rather abruptly. He basically said, this is my direction, and then he left the call. And there was a bit of that awkward silence. Like, you could tell the other people knew that, like, Abrams is on this call, which was awkward. But we moved forward after that. There was no direct talk about this doubling of numbers. We never discussed it.
Okay. And again, going back to the issue of numbers driving the plan or plan driving numbers, had that, to your knowledge, like, had you said it, or to your knowledge, had somebody else said it directly to anybody at OPS? Like, we don't need a number. We don't need a number that's doubled. We need a plan, and you'll get the resources when we have a plan.
I mean, that's essentially the conversations we were having all along with Deputy Bell is, where's the plan? We need an operational plan. And Deputy Bell agreed, like, yeah, we know we need a plan. We're working on a plan. So really the numbers were irrelevant. As we've spoken about, it's about the plan first and the numbers can come later. It may be it's 1,800. As we heard, it was actually more than that. But to ask for all these numbers without a plan and explanation of what they'll be used for seemed odd to me.
Okay. And I think the 7th is the same day that Chief Slowly publicly requested 1,800 officers.
I thought it was the 8th only because I thought, how could a team come up in under 24 hours when they were just told on the 7th to come up with a number, and all of a sudden the number is 1,800 the next day? How did they figure that out in under a day? So I may have my dates wrong, but I thought it was the 8th that the announcement came of the 1,800.
Okay. I believe it's the 7th, but
okay.
in any event, did you, how did you view that number in light of this conversation?
I viewed it with suspicion.
Okay. And so around this time, the 8th and the 9th, former Chief Superintendent Party became involved in the events. Can you describe how he became involved and what his role was?
I was invited in a call on the morning of the 8th with the Commissioner, Deputy Harkins was on the call, Superintendent McDonnell, and Chief Party. And the Commissioner announced that there was going to be an integrated planning team that would attend Ottawa. He gave us a mission. Essentially, the mission was to help the Ottawa Police restore trust and confidence in their service, obviously help them with planning to get themselves out of the situation that's occurring in the city of Ottawa. Those were the essentially high-level expectations from this integrated planning team. Ottawa Police would still be the police of jurisdiction. This wasn't a situation where the OPP were coming to take over an incident. that experts would be drawn from other police services to come with Chief Party, subject matter experts in public order, major events, to help Ottawa Police come up with a plan to see this come to an end. I didn't hear where this idea came from. I assumed it was from higher level meetings that Commissioner Creek was a part of. But it was told to me because I was the lone senior officer on the ground up to that point that that would be important to have beside Chief Party to inform him of what had been occurring, because he was the regional commander in North Bay. He didn't really have intimate details of what was happening in Ottawa. Okay. So that's why I was placed on the team with him, and then he was given direction to come to Ottawa.
And did you remain part of that team?
Only for a short period of time, I'd say 48 hours at the most. Once it was clear that larger plans were going to be put in place, and at that point, OPP was probably providing around 150 officers a day. We were kind of reaching our capacity in the command post we were in Canada, and it was expected that a much larger number would likely come once the integrated planning team got their work together, and they were under a tight timeline. Like, they wanted to have a plan within 48 hours if possible to get this done. My time was better spent rotating back to coordinating the logistical challenges of getting all those members into Ottawa. So I helped Chief Party out for the first couple of days, and once he was established with his subject matter experts, I rotated back to my role of overseeing a deployment of frontline officers to the city of Ottawa.
Okay. You just mentioned that at this point you're at about 150 officers a day, up from 30 a day maybe a week ago.
We basically went 30, 60, 120, and then obviously on weekends we always had surge weekends because more people would come on a weekend. So we have to have more numbers for weekends. So we bump up to 156, 160 on a weekend, and then back to 120 on a Monday or a Tuesday, just because there always was a surge of population on a weekend. We were around that number when Chief Party arrived.
Okay. But so these numbers had increased in the absence of any sort of concrete operational plan. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's correct. And because there were traffic points that were easy to articulate and the reasons why they needed our people for help. They needed to restrict the flow of traffic into the downtown core, and the traffic points just continue to grow. And they're running out of Ottawa police officers to stick on those traffic points. So in a maintenance phase, you don't necessarily need a super detailed plan to help out on a maintenance phase. They're just essentially holding ground until a plan can be developed. So we were comfortable in deploying those members because I knew exactly what they were supposed to do, exactly what their role was, and I could articulate that to our members. So we felt safe and confident to bring them to town to do that.
Okay. And I understand you attended a couple of early integrated planning team meetings as I guess this transition was happening. What can you tell us about those meetings?
So the first meeting was the evening of February 8th around the 5 o'clock mark. Chief Party had a scribe with them, and normally my general rule of thumb is if there's a scribe in the room and they're taking notes, I won't take notes because they're religiously taking notes. So his scribe took the notes, and we received a presentation from Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson about our concept of operation, that single sheet we saw earlier this morning with the 7 points. Sorry. She displayed that to us and explained that to us, and then we had general discussions about how they felt about an integrated team, and does she think it has value, and just had those kind of discussions about what was happening and how this integrated team could help them move forward.
Okay, and what did you sense the reception of the integrated team was like on the OPS side?
Deputy Ferguson was very much in support of it. I think she explained Chief Soley was supposed to be on the call, but he had an emergent issue he had to deal with that night, so he wasn't able to be on the call. There was some technical issues being at RCMP headquarters. Not everybody who wanted to be on the call could be on the call at that time, but we gained very good ground. We had good conversations. We requested, Deputy Ferguson stated that they were just finishing up a larger concept of operational plan. It just wasn't quite ready yet. She indicated it'd be ready the next morning. So the plan was for her to come again and show us the more broader expanded plan the following morning on the 9th.
Okay. And did that happen?
No, Chief Party called me early in the morning to say that he'd heard from Acting Deputy Ferguson that it wasn't quite ready yet. They were just finishing it up, and that they would prefer if we attended downtown Elgin Street around the lunch hour.
Okay. And can you describe that meeting for us?
Certainly. It was in a boardroom on the second floor at the Ottawa Police Headquarters. Chief Slowly was present, the two deputies were present, a few inspectors, Superintendent Patterson was present. Council Huno, I apologize if I don't pronounce her name correctly, she was present. And it was myself, Chief Party, Inspector from York Regional Police, Tim's his first name, I apologize, I can't think of his last name. Superintendent from the RCMP, Phil Liu, and Staff Sergeant Darwin Tetro. And we all sat in one line on one table. Chief Slowly sat at the head of the table, flanked by his deputies. They spoke, kind of acting Deputy Chief Ferguson gave a presentation on the expanded concept of operations and what that looked like. After that presentation, Chief Slowly turned to me directly, which I was surprised because I just happened to be the first OPP in the line. Chief Party was next to me on my right. And in a clearly unhappy fashion expressed his unhappiness with the fact that the Solicitor General reported there was 1,500 OPP officers in his city when clearly there was not. And he was quite upset about that. I explained to him that I was the one who provided numbers. On the 2nd of February, I was asked by the Solicitor's office to provide a document to show how many OPP members were in the city of Ottawa. Clearly, there was more than just frontline officers. We had public order officers, we had intelligence officers, we had PLT members, we had logistical officers, traffic members. So my team created a chart, daily chart from the beginning to that period, 2nd of February, with rows and columns delineating POU and traffic, and then a total for each day, and then a total cumulative. I want to say the cumulative total at that point was 826, could be 862, but it was around that number. And I stated that each day moving forward was going to average about 125 a day. And I submitted that to my chief superintendent, and I never saw the numbers again. So I explained to Chief Slowly that I didn't explain to Chief Slowly in that detail. I just said, I'm the one who submitted the numbers. In my opinion, I think that a SolGen media staffer just maybe crafted a bad sentence. The intent was not to say there was 1,500 literally that day. The intent was to say it was cumulative. Chief Slowly again became upset and basically said, don't explain the politics of the SolGen's office to me. I know that was done intentionally. And I just said, I can't speak to that. I just provided the numbers, and we moved on.
Okay, and was there a discussion about Rideau and Sussex at this meeting as well?
There was. So we were provided, I want to say it was a 3-page document by Superintendent Patterson that detailed kind of his daily plan. It was weekly, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, and what they planned to do. They were dynamic actions primarily, and one of them was supposed to happen that evening at 11 o'clock. So he detailed that and basically just kind of left it there to say, as if for us to say, okay. So sensing no one else in the room was speaking, I started to ask some direct questions to Superintendent Patterson to say, what are you going to do with the trucks? What's your plan with the trucks? He had 2 plans with the trucks. One plan was to use retired Ottawa police members to drive them out of there. He indicated they'd been there for quite a period of time. Many of them had been chained and altered to kind of make it difficult to tow them. I'm not a diesel mechanic, but you probably need mechanic skills to get them started again. And he indicated, well, if that didn't work, I'd use the Canadian Armed Forces tow trucks to tow them. And I said, have you asked for an aid to the civil power from the federal government? And Superintendent Patterson indicated that he didn't require that. That wasn't necessary. So then I asked, because I knew through those weeks, that week, I was getting regular phone calls from my PLT, as I've described, about their frustrations of not being able to get engaged, no autonomy, no connection. I asked, has PLT be engaged in this plan, this takedown plan? And Superintendent Patterson said they had. I knew they hadn't. So that concerned me. So I told them directly, I said, I'm not a public order unit commander, but based on what I'm seeing and what I've just heard, you will never see OPP support for any operation tonight or tomorrow based on what I'm reading. And literally, it's 2 lines on a page to take down a whole intersection. There's no idea of, no indication anyway at that meeting, is there children in the car? How many people are in each truck? That wasn't told to us at that meeting. It was essentially, they were looking for us to agree. And I wasn't comfortable. I had to ask the questions because it was dangerous for my members. That's what I'm being paid to do, protect our members and our organization. And it was at nighttime. Only in emergent extreme situations will we ever do public order exercise in the dark. We don't operate in the dark. It's too dangerous for our members, it's too dangerous for the public. So there was so many reasons why I could never support it. That's why I had to ask the direct questions I did.
And how was it left at the end of the meeting?
Then we transitioned, then Chief Party and RCMP members then piped in to basically say to Chief Soley, maybe you should pump the brakes and slow down a bit and allow, this is Darwin Tetro talking now, allow, he had coordination for a public order unit in the RCMP. I can get you bodies here to Ottawa, but it's going to take some time. Give me a week. We can get you 400 people here. And that really seemed to trigger Chief Slowly. He became very passionate, a raised voice again, and basically said that the head of the Hydra is in Ottawa, and we needed to cut the head of the Hydra off in Ottawa. Sorry, I'll back up quickly. We also talked about the impacts around the country, that this isn't just an isolated incident. We have Coots, Alberta, we have Ambassador Bridge. There's more events that happen. And I think Superintendent Morris called it the rubber band effect or elastic effect. One event that happened in one part of the country has immediate effect on another. And we tried to bring that to his attention. He didn't want to hear that. His focus was on his city, which he's the chief of the city. I can't say I blame him. But he was very passionate about, he didn't like to hear that. He didn't like to hear about a delay. And essentially said, I want you to promise me that you will get 400 RCMP or POU members here, or I will go to the minister. He never named the minister by name. He just said the minister.
Okay. Did you speak privately with any OPS members after that meeting about this, the Rideau and Sussex plan in particular?
Immediately after the meeting, Chief Slowly left the room rather quickly, and Acting Deputy Ferguson, she was seated to my left. She grabbed my elbow and she just pulled me to the side, and she thanked me for asking the questions I asked, because they were almost the same or very similar questions that she had been asking all along and was not able to get answers for. And then a day later, I received a text message from Deputy Bell saying that he appreciated my direct questions and felt it helped move the issue along.
Okay. And then just very briefly, what was your role after this? This was the last of your sort of involvement in the integrated planning team, is that correct?
Essentially. I returned to the headquarters after that meeting, and we debriefed the meeting, and we talked about how dangerous what we just heard was, how we could never support what we heard, and how there was a need to start an integrated plan. But I'm not a public order SME, so my role was to get back and deal with the hundreds of OPP officers that I had to deploy onto the street, non-POU frontline members. Chief Party had the SMEs he needed, and my job was to basically make what he needed from his plan from a frontline perspective happen. So I moved to our command post and allowed him and his planning team to do the work they needed to do.
Okay. You talked just a minute ago about sort of events around the country, and so I want to ask you a little bit about Windsor. You had a few discussions with Superintendent Dana Early there. Is that correct?
I don't recall speaking to Dana directly, no.
Okay. You don't recall having conversations with her?
No. Okay. I recall sending messages of support to another MCIC, Inspector Needham, just about the good work they were doing in the Ambassador Bridge. I don't recall ever having direct conversations with Superintendent Early.
Okay, well, Superintendent Early has recorded that in her notes, so perhaps we'll pull those up and see if that helps you. If I could get OPP 404543. And well, I did not. It's February 10th. I don't have the page number. We'll have to scroll down. I apologize. Page 33. Sorry.
There is no 33.
Oh, it may be. OPP 404543. It's February 10th. I'm looking at 1021 on February 10th. So there we are. I guess probably on the next page, 2 pages. She takes quite detailed notes.
Apparently better than myself.
Okay, there we are. Call from Craig Abrams to confirm resources. And so I guess we're now 1021 on February 10th. I don't know if that helps situate you, helps you recall whether you had a call with her.
In my original notes on page 52 on the 10th of February, I just have her name Dana with a slash. I don't have any information. So clearly we did connect at some point, but I wasn't able to detail what we discussed.
And so she records the call. So call from Craig Abrams to confirm resources. Ottawa has been sending resource sheets to EOC. Advised Abrams, Windsor is priority according to deputy. Do you recall Superintendent Early telling you that?
I can't say that I do.
Okay.
I'm not saying she didn't. I just can't recall.
If we go further down at 1028, I think you're sort of giving her some advice. Abrams advised, 1028, advised Abrams, Windsor has told us this is now ours. Do you remember hearing that from Superintendent Early at all?
I don't know if I heard it from Dana, but I knew that there had been an agreement that the OPP was going to take over the operations in Windsor. I just can't say that I heard that from Dana.
And then the second entry of 1028, Abrams advised that's easier. Ottawa doesn't like PLT nightmare. This will allow you to make your own plan. Ottawa is just trucks on side streets, not affecting livelihoods. Is she recording what you're saying to her at that point?
I gotta assume so. It seems pretty detailed. I recall because the comment about making things easier certainly is a lot easier. As I discussed, we were kind of attached at the hip with Ottawa Police. We could only move forward as fast as they were willing to move forward as the police jurisdiction. If she was now in a situation in Windsor where she could essentially control the event, it made her job a lot easier to be able to just move forward without having to work with the police jurisdiction directly.
Okay, and I want to ask you about the Ottawa is just trucks on side streets, not affecting livelihoods. Is that a view that you held or that you had heard sort of espoused within the OPP?
Yeah, it's not a view I held because I was on the street. I visited my members on the street and I talked to my members and I talked to store owners who described being accosted because they're wearing masks and the difficulties they were having in their businesses. So I knew that there was impacts on businesses. Whether I had those meetings with business owners after this conversation or before, I can't recall for sure. But it's not a position I espoused because there was clearly effect on the residents in that area. I think I may have been commenting more because I talked to other members about this if you drove the 417 through Ottawa or you used any streets south of the 417, you'd never know what was happening in Ottawa. Ottawa seemed to be functioning as per normal outside of that core area. So I may have been reflecting on my experience driving around the city of Ottawa kind of unimpeded with no real traffic problems generally south of the 417, but clearly lots of effects and impacts in the downtown core.
Right, okay. And again, just kind of backing up one more step, you're not aware of the OPP having prioritized sending resources to Windsor over Ottawa for, I guess, economic reasons?
I never had conversations about priorities. It was more about, we have this many members tied up in Windsor, so we can only send you this many. It wasn't about making Windsor a priority over Ottawa that was ever communicated to me that I'm aware of.
Okay. I just want to ask you a last series of questions about the Emergencies Act and its invocation. And I understand you learned on February 17th about the creation of the red zone in Ottawa. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that that was only made possible by the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
It was my understanding through reading Twitter accounts and media releases that Ottawa Police had indicated to the public that the red zone was created as a result of the Emergency Act, that the restriction of movement, the subsequent stoppage of vehicles to determine if they had lawful authority to be in that controlled area that they described was based on authorities obtained under the Emergency Act, yes.
Okay. And did you have experience and had you advised officers that there were existing authorities or you had done it previously without the Emergencies Act?
We had talked prior, because prior to this date on the 17th, our members were doing traffic enforcement, but more in an observation capacity, looking for criminality that may be obvious or vehicles that may look like they want to block a roadway. So we had a formal education package. The EMCPA was in authority at that period of time, so we educated them on the provincial EMCPA Act. That gave them some authorities. And we educated them on their normal Highway Traffic Act authorities, their normal criminal code authorities, about their ability to stop traffic, determine what they're doing, and the ability to turn them around or make arrests if they feel they have the reasonable grounds to do so. I did a lot of the briefings with the members to explain their authorities, and I tried to explain it in as simple terms as I could to say you're all police officers, you all understand your authorities to make arrests, you all have, you understand the concept of discretion, and these authorities are available to you here just like they are back at your home detachments. Nothing has changed. So this is prior to the 17th. So they knew they had those abilities. If they saw something, they could act. They didn't need the Emergency Act to do it. But then when the Emergency Act was invoked and there was restrictions placed and guidelines is the wrong word, but restrictions or regulations put in place about boundaries and certain street boundaries and entry into those boundaries, and that members of the public entering that area had to have 3 or 4 different excuses, either a lawful purpose, a business owner, going to a hotel. So there was 3 or 4 different areas that they were allowed to. So my officers were then expected to essentially do that. So it turned from what was officers really observing traffic to, once the act was invoked, I went downtown to see what our members were dealing with. And it was essentially a 14 to 15 hour ride program. Our members were out in horrible weather, standing on the roadside, checking vehicles, going through the list. Where are you going? What are you doing? Why are you traveling here? Do you have a reason to go here? And then turning around vehicles that may need to be turned around.
Okay. And the government revoked the Emergencies Act on February 23rd. and you were asked by your members, what can we continue to do? What did you tell them?
Right. So it wasn't necessarily an ask. So I was sitting in the command post. I saw our Prime Minister on the television revoke the act, and I looked at my watch and I knew I was less than an hour away from briefing 300 close to officers that were going to go on the street that night. And I knew they're going to want to know what can we do, boss? Essentially, they could see the TV as well as I could. So I had to really consider what are our lawful authorities to do what we're doing minus the act, the Emergencies Act. So I looked at what we were doing prior. I looked at our common law authorities to stop vehicles. It was a very restricted area. We'd literally just cleared the streets almost less than 24 hours before. How could we ever just turn the streets back over again that we just secured less than 24 hours? We've got to have a presence and still maintain some presence of restriction in some capacity. So I tried to call Chief Party. He was my kind of commander, and just to run it by him to make sure I was on the right track. Unfortunately, he was tied up. I think that announcement caught everybody by surprise, so the phones were ringing. So I appeared before them, and that's essentially what I explained to them. I said, use your discretion, but we're going to continue to stop vehicles until and as such time as I'm told that the lawful authority doesn't exist anymore. The emergency has passed. And at the end of the day, the next morning, that's what had happened. Meetings were held, and it was agreed. There was no intelligence to indicate that convoy participants were going to return. Therefore, that common law authority that we base our authorities on didn't exist anymore. There was no emergent need. There was no intelligence to support us stopping vehicles. So the direction was made to now fall back to an observation mode again. On that first evening, when I gave that direction to continue to stop, we stopped 11 vehicles that were convoy related, according to my members, that wanted to get back into the zone that we just cleared. So I was glad that we continued it that evening. They gave lots of excuses. They wanted to pick up an old hockey net that was left behind, but who knows, maybe that was accurate, maybe not. But the count was 11 vehicles that we turned aside. And after conversations the next day with Chief Party and Council, we agreed the authority didn't exist anymore. So we went back to pre-Emergency Act and developed an observational posture.
We're almost out of time. I have two final questions for you. The first is, as somebody who had an early vantage of the Freedom Convoy and the preparations, can you give us a very short list of sort of what went well and what could have been improved upon in preparing for the arrival of the convoy?
From an OPP perspective or an Ottawa Police perspective?
From your perspective as somebody who observed him coming into the city.
I thought the OPP role on the initial convoy arrival in Ottawa went very smoothly. We had minor issues in our smaller communities with members not obeying the mask mandates. We had some restaurants who just choose to ignore the mandates altogether, but overall we had no assaults, we had no criminality, wasn't aware of any charges being laid. They said what they would do. They kept to one lane. They entered the city of Ottawa in an orderly fashion. We had minor issues with supporters on the roadside on the 417 getting kind of dangerously close to the side of the highway, which was a concern, but that wasn't convoy. The convoy participants couldn't control that. They did what they said they would do. And they didn't damage any highways. They didn't cause any criminality. So from that perspective, it was a success in getting them into the city of Ottawa. From an OPP, that was our mission. That was our goal for that period of time, to have the convoy come through OPP policed areas without a blockage of a highway, without assaults or damage and injury to the public. And we were successful in all those areas.
Okay, and I guess the reverse side of that question is, what would you say to the suggestion that this could have been avoided if the OPP had more actively inserted itself or actively offered support, maybe no strings attached, maybe here's people, show us the plan later, that might have avoided the situation?
I'm not a subject matter expert in public order. I'm not a subject matter expert in critical incident commander MCIC. If you're asking me for my opinion, I'll give it to you, but I'm not a highly trained public order manager. But certainly, if you could go by the intelligence and do an intelligence-led assessment of what was coming to your city, I think there was ways to block streets, move. I don't think you could ever stop them coming to the city at all. That was a foregone conclusion. They were coming to Ottawa. It would have been a matter of how can we lessen the impact to our city? Can we divert them to other areas of the city that have less impact? Can we divert them somewhere and then they go and they protest on foot as opposed to protesting in what is essentially a mobile house? Once it's in one place, it's hard to move. Monday morning quarterbacking is an easy thing. I don't like to do that. But you asked me a question. I think that's a way that perhaps, just like Toronto did, but Toronto admitted that they learned from the lessons of Ottawa, and that's why they blocked roads and were able to clear the Queen's Park area the way they did so effectively. So hindsight is always 20/20. So that's my humble submission, but I'm not naive enough to know that that is clearly with hindsight and knowledge that I would never had at the beginning.
Thank you, Superintendent. Those are my questions.
Okay. Well, thank you, Superintendent. That's very useful, and the bad news is we want you back tomorrow.
Certainly.
So we're going to adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning, and if everything goes right, you should be out before lunch.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll rise till 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
That guy was great. I liked that at the end. Really made it worth it, even though the entire rest of the testimony was excruciatingly pranful. Oh, look at this. Look how they're just chilling here. They're having so much fun. Isn't it just so great? We're guaranteed our jobs forever. We don't have to worry about anything. Just a party. Is that a pocket in her dress? So weird.
What's the plan for tonight?
What's the plan for tonight?
What's the plan?
Where are we going? What's the plan for tonight? Yeah, what even is the plan? And the guy he was talking about, this is interesting, okay? So I was looking this up while he was going, hold on, let me just shut these kids up. Man! Come on, kids! Okay. They didn't hear me. They didn't even hear. They're just ignoring me. They're downstairs. I got to
that get up. Pran is not gonna work.
That pran, you can't yell from your seat. You know what I mean? It don't work. You gotta like get up and be like, kid, you stop. What's wrong with you children? I am going to send you to a foster home. You're gonna be. Your dad is going to prison forever. All right. Senior Ottawa police officer suspended misconduct probe. So this is the guy he was talking about. He kept talking about POU, PLT. I keep it now up on the screen. Okay, why? Because nobody knows what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it huge here. There it is. Okay, so everybody can see that. Right there at the
Police
top.
liaison team.
Exactly. And then what I've done is I made it easy for you to understand. Right, velvet versus leather. Okay. So what that means
is... And then the POU, Public Order Unit, they're leather?
Exactly. So one of them kind of strokes you, you know, to sleep, right? That's the PLT.
Gentle?
Pardon me? They're gentle. And then the POU come in and they just smash you. They smash you and they're just like, remember those trucks coming in? Not the trucks, but the actual vans going around saying, if you do not depart, you will be arrested. You have 15 minutes to depart this area. Okay, so that's how it was going. Now, the PLT was feeling bad. BLT, right? BLT is feeling bad. Why? Because POUs start to use them simply as a messaging arm. They're like, you know what? You're not here to actually discuss or talk or anymore. We don't care about that anymore. You just go in and just tell them that they're going to get arrested. That's your job now. You're talkers, right? You guys are nice guys. Get in there and tell them because we're going in and we're cracking heads. Have you ever felt the feeling of putting your jackboot down on an MF, or there's nothing like it? There's just nothing like it. If you are one of these type of guys, it's enjoyable thoroughly. There's a feeling. You probably never felt it in your life because you're a normal person. But if you are part of the POU, then that's modus operandi. You're not going to hire the same type of psychological profile person to be a police liaison team officer, as you are going to be for a POU. Public order unit type. What are you looking for? You're looking for the type of person that says the pran is 2 lines long, right? And that's what this guy was talking about earlier, Craig Adams. What's Craig Adams saying? Craig Adams is saying that the pran that this guy, Mark Patterson, put out was about 2 lines long, and it's like, we're just cracking heads. That's what we're doing. Jason R. says, I remember him. I guess Shannon says, this guy looks like he B's his W. Whoa.
Wow.
Canadian says you can see it in his eyes. One is soft, the other stings a bit, says Tinfoil Nick. You got it. Exactly. That's what it is. You can see it in his eyes. I prefer BLT, says Anonymous. First line, bus. Second line, hez. That's it. The eyes of a person can tell you a lot about them. So this guy, Mark Patterson, he was suspended. Let's go through it, okay? Because there's a lot of interesting information here before we head out and come back tomorrow again. But let's just do a little bit here because it's interesting. And that, I think they talk about him in here. Patterson. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so Abrams echoes Ferguson's description. That's who we just listened to, right? Craig Abrams echoes Ferguson's description of how OPS's Mark Patterson thwarted the liaison team's efforts at Coventry Road. So again, February 6th, PLT has been chatting. So all these guys, and this is what we remember. If you were there or you watched online and you were there with us in spirit, then you remember how the police were relaxed and were really chill like the whole time. Right up until the last couple of days, and something switched. And they started putting these barriers. Well, things really switched a lot February 6th. They did. For probably about a week, 8 days, 9 days, it was chill. And then that was the first one. They're like, what's going on? They're actually, police are busting in over here to Coventry. They had taken the gas, and then they returned it. Now, if I remember correctly, and don't quote me, I may be mistaken here, but there was something, the gas had been either tampered with or something had happened. It was not, I don't know if it was watered down or what had happened to it, but something happened. It was unusable, if I remember correctly, the diesel. Possibly that may be an incorrect memory, okay? And again, I wasn't somebody based in Coventry. I was typically going downtown, so that may be incorrect information. So I'm just making clear you know that. We've got... So Mark Patterson, the POU team, just said, you know what? F the PLT guys. We don't care about BLT boys coming in with their soft touch, putting it on the mayo. We're here to knock heads. They show up in the middle of the night, right? That's how they do things. And there's stacks of them. They're all the way down. They face zero opposition. People were just like, hey, you want to take this stuff? Take it. That's fine. And then what they would do is they do this sort of shaming thing, right? It's like, what you're doing is wrong. Do you realize what you're doing is wrong? Shame on you. Shame on you for doing what you're doing. Think about your soul, brother. Don't do this. That was the kind of thing. For me, like, just because I kind of know these types, you know what I mean? I mean, that's not something I'm going to engage in because there's a certain type of personality, right? POU type of personalities, they don't care about that. They don't care. You can shame them all you want. They love it. They enjoy it. I like cracking skulls. That's what they're thinking. I love this. You get a stiffy when you go out there and you enforce a law like this. To be honest, if I was a cop, I would probably be part of the POU team. Yeah, that would be me. What about you, Penn? What team would you be part of?
I would probably say POU. Yeah,
man.
I'm not like the kinder and gentler type, I guess.
I don't want to talk. Actually, I got lucky because the dude there that I was like, did a little skit there with "Don't Tase Me." His name was it's not
Curtis.
Curtis, thank you. That's right, Curtis. Okay. Terry says I've cracked a few in my day. Terry's an American guy, right? And he was part of the POU team down there, so he knows. So that's what I'm talking about. Okay, that's the type. It depends. Like, I'm not saying I don't want to be a cop and I don't want to crack any skulls. I just want to be left alone. That's what I want to do. But if you put a B to my head, right? I mean a G to my head with a B in it, and you said you got to choose a team, BLT or POS, right? Piece of S, I would be like, hey man, like I'm a boss. Like that's what I'm doing.
BLT is too boring. I
Yeah,
mean,
man.
bacon and lettuce. Come on, show me the action. You know?
Exactly, man. Like Curtis is such a nice dude. He's a good guy. He's straight PLT. You know, he's straight PLT. That's what he is. We got.
I just like action.
Yeah, exactly. 000 destruct PO. You only care about inserting probes in orifices. Probe orifice. Yeah, Margot
Not
P.
that kind of action. No, not that.
Margot
action.
P says, you know what? I'd rather crack a beer. Exactly. Me too. Proud to be a goon, says Sleeping Giant. And you're telling me you're going to go in and be like, look, I'll give you an example here, okay? Anyway, I'll read this first, and then I'll show you a little bit. I'm going to show you, we're going to analyze some of these guys, POU, PLT team guys, because we've met them. We know the difference. So when PLT negotiated with the protest organizers for trucks to leave with the gas cans, but then they're immediately arrested on Patterson's orders, that blows the PLT's credibility with the convoy. After that, you're done. You're toast. Might as well pack your shit and go home. You're finished. Ain't no more talking. Because that's it. It's finished. Nobody trusts you anymore. You've broken your word as an organization. You have acted with no honor. A dishonored person, a person with no honor, can behave in any way as they want, just as they proved over here. If you respect your opponent, you have a respectable opponent. Even though they're your opponent, if you can take them at their word, you can have a different level of discourse because they give you their word. Okay. If they're dishonorable, well, then you can't have that kind of, you know. And remember, too, right? If you're a freedom protester, you're not out there thinking the cops are your enemies. What are you talking about? You want a country you can be proud of. So many of the people there either have been in the military, right? They were veterans. You got the Veterans for Freedom. Or you've got people who have family or are officers even. We've seen officers stand up and then be smacked down. I mean, geez, I'm even forgetting that, right? We've got wonderful, two beautiful ladies, Erin Howard, and of course, one other, I can't remember her name, but her name is a Mexican type of name. She's on the channel. Check it out. She was working for the Navy. I don't want to forget her name. I got to just show you, just so you know what I'm talking about. But these people are out there. Here it is, okay? This is the officer here. Christina Correa, that's her, Christina Correa. She actually saved a teen girl when she was a rookie cop. Okay, and she sided with the convoy. She gave money to the convoy. This is her right over here. Right? And then what do? They punish her. Where's the screen? Let me see if I can get it. Okay, yeah, so that's it. So this is the money when she gives to the Give, Send, Go. She writes this. She's writing in the sense that she's her kid. Pan, if you'd be so kind, brother. This is Christina's child. She's writing as if, it's her child.
Okay. I am 5 years old, and for almost half of my life, I have been locked down. Share. Don't share. Hug. Don't hug. It's confusing. Said a note attached to the donation. When I play hockey, I wish I could see my dad smile. Thank you for fighting for our freedom. The same freedom my parents fought for overseas. God bless you all, and please don't leave us. Ottawa citizens truly support you, and thank you.
Beautiful. I took that opportunity to shout out my kids. Let me see here. So, but there, you know what I'm saying? That's beautiful. So many good cops out there. Okay, here we go. So a little bit more. I don't know who Tonda McCharles is. Who is this lady? Either Tonda. Ottawa-based parliamentary reporter for the Toronto Star. Totally trustworthy. The Toronto Star, probably the best paper there is. Abrams said at one point, OPP Com Karik talked to slowly assured him the PLT is an important part of our plan. Yeah, this is the thing. They just got owned, And then Abrams, this is Craig Abrams she's quoting, I'm not going to bring 500 officers, literally fly them from CU Lookout all over the province to Ottawa. And I really don't know what you're going to do. I really don't know how long you're going to be there. I don't know what to tell you back. Of course, because what are you guys going to do with my crew? I'm going to send you a bunch of OPP police, and then you're going to start cracking skulls. Actually, now that I think about it, was there even any OPP police on the front lines? I don't think I recognize their uniforms. Because what do they have as uniforms? Does anyone remember OPP officers, what they look like here? What are they? Or maybe they do. Images. Here we go. No, No, I don't remember these guys. I don't think there was OPP. Yeah. Now the articles are coming out already. Look at this, 1 hour ago. Ottawa police were dysfunctional from the start of the Freedom Convoy. What is happening in Rattawa, right? In Rattawa. What's happening in Rattawa?
Well, yeah, it's some of the goings on behind the scenes are being exposed, and seems like there was a lot of division, infighting, general incompetence, all sorts of stuff.
I recall seeing some OPP cars, says Rick Sill. Okay, he remembers seeing some of the cars. Security Quebec was the Green Munis. That's right, Sécurité Québec. And then we've got Oshie. He says RCMP, Quebec Provincial Police, Toronto Mounted, etc., but no OPP. Broken Prophet says, is this still going on? Brother, it's going on. This is a black stain on Canada's soul, okay? And I hate the fact that they've couched so much of their verbiage in jargon, because it's so hard for somebody. I can't imagine if you're literally just popping in halfway through this, right? Or you come in at like hour 6 today and you start listening to Craig Ferguson. You're not going to understand, well, what is he talking about? He's like, well, the PLT was talking to Ferguson, and then you're like, well, that's the other Ferguson. It's Don Ferguson, not Trish Ferguson. It's so hard to put together, which is why I got that text box. I hope that's helping people or it's bringing some value to you. I'm just trying, because I'm just applying my brain power to memorizing all this right now. And then after the new year, I'm going to flush it all out, and I'm going to be reborn as a new man. I'm going to take care of my kids. I think I'm done with this stuff, because I mean, it's just silly at this point. I don't think you're going to get freedom is going to come from the ground up. It's going to come from the people. I think this is good to expose them all, to show it. And it's already coming out, right? People are like, oh, well, we're not going to, what's even going to happen with the inquiry? And I was saying it, okay, as well, but I still had to do it because I don't know until you do. You know what I mean, Pan? You got to do.
Yeah, I mean, chances are, like, no one's really going to be held accountable. But now it's going to be exposed what you guys are paying for with your taxes. And a lot of tax-paying Canadians are going to see this that are normies and maybe weren't with the Freedom Convoy one way or the other. They're going to be like, you know what? This is ridiculous. Something has to change. So, and it's going to be a slow process, but exposing stuff like this, I think it will inspire change.
Yeah, it will. I mean, look, put it this way, right? Think about George W. Bush. Now everybody knows WMDs was nonsense. It was BS. After that, I remember, I think I was 18 or 19, and I was, I had actually considered joining the Army at that time. For a brief moment. I'm not really Army material, I don't think. Well, definitely not now. But after 9/11 and all the WMDs, 2003, and that whole bit, I mean, I could never join up after that, Just seeing that they're just lied to, they're just used. Okay, that's my opinion. As soon as I see what they did with that WMDs, all these guys who went down to Iraq, Afghanistan, all the rest, I would never encourage my kids to join up. For what? I just can't. I'm sorry. I love this country. You come over here, yeah, no problem. I'll defend the land here. But I'm not going off to foreign wars. I'm not sending my children out. That's just me. I'm not doing it. Not when they're being used. They're being used, okay, for global multinational agendas. That's what they're doing. We've seen that before. Let me continue over here. I mean, these guys just lied. What happened to them? WMDs. What happened? How many people died? On our side, on their side, on all the sides. Come on. Ridiculous. Not ridiculous. It's a tragic, man. It's a tragedy. Anyway, so it goes on over here. That's this guy, though. Let's get back to it, okay? So this is Mark Patterson. This is the dude. Right there. That's him. Yeah, he looks trustworthy. I don't know what's happening in Ottawa, man. But this guy is definitely POU material. 100%. You can just tell from his face. What did he say over here? A senior police officer has been suspended from duty amid an ongoing misconduct investigation. On Wednesday, he was suspended in July, according to a force-wide email sent by interim police chief Steve Bell. We take this very seriously. I think what has happened here is that in the last 10 months, how long has it been? 8 months, they have been trying to figure out who's going to take the fall. They've already been cleaning house. They already removed this guy. They know that this is the dude. Craig Adams in his testimony has already been disclosed to the Public Order Emergency Commission. Everything's been prearranged. What Craig Adams said today and yesterday, what Mr. Morris said, the same thing. It's already been prearranged. They know this is happening. So now we're seeing it. Ottawa is Ratawa, city council eating each other. Tweaked out city councilors playing back recordings from other city councilors, including the mayor. Right? I mean, it's Ratawa. That's what it is. It's probably, you remember the swamp? You guys say that over there, right? Pan, drain the swamp. That's your saying, isn't it?
Right. Exactly. Drain the swamp. Yeah, expose everything that's at the bottom, Well,
what is this? Ratawa is the raddest of the Ratawas. And I'll tell you something, man. You know what? I was talking to the RCMP guy who lives close by my house. Okay. One of these guys. There's a lot of RCMP guys who live around here. A lot of military guys. A lot of federal workers. Because I live in Orleans. And Orleans is like Oakville, if you know Toronto. Markham, but without all the Chinese. It is much more mixed. More French area. Not French. It used to be much more. But then guys like me moved in. There goes the neighborhood.
Like Oakville, you got teachers with crazy fake bazongas.
Well, no, but it's like, yeah, you're right, man. That could have happened here. You're right. Oakville is it's actually a really nice suburb. Okay. And the guy, and I said to him, I told him that I had gotten fired for going and being at the Freedom Convoy taping and the rest. And then he said to me, he's like, whoa. Most of the people that I talk to in all the streets around me, all my neighbors, people I know for a long time,
In
Ratawa are just like, well, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that, And after that really made me not like a lot of my neighbors. I'm just like, hey, like I'm keeping my head down. Like I don't like these people. I'm not interested at all. There goes the community spirit, I'll tell you that much. And I was like, honestly, like, very popular, in my neighborhood. Very friendly, right?
Well, it's sad. Like
man.
all these people ratting on each other in these offices is kind of like a microcosm of, where you guys are living at this time and, in place. You can't even trust your neighbors. They might rat you out. You don't know. I mean, it's not good.
I got promoted to patient from the hospital doing the same thing you were, Ro. Promoted to patient from the hospital. I'm not sure what that means, but it doesn't sound too good. Ro, move out west. Think about it, says Iron Maiden 84. I thought about it. It's just that I'm not ready to leave at all right now. Like, I'm digging in. You know what I mean? I'm a rat catcher. You know what I mean? I don't care. I don't care how many rats are around me. I'm the rat exterminator, brother. That's how we are here at the war campaign, isn't it, Pat? We're made to, let's eat some rats.
Yeah, you're like to put it in to like Ninja Turtle perspective, you'd be like Baxter Stockman, the inventor of the Mousers, You want to catch all the rats.
There's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle reference for you. Baxter, I'm the rat catcher. No, I'm not going nowhere. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't know how to explain it. It's like I want to catch the rats. Banana Pussy, so I'm still in touch with you a lot at War Campaign. About 10 years, I'll have that pure blood property. Never going lost. Yeah, there you go, brother. Yeah, man. We got Kippy80. Yeah, learn that quickly. Sorry, fellow Canucks, but my best friends are the foreigners. Comfortable life has rotted brains in Canada. I would say, look, I hate to tell you, man. Like, I'm going to be really honest here. But a lot of the immigrants who come here, they're economic immigrants. They don't care about liberty and freedom the way we care about it. Okay? They just don't. I care about it because that's my personality. That's how I was raised. They're not taught these things, man. That's why I teach my kids these things. Like, they don't even know. Growing up, I went to regular school. Not regular school, but I mean, I went through all the process, and I wasn't taught about the Bill of Rights or even the Charter. Like, that wasn't something. I went to moral education, social studies, geography, history. Took modern Western history in grade 12, right? And I was never taught about the Charter or the Bill of Rights in Canada. So they're not even teaching this to you. They're not teaching this to your kids because they don't want you to know about it. That's what I think. I don't think they want you to know. I don't think they want our kids to know. So yeah, Ratawa is gotta go. And this guy's one of the rats. Patterson has been a public-facing senior officer responsible at times for recruiting, intelligence, and major police incidents. Okay, here we go. At the time of his suspension, he was a superintendent of Intelligence Directorate, and he was overseeing units such as intelligence and surveillance. He's previously been a public-facing senior officer in charge of recruiting new cops to the service. I'm just wondering the type, man, the psychological type that you must be recruiting. Holy. And
he's like, do you have what it takes? and they're like, oh, and he's like, no, you're BLT, get out of here.
You BLT pussy, get out of here. I need some real men with your cracks in the skulls. F freedom, I said F freedom. You're going to hell. Get out of my way.
No freedom for you, sucker.
How long is your pole? Let me measure your pole. That flag is way too long. I hate freedom.
Freedom paraphernalia.
Law and order! Patterson served as one of the incident commanders during the weeks-long Freedom Convoy occupation earlier this year before he was removed by Peter Slowly. Okay, so he was already removed at that time as POU superintendent, I guess, by Peter Slowly. Interesting. While the investigation continues, it's important we respect the process, blah, blah, blah. Wellness supports are being put in place for the individuals that are involved in this investigation. Shit, what the? Okay, anyway, so he was suspended in an unrelated misconduct case. So we don't know what he did. We don't know whose head he cracked, but he obviously cracked somebody's head on camera. He did something. I don't know what it is, and I'm not saying he did what I just said. I don't know what he did. That's exaggeration, but I don't know. But he did something. He did something. Why do they keep going on about how Slowly is so stressed? Ferguson said Slowly spoke with a twitching chin, and he was stressed, and he was very passionate. If you notice, they keep repeating it. That's because they've already been force-fed the lines. They've already got the lines, the talking points. What are the talking points? Passionate. Hey guys, you know what we'll do? Let's call the black, the half-black, whatever the hell he is, the non-white, the racialized, the BIPOC. I hate these words so much. I refuse to use them. Seriously, I refuse to use them in serious conversation in any way, shape, or form. Because you might as well just say colored, right? If you want to say BIPOC or POC, then just let's go back to the 30s or 20s or whatever and just say those colored folk. Because what's the difference? What are you saying? Person of color. Well, all right, just call them colored folk. Right? Or just use the N-word. Like, that's personally what I would prefer at that point. I don't care anymore. Like, leave me alone. You know, you want to just... That's the level I'm at. Just those colored people, the non-whites, the coloreds. Because that's what you're talking about here. Okay, so passionate. That's the word we've heard now from two people at least. If you notice, there's a lexicon. That's the thing. Never think that there isn't... They haven't already discussed what they're going to do and what they're going to say. The lexicon is fluid. As soon as you say something is fluid, what does that let you know? That says there's chaos and it's moving and ever changing, and the shape is moving and we can't get a handle on it. If there's failures, then it's not really a fault of ours because it's a fluid situation. We're not really able to grasp it in hand. So there's the fluidity. And then there is the, in this case, Peter Slowly, ex-chief Peter Slowly, very passionate. What does that mean to you, Pen, if you think of Peter Slowly being a passionate man? And I'll show you some photos of him.
You know, he's passionate, you know. He I think maybe they're saying, they mentioned him raising his voice. And maybe it was out of passion because he was strongly believes he has deep convictions in what he was saying.
That's right, exactly. I heard that's the other one. Raised his voice. He was stressed because what's the story they're crafting? Well, they're crafting the story, right? That he's stressed, he's overworked, he can't handle the situation. He's a passionate man by nature, of course. He's a colored man. I don't know if he doesn't look like, he's not straight out of Africa. He's got some kind of mixed blood in him, whatever.
But they certainly use the, they use that, they're
Exactly.
like, oh, you got to treat him a certain way, you can't be mean to him.
And we see all, a lot of these BLM types, right, losing their minds, no self-control whatsoever. So it's easy to think, he's a passionate man. He's passionate, right?
Yeah,
Also,
you can't say he's a raging a-hole, with a short fuse and a bad temper. He's just passionate,
He's just passionate. Oh wow, he's living the dream, man. Look at that. Jeez Louise. That's him right there. Living the dream. Okay, so let's see here. And that's what they're quoting. They're using the same words. So the MSM, the mainstream media, picks up on this exact same stuff. Slowly was unnecessarily antagonistic. Everything in quotes. Political masters. What else you got here? Twitching chin. These are all designed to be pulled out as quotes or clips or whatever you want to call them. That's what it is. Handle them with gloves. Racism, says Kabooble. Fluid, says Bon Pearl. Half the guys resigned after. Slowly is a riot at an old-fashioned pig roast, says Kim Rapley. Slowly is Christian and his wife is Muslim, says Victoria Winter. That's how I see all this. Okay. Yeah, and BLM, where's the millions of dollars donated to the truckers in BLM? Yeah, so, I mean, who knows what's actually happening? It's hard to say. I'm not ready to just trust and support Slowly either, or Slowly, whatever his name is. Okay? Because that's too easy, too. You can't just go with your emotions. Just because everybody's throwing them under the bus doesn't mean... Because they're doing a few things at the same time, right? What are they doing here? They're trying to... So let's just kind of put into synthesis here before we all head out, okay? I don't want to waste everybody's time. We got another day tomorrow. Okay, so here it is as a synthesis. And Pan, correct me with whatever you remember or fill in the blanks here, okay? Because I can't remember everything. In chat, please, same thing. Okay, so you got Rattawa. You got Rattawa City Council. You got Jim Watson's not running again. You got Jim Watson not running again. You got City Council, also Diane Dean's not running again. You got Diane Dean's Rat Pack. You got Watson's Rat Pack. They're at each other's throats. Diane Dean's is on OPS board. That is the Ottawa Police Services Board, OPS, whatever it's called, Ottawa Police Board. She's on it. She's on it with Slowly. She's on it with, at time, Deputy Bell. Here they are. They're all together. You've got people who like McKenney, as well as people like Matthew Fleury, and McKenney, who are writing letters, as we evidenced before we threw that up there, from the Public Order Emergency Commission document file. And what they're doing right there is they're trying to create a story where everything's going to hell in a handbasket. We're being spit on, LGBTQ people, all the homos are being harassed. Big problems in Little China, in Ottawa, Rattawa. Okay, that's step one. So City Council already, internal rats eating each other. Okay, you got the rise of these radical left from within City Council that I cannot imagine everybody is happy with. That's McKenney, McFlurry, all of them, right? McKenney and Fleury. So right away you got some kind of, and I'm just trying to bring it in a parallel here to the Americans, because you can see in the Democratic Party over there, AOC, she's not a standard Democrat. You know what I mean, Pan? She
right,
is,
yeah, no, she's like new school, like woke, yeah.
They're not all happy with her, okay? Same thing. That's what I'm thinking. Not everybody's happy to go super, super duper woke like McKenney and Fleury. Fleury crying away at city council meetings. I mean, you can't have any kind of respect for a man like that at any time. Okay, breaking down. Totally worthless. So Rattawa screwed, city council screwed. Now you got this Deputy Chief Bell, who you can just tell by the way he looks, acts, moves, the rest. He's somebody that I would put into POU category. POU, Public Order Unit, leather, not velvet. He's not a police liaison team fellow, which is, I don't know what Slowly is. They're trying to term him as he's leather, okay, but I think he may be velvet. He may be in between. He may just be a moderate. Who knows? Mm-hmm. So we'll leave that at, that's conjecture. I don't have a lot to go on there. All right.
Maybe more will come out. We'll be able to determine further down the road, where he stands.
Absolutely. Okay, so now you got OPP out there. They got an intelligence unit. We've seen two men with integrity now come out. Craig Ferguson and Pat Morris. Pat Morris, intelligence head. Craig Ferguson, who is the superintendent. All right, there he is. And he was part of the intersectional, which connected these three units together. He was sitting on that intersectional board. Nothing to do with intersectional whatever, mumbo jumbo, CRT and all that. No, this is rather intersection between different organs, different police organs. So he's high up. He's getting all those Project Hendon briefings, which are all their intel. Intel is being dropped to him in PDFs from Morris. Morris has an intern. Intern is sending out all these emails. Everyone's receiving them. We have not heard from RCMP or CSIS yet. What do they have? What intel do they have? OPP believes there is no way these people are leaving immediately. Rightfully so. It's quite easy to see. Never ascribe immediate ignorance and stupidity to your opponent. Rather, they may be feigning it. Okay? Because Ottawa police is feigning that they did not believe that people would be leaving here after the first weekend. They're all speaking from the same playbook. Everyone's leaving from the same weekend, right? They're going to leave. But they also know that everyone has driven down from the west. They already have that intel. They're not stupid. Okay? They may be a bunch of other words, but they're not that ignorant. They're feigning it, my opinion. OPP's filling them in. OPP's watching. OPP's watching this SHIT show in Ottawa, Rattawa City Council broken up, pressure being applied to the police chief to do what the Rattawans want, what the different city councilors want. There's a power struggle there. There's a Mayor Jim Watson who doesn't answer his phone, yet there are phone transcripts. You got Diane Deans who tee-hee-hee, right? Okay, so that's the scene right there. So OPP, that's who we've heard from so far. Who else have we heard from? Well, we know BIA Business Association with Paul Chump after money for the Glebe Association that he heads, business association, as well as other business associations that he represents. They were trying to get the money from the GoFundMes. There's documentation, look that up. Paul Champ, Business Association, GoFundMe, do a search, you'll find all that. All right, that's him. We got people covering, police lawyers trying to cover for the Ottawa police. We got police lawyers trying to cover for the OPP. We got police lawyers specifically for covering for Peter Slowly. That's where we are right now. What did I miss? The Pran. I missed the Pran. We spent a whole
What is the Pran?
Yeah, we got Margot P. Horgan jumped ship in BC. He supported the Emergency Act. Good riddance. That's the thing. I think a lot of people who realize that they have no way, no hope for ever running and winning again are jumping ship. That's what's happening here right now. Okay, that's the other thing that's happening right now. They know that this is it. This is the end. It is over for them. Right? That is it. That is it completely. And today they spent the day throwing under the bus Mark Patterson. I don't think it sounds to me like there's other issues going on there. Okay, and I don't think he's a scapegoat. I think the riot, what they did there in Coventry and how they behaved, whoever's orders they're following, there's something going on there. So they definitely have to take out the rot and the rats in Rattawa and in the Rattawan police. Okay, before we head out here, I just want to put up this this text that my buddy Nick, right, our brother Nick, that we've known for many, many years, he put up. This is his thinking. I think he's on it over here, and it echoes what I kind of said here already, but let's see what he wrote. Okay, and then I think we're going to head out here, but okay, here it is. Okay, this is yesterday he put this up. He posted this to an internal chat we got going on. He goes, I now believe that the Trudeau government used CSIS and OPP intelligence about the infighting within the Ottawa City government and police, along with the now confirmed compromised convoy, as a catalyst to enact the Emergency Powers Act, for the sole purpose is to codify the Act's measures into federal law. In other words, a power grab and coup d'etat to slander and destroy opposition to federal mandates and seize the funding of said opposition, and also to circumvent both the Charter and Bill of Rights. And I think he's got it right there. I think that makes sense, because Twattawa, right, or Rattawa or Twattawa, whatever we want to call it, don't tell me they didn't get those briefings, those Hendon reports, RCMP, that filtered up to the PMO. PMO could see that happening. There's an opportunity there. They're opportunists. and then decided that this is the time. This is the perfect way we can use the Emergency Act. We can get in there. We set up the division, PMO, Trudeau, right? Has already set up that division of people. This is coming. He disappears. He goes down to the cottage. He knows it's coming. He watches it from back. He allows his crew, right? His deep state flunkies to go out there, keep an eye on what's happening, and then they set up the fall guys. Right? Guys like Patterson, they like to bust heads. They're going to do it. There's no problem. But there you go. That's it so far. That's the story so far. And there we have it, brethren. If you'd like to support what we're doing, check out Buy Vestige. Okay, I'm going to throw that in there right now. We are taking time off from our busy schedules to do this, but I'm very happy to do it. And I'm so happy that you're here doing it with me, Pan. We're doing this together, brother, because it has been a real... you were with me every day over there in February, right?
Yeah, covering the convoy. For me as an American, just seeing you guys stand up for your freedom, it made me proud to be your neighbor to the south. So a big hail to the Canadians. The entire world saw that. So a lot of respect. It's an honor to help you cover this, Ro.
Really appreciate your help. And Pan has been fighting for freedom in the meme world. 2 years court case before. And you know what? A big hail to the chat. Thank you for being here. We'll be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m., half an hour before they start. And we'll cover a few things, maybe look at who's going to be on it, and then boom, get right back into it. Hail the chat. Hail, brethren. AndyCap1001. Thanks, guys. I laughed. I cried. I hurled. Lol. Remember, trust the Pran. Hail, brethren.